that death might be a way to kind of, get some trivia going to take us to the top of the hour. We are now streaming. I'll count on James and Reese to bring myself the link, and we can take it from there. And we will
All right.
thereafter count on everyone to bring some trivia into play to take us to the top of the hour.
All right. There's the link.
There we are.
That should start things off.
Deep-efficient.
So let's see what we have.
Well, you can bring up the fact that Coast to Coast AM has EA fucking co-editing on. Which
Oh
tells
yeah. That's no surprise. EA quack.
us-
It's a better way of putting them. Yeah. The thing is like,
Bring some trivia.
damn
Play
man.
to take us to the
This goes to show you how depraved the I guess
top of the
the
hour.
the rest of the old World War II generation is now.
Thank you.
They're just at that point.
Yeah. Thank
They're
you.
at that point.
Thank you. I mean, that's all that listens to Coast AM is the people on palliative care and hospice. Marcus Grix says, "Hey guys," and a shout out to Marcus Grix in Australia. It's raining over here in San Francisco, and so we're going to just kind of shit on EA co-editing for a bit and Coast to Coast AM.
It says, learn secrets most powerful people will never know about godlike power with author E.A. Coetting.
There we are.
Awaken
Yeah.
clairvoyance, evoke spirits, and raise kundalini.
There we
What?
are. Raise
Yeah,
Kundalini.
Love,
so
prosperity.
that's just
Palliative care and hospice.
Now they're
Marcus
raising
Grix says-
Kundalini. Okay, that's new. At first it was just
Ritual for hire. You can hire him to do a ritual.
yeah, you can hire him to siphon your money and tell you, oh, the ritual's done. While he's like, I guess, blowing it all on crank or something. Whatever the neo-Nazis do these days.
Oh,
'Cause they all seem to be supporting the same type of alt-right bullshit. So
what I couldn't get was when Pac-1 Morales was hiring that one idiot, that black guy who wasn't delivering for him. He just kind of like, just kept juicing him and then wouldn't do anything until, then he started saying, whatever you do, don't go near Douglas Dietrich. That was the funniest thing about, what Pac-1 Morales was dealing with. And that, of course, brought him, directly over to check me out. And that was, of course, kind of like EA co-editing was kind of decisive for you in that regard as well, right, James?
no, actually, Michael Aquino was.
Yes. Okay.
Because I had more or less given up on a lot of other people because Michael Aquino seemed to at the time cut right through the bullshit. He was saying like how remote viewing was all hype and all this other shit, and I'm like, yeah, I was kind of getting that vibe from those people at what do you call it? The fucking
Probably
my
the ones
God.
that Pavel was so enamored of.
Yeah. The ones that with that guy who has all those black chicks.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
uh,
That's right. I forget who they are. I even recommended them for a while until I found out they were the source of fucking Pavel's.
And just about everything they
ideology.
say
Yeah.
was just about everything they have every other week is like aliens, aliens, aliens. And I'm like, oh my God, here we fucking go. This
Yes.
bullshit.
Well, then it's got to be if they're pulling that. But it was also they were just promoting the whole Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Passover plot conspiracy.
Oh yeah. The Dan Brown's bullshit.
Yes. Yes.
What made it even oh my gosh, I can't even remember the name. That's a good thing.
Yes.
But I know the guy was Courtney. What was his name? Something Brown or something.
It was something like that.
Courtney
Yeah.
Brown, who was a big remote viewing
Advocate.
talker.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the
yeah,
reason
that's the guy.
I
That's the
recommended
guy.
him was I was looking for some alternative for the public because a lot of people were asking me about remote viewing, and I don't do it myself, but I was looking for some kind of alternative.
Also, Tar proved himself to be incredulous, and Ingo Swann, I'm not even going to get started on.
Well,
Suffice to say
yeah, he
that
was
a
all-
lot of
yeah. Go on.
He was perhaps the most credible of the people who were claiming to do this stuff, because then there was that shill who was following the footsteps of what's his name, that fucking colonel or major, whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, the Ed Danes one.
Ed Danes.
Ed Dames,
Yeah, it was
Ed
so
Dames,
horrible.
and
Horrible.
I think the other guy was like Aaron Donahue or some shit, and both of them appeared on Coast to Coast. So that tells you how incredulous they are right off the bat.
Well, Coast to Coast was always promoting Ed Dames, and that was disgusting, and it was just beyond disgusting. I mean, because he was just always wrong. There's nothing he ever got that was right.
He's siphoning everyone's money to hide in the military base because Nibiru is going to smash us in 2012, and Nibiru never came, and he just disappeared with everyone's fucking money. End of story.
Yeah. Well, he didn't so much disappear as he just stopped getting promoted by. Art Bell kind of retired, and so when it was, the other fucker, the idiot, George Norrie, never promoted him as much. And then what happened was that, he kind of disappeared. He kind of faded. But he got married to some Ukrainian chick, was his trip, and then he moved to Ukraine for a while, and then it all just kind of disappeared. It went south because people just stopped believing him because he just didn't.
That's also another thing I noticed all these guys do is they all shack up with like these Eastern European wives from Russian satellite states.
Yeah.
So that pretty much tells you what trip they're on right off the bat.
Yes. Yeah.
This
shows
even
that
happens commonly.
shows that no white woman in America will sleep with them. But go. Yeah.
And this is also very prominent in the occult scene as well. Because everyone's like, once they get a little bit of Russian ass, then you see them like, rise to fame and prominence, and then they just disappear off the map. Whatever money they got, the chick just siphoned off of them, and
Yes. Who does that remind me of? You know who that happened to? Do you remember the professor who kept saying nanothermite? He kept saying at the Twin Towers. That fucker, that poor bastard.
Oh, he sounds familiar.
Oh God, he was that poor son of a bitch. I talked to his accountant, who, by the way, admitted, normally as an accountant. Oh, by the way, Brendan Zogit says I cannot come on. Daylight savings killed my sleep, which is like poor son of a bitch. Yeah, let me give him a crying face here, an emoji. A poor bastard. Yes. I mean, I love him dearly, but oh my God, I hate this daylight savings. But anyhow, so the guy, I'm trying to remember the guy who was doing the Twin Towers, and he was the architect. He was a former architect, and like his accountant told me, I should never,
Is it Tishman or something?
I can't remember, but his accountant.
Jewish fella?
I don't know. It was just he had a fairly bland, name, but the guy who was his accountant said normally I would never betray, a trust, but because he knew the guy and I knew the guy, he basically, as an accountant professionally, he never would have said it, but he basically told me what had happened, because I met the guy personally and I had followed up on him simply because I was curious, because when I saw that accountant, he was like, I mean, not the accountant, the architect who kept talking about the nanothermite and shit. When I saw him, he was with this hot young blonde that was just like, she was like stunning, and she was dressed so well, which is like, it wasn't just like some young girl who just happened to be cute or attractive. She was like dressed like a professional escort. And so because I use escorts, I had no problem asking him if he had like just taken to an escort to the conspiracy con, because he was one of the presenters. And he says, oh no, he was like, she's like, she's in love with me. And I was like, I knew something was off. I said, oh, come on, man, you're balding, you're bespectacled, you're old. I mean, I'm sorry, it just didn't make any sense. And so when I met his accountant, he told me, oh yeah, she took him for everything, and she just left him, a train wreck. Then that bore everything out, but that goes to show that he was set up, And you know, and yet he has nothing to say as far as I'm concerned that's real. Okay, I don't buy the nanothermite bullshit. I mean, it was just didn't even make any sense. It's just, you know, all you need is controlled demolitions. You don't need them to be nanite. You don't need anything nano anything. It's just controlled demolitions is controlled demolitions. So why would you need to do something exotic? This is what I can't get. Anybody who goes the exotic route where they're saying it's heat rays and all this other stupid shit, you know, just turn around and walk away. I mean,
Yeah, because things were basically built to collapse.
Yeah, in the
to
first
begin with.
place.
I mean, the truss design was just shit. Honestly, it was horrible. And the funny thing about it is like it's I hate to say it, but when it comes to people who I find in my personal practice have given me the most accurate information, accurate information at the time came from Michael Kino, of all of all people.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
He was the only one telling anyone anything of any substance out there. So, you know, I was naive and I wanted to believe in these other people, but I came to realize after some point talking, you know, seeing what they were promoting on the forums, and then just seeing the obsequiousness to him in that, you know, well, I pretty much gave up on Become a Living God years ago.
Well, the fact that he's promoting this to the elderly now, to the, you know, palliative care at the hospice.
It goes to show you that they're just tapping into their true colors, more or less.
Yes,
They've always had it in them. I mean, come on. One of the most greediest generations, comparatively speaking, who have siphoned the life out of every future generation coming after them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pretty much a wanton abandon.
Yes.
I mean, for goodness sake, I mean, yeah, they would all make perfect Satanists, honestly.
Yes.
All of them.
Yes. Except they're not as nice. You know, your average Satanist would have at least a decency not to bother in other people's business.
And at least, and there, yeah, your average Satanist also has better presentation.
Thank you.
They seem to be pretty much raw about whatever, you know, however disgusting they are as human beings.
Yes.
So I mean, it's literally no surprise.
Well, we're officially starting the program. It is 1 minute after 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. I would never have known it was daylight saving time except for Selena Khan. So my grand mistress, God bless her, published a post on it being daylight saving time. So at that point, I realized why. Well, I realized a lot of things, but all of them immediate, and all of them having to deal with the fact that I wouldn't have time for my power nap before the show tonight. That's essentially what happened. I didn't have time for the power nap that I really wanted. So if I wind up losing it in the middle of the show, everybody is forewarned. We have everybody here tonight who can be here due to daylight saving. We want to congratulate Pac-1 Morales, who is not with us tonight because he is in the recording studio or station. So congratulations to Pac-1 Morales, and God bless him. Hopefully he has some success with getting back into recording. And our prayers go out to Brendan Zoget, whose sleep was killed by the daylight saving, and so he's at work and will be unable to join us. And of course, our thanks, a shout out to Eric Laystick. I will do so again more formally after solicitation sometime tonight. But Eric Laystick sent me a check to help. It's usually in the amount of about $20 to $25. I haven't had a chance to open the envelope yet, but I do want Eric to know that I received it. And aside from that, that we have Derek Talley and Jameson Reese and Peter Moon. And Peter Moon, of course, is with skybooks.usa.com. And I will segue to Peter Moon in just a minute, but I did want to ask Derek about how he was doing. Hopefully his job has been going well, and if there's anything to report that he's seen on the highways and byways of America before we get into everything else tonight. So Derek, everything going well with you? I take it you haven't had an opportunity for a vaccination yet, like what Jameson had, right? So you're not vaccinated any more than I am yet, right?
Right. Well, I had an appointment with the VA on Friday, and they just lifted the age restriction to where they said anyone of any age can get it at the VA. Wow. And so what I did was I have to go back in September, 6 months. I just made it to where when I go back, I'm going to get it then. And then they used the Moderna, the one where you have to take the 2 shots. Mm-hmm. So I figured whatever improvement they could do on the shot by September, I hope they get on it. That's when I'm taking mine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, wonderful. What about your trucking? Any experiences?
Oh, just working every day. We're just, as long as we're staying busy, I'm good. You know. Okay. So we've been moving a lot lately.
Wonderful. And we'll certainly look forward to anything else that you wish to bring up later tonight. And with that, of course, was there anything you wanted to share, Jameson, before Peter and I get started?
Yeah, I was just I just have like an article that went into a blackout. This is from Space Weather Archive. It's about the Great Quebec blackout, which happened in 1989. This was a result of a powerful coronal mass ejection that hit Earth's magnetic field. 90 seconds later, the Quebec power grid failed. This basically, it's basically going into why we need to move past this pretty much 1900s technology that we still have fucking installed. Yeah. As far as infrastructure is concerned. And it doesn't seem to me that the members of Congress and the members of our current administration, much to no surprise at all, because I didn't expect anything from Trump's administration and they gave us absolutely nothing. It doesn't seem like they're going to jump on trying to take this thing seriously either, because I've been seeing in my travels a lot of Con Edison work, and what they seem to be doing is they're still working on these overhead wires, which afford you almost little to no protection against a EMF pulse. You got nothing. Yeah. Nothing's contained in a Faraday cage. I imagine at this point we're at the point where we should be using fiber optics and shit like that, with some kind of Faraday cage to prevent any EMF pulses from stopping, from disrupting the signals. Mm-hmm. So
most regular electricity isn't even shielded. It when you cable, when you the little cord that you plug in for a vibrator or a TV, these things aren't even shielded. Yeah. But I mean, just nothing is properly shielded in just regular electronics. When it comes
the thing is we could replace a regular electronics. It would set our country back maybe a good trillions, but a complete grid wipeout, there's going to be no coming back for the entirety of a nation that gets hit with that level of event. If we have something that's on the scale of the 1859 Carrington event, mm-hmm. which was twice as strong as what they got in 89. And more or less, based on everything I used to watch as a teenager on what little, back when Science Channel and Discovery actually had shows about science. the scientists were always warning how we were overdue for this shit. And granted, it hasn't come yet, but that's not reason for us not to prepare for the possibility. But as we know, when it comes to, you know, our government and our politicians, no one does anything until it's too late. Especially not in America. So I mean,
yeah, it's very depressing. So that's we can start off with that. That's a depressing note on which to start. It's certainly
it doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't have to be depressing, and this is something that I've reached a point where I understand how a man like, you know, although I am not excusing what he did at all, but I can understand the sort of cynicism one can have as far as Michael Aquino had towards the human race. Because to a degree it's unnecessary suffering. You know, while Buddha says the root of suffering is attachment, I will say that that's not always the case. That's the case in some cases. Most of the suffering is a result of pure human negligence.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
there's also another side to that, Jameson, non-attachment. You have to have a proper ratio between attachment and non-attachment.
Precisely.
So, negligence is non-attachment. You know, you just can't like say, "Oh, F that." You know, and that's not. I mean, people often preach Buddhism, free from attachment. Yeah, but you have to be. There's attachment and there's non-attachment, and sometimes you have to be non-attached to stuff. People that are trying to heckle you.
But you have to have the discernment to know what to attach yourself to.
Exactly.
And when to
that
do
gets
it.
underemphasized.
It's actually not emphasized at all, comparatively speaking. And you know, this just goes back to why I, you know, have pretty much why I don't care, you know, why I really don't fear anything as far as any blowback from me, you know, criticizing people who are part of these these occult lodges and whatnot, because most of what they regurgitate is that fucking law of attraction bullshit, which we know if magic was that simple, nobody would have a need to practice sorcery at all. It wouldn't exist.
So, I want to say goodnight to Conspiracy Kitty, who's Shauna Bandow, if she's still with us, because she says, well, hugs everyone, I have to run and change my diabetic sensor and sleep. Hugs to everyone too. And of course, Marcus Grix in Australia says, haha, daylight savings catches you every time, DD. Yes, it does. I mean, catches me in the sense that I don't even know it's coming, and but the interesting thing was that everybody has brought up the 911 thing. We don't need to go there, of course, but what both Shauna Bandow and Marcus Grix was saying was that basically she was bringing up these different theories people were offering, and Marcus Grix was saying, well, what do you think it was? I mean, I think pretty much everybody on Team Dietrich agrees it was a conspiracy. We all agree that it was a domestic conspiracy, at least in part, certainly a large part, and that
the other part was the Enriqueo Shinrikyo cult.
Right, but that's
has
nothing to do with 9/11. It has something to do with 9/11 only in the sense that it was taken by oh my God, what's his name again? Colin Powell. Colin Powell assumed quite reasonably in this case that it was them. And then he shut down all of their assets in the United States, which was an extreme reaction that was justified on the basis of what he thought. But, you know, that, the only reason that would be valid, in my opinion, to bring up tonight would be based on the fact that I'll be bringing up a little bit about the other earthquake that happened in Japan, which was the event of the Great Northeast Earthquake of 3/11. I didn't bring that up on Wednesday because you know, for one thing, I allude to it every time I do the solicitation, and it's just a depressing subject. Nevertheless, it's a little less depressing now than it would be otherwise. So just so people understand this, that what I'm referencing is the March 11th earthquake, which of course caused the nuclear meltdown at Fukushima Daiichi, or rather, the meltdown began to take place around that time. They tried to put in the they've tried to turn on, of course, the safety mechanisms. The safety mechanisms are supposed to go on whenever there's a critical event like a tsunami, but Stuxnet interfered. The Stuxnet virus was the same virus that had just been unleashed by the Israelis against the Iranians to take out all of their nuclear reactor facilities right before the March 11th earthquake in Japan. And the same Stuxnet virus attacked the same systems because the Iranian systems and the Japanese systems both used the same industrial control systems, which were the German systems built by Siemens Company. So Siemens Company was directly targeted by the Israelis to take out the Iranian sites. And then the Israelis thought it'd be great to fuck up the Japanese as well, because the Japanese had made all kinds of peace with the Iranians and were going to basically start a trade deal with the Iranians that would further their the oil they received from Iran, which was under sanctions. And then the Israelis attacked them because of that. So this is one of those reasons why, Israel just needs to fucking go. I mean, really, it's just a shithole that attacks people and with impunity.
It's also another reason why we need a sort of firewall to protect the controllers of our own infrastructure from the Russian equivalent thereof, if ever such a thing would occur.
Yes, yeah, no,
because
yeah,
our asses our pants are like literally pulled down for the world to see. Look at our asses. Ah.
Yeah. And anyhow, yes, yeah, yes, thank you, yeah. So people understand the repercussions of 3/11, which is how the Japanese reference the Fukushima Daiichi disaster day. The Japanese withdrew from the Iranian deal that they had arranged. So the Israelis accomplished their immediate objective. But at some point, certainly Israel needs to. It cannot go on existing in the state that it's in today, the way it exists, and certainly not with the kind of damage that it does to the world around it. Marcus Crick says that's where I ended up. It had to be domestic, or at least allowed by domestic. It was that plus heavy involvement by Saudi Arabia. Conspiracy Kitty cites a book that is called Seeds of Fire, which is always promoted by Coast to Coast AM, which basically states that China and Israel were behind the attacks. More so China than Israel, but that's somehow...
That is literally the first time I've ever heard anyone mention China, of all people, which strikes me as just blatantly absurd.
Thank you.
Intuitively speaking, it's just blatantly fucking absurd.
Thank you.
Because the Chinese were rolling large off of American money at that time.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, seriously, you're
by
not
the way,
going to fuck your investors.
Yeah, but by the way, they got all of the spare steel too. All of the steel that was taken from the site was given to China so that China could, convert it to products. So
there we go. You're probably driving something. You're probably using you're probably eating off of dishware that was used from the failed buildings.
Yes, something
nice
like that.
to know.
Yes. Something like that, yeah, and Marcus Griggs brings up that dustification or something that they mentioned. That was
yeah. They always bring that up. That the nano-sized whatnot. But
that's what that architect was bringing up. That was the architect that they had targeted. With
when you're dealing with something that's falling from that height. When you're dealing with that times gravity plus the amount of heat and the pressure, that alone would be enough to do it. So I mean, seriously.
Yeah. Everything.
Despite what they say,
everything they say is bullshit anyway, because you would need extremely specialized equipment to ascertain that something was nanoparticulate. So
Yeah.
it's just, they just say that.
I mean, I don't think they were walking around with electron microscopes saying,
Yes,
let's look at this wreckage with electron microscopes. And you can pull up some of the grisly images from when they were like looking at the bodies from 9/11. You can pull up some of the images from when the bodies were like had hit the ground from the buildings. I actually bumped into a guy who actually had seen that happen on that day. And needless to say, there's a reason why he was a big weed smoker.
Yeah, by the way, in people who were in New York, you'd be amazed at how everything was censored and people don't realize what's going on.
It's censored as fuck. You
yes.
could still find it on DuckDuckGo, but I mean, if you're looking at Google Images, forget about it.
Yeah.
You might find some Reddit blogs dedicated to it from people who survived it and are trying to process the trauma of what they saw and still have images of what they saw. But that was censored the fuck out of.
Yes. But by the way, just so people understand this, Jameson is a New Yorker, as is Peter Moon. So we have two New Yorkers with us, albeit neither one of them is in the city itself. That would be Stephen Myers, who lives within the city of New York in Manhattan. And
I'm literally just right across the water because I'm on the North Shore of Staten Island. So I was
That
able
technically
to.
is New York City, Douglas. Staten Island is New York City.
Understood.
So I was able to go there and see it after, in the middle of school. I saw it from my school building at Newdorp High School, which is further inland. But when I went there across the river, the only thing I remember was hearing this loud, like high-pitched siren noise that irritated the fuck out of me, and I didn't know what the fuck it was. I think that might have been because the telecommunications were down or some shit. But it was like just this eerie, loud fucking noise that I can still remember it to this day.
Yeah, I can
I
imagine.
don't know what the fuck it was. They never went into what it was either.
But sure, that's factored into some conspiracy theories. Like some people would probably say that was the home of a death ray or something.
No, I don't think it was anything like that. I think it's because they had that massive antenna that was probably hooked up to telecommunications networks or something. And of course, there was the sound of sirens, a lot of sirens going off at once, probably, But I can say that was the one time where, like, where I saw something and, like, I literally felt like. It's almost like you feel like the knees are in the pit of your stomach, like, holy fucking shit. You never unsee anything like that. It stays with you.
Yeah.
I can't imagine those who are down there, what they saw. So, I mean...
Yeah, definitely. It's so with that, going to turn this over to Peter Moon. We're going to talk about a number of things. Peter Moon can bring up what he remembers about 9/11, and of course we'll go there into the death of a famous boxer, who it may have something to do with the vaccine, and of course without politicizing it, because he doesn't need to. Peter Moon will say why it might have something to do with that, but we are going to disambiguate this from the anti-vaxxers who may exploit that. And of course, I was trolled by an anti-vaxxer who, of all the things, he had a very Jewish name. I'm not going to bring his name up because he's trying to troll me to get basically a bunch of he's trying to promote ratings on his own channel, which has 4 subscribers, and I'm not going to give him any more subscribers than what he has. But and his name may not be real, but it probably is because
it probably isn't real. It's probably Richard K. Cole with nothing better to fucking do
this is
with his life.
This is actually I would hazard, I would bet the farm this guy's name is real because he's trying to get subscribers to his channel. So therefore he's trying to promote himself, and his name is quite Jewish, but but in terms of this individual, of all the things that I say all the time, which is obviously I try not to promote Judeophobia, and I try not to sound Judeophobic, but obviously with things that I've said about Jews as of late, or Israel, etc., it's interesting to me that instead of attacking any of that, he attacks me on the pandemic and on vaccines, which of course lately I've really said nothing about. Yes, of late I haven't been really hyping or harping on any of the pandemic, and people have been asking about it, and I've just said, well, you do what you're gonna do. I've gotten to the point where I've given up and just basically said you're gonna do what you're gonna do. So I can't understand why people keep going back there. Do they think this is
that's
going to
actually
trigger
quite
me?
interesting.
I'm sorry, go on. What?
Well, I think he's at a point where he can't gainsay that Israel is a fucking terrorist state. I mean, with the Batlov Battalion and all the rest of those people. I think it's I got the name wrong. Antlov Battalion. I'm sorry. These openly hostile neo-Nazis and whatnot. They're literally a terrorist state.
Thank you. And
no one can gainsay that. Not even people. There are people who are from Israel and are of the Jewish faith who will acknowledge that openly.
Yes. Thank you.
And they're sick of it. They're sick of it. So I mean, shit.
Well, Israel is probably the only state on earth, literally, that openly maintains assassination as their diplomatic right. There is no other nation on earth that will say, we maintain assassination as our diplomatic right with which to contend with other nations on the surface of the earth. Nobody would ever say that. The Israelis do. They actually say that with pride, that we contend that assassination is our right to deal with other nations on earth. And so they do assassinate people, and they're very open about it, and they do take credit for it. They'll say, we've assassinated this scientist in Iran. We've assassinated this person here who we feel is a threat. So this is outrageous. And
yeah, they recently did a hit on a guy who was a Iranian scientist.
Yes.
They hit him with a half-ton. What do they call it? One of those half-ton projectile weapons.
What they did was
basically a high-caliber fucking rifle.
Yes.
His brains, literally, it'll rip your head wide open like a watermelon.
Well, you must be talking about a different assassination than the one that's on my mind as most recent. There was another one where the guy went by in a car, and they had paid some local Iranians to help assemble the parts, but they sent them the parts put together, basically an automated machine gun that had multiple barrels and was just firing out rounds at an incredible rate. So they established...
yeah. I think that's the one I was talking about.
Okay. So then it was one of the rounds blew his brains up, but I'm sure it riddled the rest of his of his body as well.
His body would have been just smush. I think his wife was also in the car.
That I have no doubt. Yes, they they wouldn't care, and so I mean this is outrageous, so they did that, by the way, specifically to test Biden as well as soon as he entered office. That was as soon as Biden entered office they did that. So that was like the first day of his presidency. As soon as he was president, the first thing the Israelis did was they blew away a foreign scientist and, and just said, we did it. Just as this big fuck you to Biden, like, what are you going to do? This kind of outrageous behavior is something that cannot stand. It honestly will have its repercussions. It's the rest of the world really is not forgetting any of this, and at some point Israel will not exist in the form that it exists today as a nation. It just cannot. The world cannot suffer its existence. Its existence is so malign. It is a cancer on the earth. It has to be, at least to a point, excised. It's madness to even allow it to exist. And with the impunity that it acts, I will be the first to say that Israel has to fucking go in the state that it exists today.
It would never have risen to where it is now without the British Empire.
Of course. Well, no argument from me. I mean, there's a lot of factors that have gone into it.
But they deliberately orchestrated the World War I to cut off the nuts of the Ottoman Empire and carve up the Middle East in their own countries and create the State of Israel, to pave the way for creating the State of Israel. Maybe that there was probably certain elements in the British Empire that sought that,
Jewish elements, I would I would presume.
Well, look, but we want to go down that track. What's very interesting about the British Empire and the relationship between Israel, if you get down to the common denominator, is Solomonic magic. And you have the Israel, the original state of Israel with Solomon, it disperses after he dies. And then you have King, what's his name, John Dee, has the Solomonic magic, and the angels identify themselves as the same. They give him a ring, and it's the same ring, they say, or Dee's writings say, that King Solomon used to command the jinn. So you have a definite, talk about law of attraction.
But that's actually arguable, because there was a book that John Dee referenced earlier, which was a Stenographia, which was written by a man of Germanic descent. So it's arguable that most of what he wrote was probably inspired by the Stenographia, which
it may inspired, but his scholarship on the Sigil Deamoth, which there were earlier visions of the Sigil Deamoth, it's just so much more complex and integrated.
That is true. Yeah.
So it's like he had his law of attraction there, the Stenographica and the other sigils, but he he really, of course, it was working him more than he was working it, but it was working him. So in the British Empire is not exactly what you call exemplary. So
it's horrible. I mean,
yes, nor is there association with him. I'm not holding him up to anything as an icon of virtue. I'm just saying is that that there is a certain amount of power and it would seem to be very related, because Douglas, you've gone into the Hellfire Club, something I'm not that informed about, and that seems to have superimposed itself over everything. And and what goes on in Israel is no exception. Yeah. But that's just a comment. When you put in the British, you've always got to remember the magical aspect to these characters.
Right. No, definitely well taken. Your point's well taken. I would qualify it only in the sense that and of course it's going to be a long qualification, but I'll make it as brief as possible or succinct as possible. By the way, so people get an idea of what I've been dealing with lately before I even go in that direction. The other day, Peter Moon and I have been working on the book. He's been working with what I've given him. I'm going to give him some more, but it's going to be, I'm going to invite him to prune and hedge what I'm going to give him next as brutally as he wishes, because I know a lot of it is just going to be probably not needed. But I want him to judge that. I want to give it to him to review. But I'll be speaking a bit about the wind currents as discovered by the Japanese meteorologists, and some of the work that went into that. I'm going to, just open up actually the file so I can take a look at that and kind of bring up some points.
Some additional stuff on the wind currents that I put in.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is like nobody. This is meteorological stuff you're talking about.
To a degree, I try to keep it historical in terms of the research, as opposed to getting too, meteorological with it. Because
but I'm saying it's like this is more because it's like the case is made very strongly for that. It's not something. It's even nobody's going to question.
Yeah, no one's going to question that. Understood. I just wanted to give just like I said, I won't go into that right now, but I just wanted to let people know that this really took a lot out of me, and basically what I have is what I'm going to pare down quite brutally before I even send what's left to Peter. And what I've got is I've accumulated 40 pages on this shit, and it's just and I'm going to pare that down to hopefully half of that, hopefully to half of that amount before I give it to Peter, who will then in turn probably pare down the majority of that. But I do want to give him that with some images. But the point is, I spent all night doing this the other night. And of course, I'm normally up throughout the night, but this is different. I'm not normally up throughout the night doing this, and it just killed me. And by the time I fell asleep, and I really slept. I mean, I didn't wake up until like this morning. Really, from sleeping the other night. I went to bed fairly early, but I slept through to this morning. I still woke up tired. And it may be because, like I've mentioned to Peter, I may have the other day contracted something and have just been dealing with it physically, and my body's just, I'm not getting sick or symptomatic, but there are people who contract the COVID-19 and they don't get symptomatic to the degree that other people do. Sometimes it just makes them tired for several weeks and they get over it. And maybe what I'm going through, I don't feel sick, but just letting people know that I really wanted to go to sleep again with a nap before a show tonight, and that's fine that I didn't, because everyone will keep me awake and we'll be fine. Normally I always work through it. But the funny part was the dream that I had just before I woke up was my gang brother Beaver, who is always, he's this brutal Asian physiology type. His morphology would be kind of like a really pared down sumo wrestler, more angular looking than your average sumo wrestler, much more angular looking. But by the way, the North Koreans do this, so that's why it factored into the dream. The North Korean dynasty acts like no other nation on earth, which everybody knows. And what they do is they do bizarre things, like they abduct people who they feel might be helpful to them. And they've done things like when Kim Jong-il wanted to make a North Korean kaiju, which is, for those of you who don't know, that means greater cryptid. Daikaiju Dai means greater, like Dai Nippon, greater Japan. Daikaiju means greater cryptid. That's the real Japanese name for giant monsters, which everybody else just calls giant monsters. So Kim Jong-il wanted to make a North Korean Daikaiju film, and so he abducted his favorite South Korean actress, and he abducted his favorite South Korean director so he could make a North Korean Godzilla film, which is called Pulgasari, in case you ever want to watch it. but so... Well, this is real history. I mean, this guy actually did this, and these people had to direct and star in this. If you ever watch Pulgasari, that actress who's starring in the film is an abduction victim, and she's doing this against her will, and the man who directed the film is doing it against his will, and they both ultimately finally escaped, and they had to do this by actually producing other propaganda for Kim Jong-il and saying, oh, we need to produce this other propaganda in other countries. And they finally escaped in Europe to a European embassy, a South Korean embassy in Europe, where they were able to get back. It took them maybe 10 years or longer to do that, but they ultimately were able to escape. But this sort of thing happens with North Korea all the time. So in my dream, just before I woke up, I dreamt that the latest North Korean dictator, who I think his name is Kim Jong-un, abducted Beaver and myself because my gang brother happens to look just like him. And so he just thought that he was a missing relative or something and wanted him back in North Korea. And actually, it's quite funny, actually, on retrospect. But in the dream, of course, you might wonder, well, why would I be involved? Why would they take me? Of course, the thought was they probably thought I was his bottom bitch or something, and that he couldn't function without me to fuck or something like that. So, which is often how we're mistaken when we're out and about, simply because most people wonder what he's doing with me. And half the time, of course, I'm in drag when he's involved with myself, because we're trying to get something done, basically, that involves criminal activity. And so, probably something like that was assumed. So it was just one of those bizarre dreams just before I woke up. And, of course, by the time I relayed that to him, I haven't done so yet. I'm sure he'll be deeply offended that he's even thought to look like the North Korean dictator. But I'm sorry, that's just, he does, so, life is hard. So other than that, it was just odd. Then when I woke up, I figured I'd get some things done. But when it comes to the British Empire, just to kind of segue it back to that, They obviously started World War One for what was considered "quote unquote" grand strategic reasons. Basically, the Germans were building the Berlin to Baghdad railway, which would have connected Berlin to Baghdad, which is the capital of Iraq. And they were doing this through the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire, of course, was then a greatly expanded Turkey. In those days, for those of you who don't know, because you're too young or don't know history or never were interested, Turkey was really fucking big. Turkey was everything in the Arabian Peninsula, everything in North Africa, and it included, just much more than it does now. And it was a lot of subject people who hated the Turks, and the Turks are a different ethnicity from the people that dominate it, who were majority Arabic. And so the Arabs were helped by the British, so the British could subvert the Turkish Empire and then have the Arabs give them all the oil. So that's probably the far more overarching strategic motivation, along with preventing the Germans from having access to all that oil through their railroad. So World War One was supposed to leave Britain in this much more powerful position, which somehow didn't happen. And they wound up eviscerating themselves in many ways. Despite the fact that their empire became much more powerful, they felt much more weaker. And the Germans, who supposedly lost the war, somehow came on top in Europe and became this ultimate threat to British existence in their own minds by rebounding stronger than ever before, which is just all part of the insanity. But when it comes to Israel coming into being, the British basically had less to do with it because they were actually trying to fight Israeli independence and maintain a kind of colonial imposition. And then many Zionists who were trying to establish a Jewish state were considered by the British to be terrorists. As a matter of fact, when the Zionists were supported by the Nazis, because the Nazis were trying to get them out of Germany, and therefore moving them to Palestine was the only place the Jews wanted to go, even though the Third Reich wanted to place them in Madagascar, Uganda. There were many places that they were considering, and they would have funded, but the Jews didn't want to go to these places, but were cooperative with the Nazis of the Third Reich when it came to relocation to Palestine. So for that reason, the Zionists are considered quote-unquote Nazi terrorists by the British, and they quite rightly were. There were Zionist fascist movements, and you could see the fascist uniforms that the Zionists wore. Many of them were trained by the Third Reich. So if anyone's really responsible for the original establishment of Palestine, it was certainly my biological father, Adolf Hitler, to a great degree. So,
well, I mean, we're talking, World War One is prior.
Yeah, of course, prior to all of that. That's true. Yeah, and
they created the template.
Yeah,
Hitler could feed into.
Yeah, and then after that, it was Stalin and Truman who took over, and then Stalin and Truman got into a race to the bottom as to who would recognize Israel first. And Truman, of course, wanted the Jewish vote in his re-election. So he became, just by a matter of merest hours, he was able to recognize Israel first. And so, just a whole, in the end, it was like the three modern fathers were Hitler, Stalin, and Truman, in terms of Israel becoming what it was, because it's just it's just such a fucking mess. And as for Israel maintaining its assassination paradigm, it was based on they were surrounded by all of these immediate threats to their existence, which were the Arab states. Okay, all of that is over now. The Arab states have all aligned. They are now all realigned with Israel. And as I'll probably explain, in passing in Arc of Narrative tonight, one of the rising empires on the world scene now is Turkey. And Turkey wants to reestablish its Ottoman Empire, and it's doing so with the help of many players, including Israel. So you've got this just a wretched situation altogether, and we have basically a scenario for World War that is going to play out, and we'll see how far it goes. Aside from that, however, we're going to turn it back to Peter Moon. I'm fascinated. I don't know if you want to talk about this, but I was fascinated that you published something on your Facebook timeline that didn't link. And you said, this is what Douglas and I are talking about in the book. And everybody was supportive, and they all started liking it, and somebody even shared it, and but it had nothing on it. And what was it that you were pointing?
They were two headlines from the concerning the Battle of LA that I had posted a year ago, and I did a share on my own timeline, and then when I shared it, it gives you an opportunity to say something. So when I said it,
the editorial came through.
Yeah, but not the photos. And I went back, so I deleted it. I went back and did it again. The same thing happened, so I said to hell with it.
Oh my God.
That's what it was. It was just a Facebook dysfunction. That's all.
That sucks. That just sucks. So what you need to do is you need to.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, just as a suggestion, because this sort of thing happens to me all the time, and what I have to do is just, if I've lost the file in which the, I would have to like refile it by downloading those images again into a file.
I know how to do it, but I'm not going to bother. I mean, it was just like, it was just easy. I say, oh, boom, boom, boom. Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, then it came up to me again on another screen I had left on my computer, so I tried it again. It didn't work. So,
oh my God.
It's just a Facebook dysfunction, which happens from time to time. I don't have too bad of luck. Facebook can be very slow at times, and sometimes the screens just don't work. So I open up a new screen. I guess because it gets an awful lot of traffic.
Yeah, yes, of course. I mean, you've got all these people like promoting genocide all over the world on it and everything. I'm not even being facetious. It's just horrific. Facebook is like a crime against humanity. But, we're all stuck using it because, there's really, no other options. I remember that Lena Shea was trying to get me onto Twitter and whatnot. I just couldn't adapt. I mean,
Facebook is it facilitates a lot, and it can be very convenient to use.
Yeah,
it can keep you in touch with family and friends.
Yeah.
On mundane matters.
Yeah.
And for that, it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also good for promoting stuff. Yeah. Twitter, I don't think Twitter's good unless you have a big following.
Yes, it's like you have to have one first. Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, you can make motion on Twitter if you have a big following, like Trump. He had a big following. He could say something on Twitter, and then it becomes a liability for him or any people, movie stars. They say the wrong thing. They don't fully edit their comments.
Oh God, it's had some horrible repercussions for any number of people. And
yes, and I'll say something about that.
Yeah,
I spent a good part of my life, editing comments for L. Ron Hubbard. You had to be very careful what you said. So it's ingrained into me to edit what I say publicly. And it's like, and of course I was doing it for somebody else. And so it was really good training, because you have to think of, all the reasons not to say something. And so it's like, what happens is you end up pulling your emotions back. In fact, when I used to do his letters, I would constantly have to often pull back my emotions, because I would get letters to him from people that I knew. And it's like, it's like, and you either didn't have a good opinion of them, or you had a sober opinion of them, and you saw that, okay, this guy's, he's out in left field, hanging from the flagpole or something. It's like, and so you see this, and it's you have to take all of your emotion when you respond to the person, and it's like, because you're talking, you just can't get your emotions involved, your own emotions, which, it wasn't that emotional, but there'd be some people I just, and you have to bite your tongue and pretend like you never heard of them.
Yes. It was like when I was being a dispatcher and dealing with people in the security realm.
The average person who's writing on Twitter, whether they're a movie star or not, they're just speaking their mind. One of my favorite people to hear, though, the one who gets in trouble for speaking his mind all the time, is a former baseball manager, Ozzie Guillen. Ozzie Guillen was a great shortstop for the Chicago White Sox. He managed them, and then he was hired at a very good salary to manage the Miami Marlins, or whatever they're called in Florida. And he's from Venezuela, and he started espousing the virtues of Castro, which just completely is the wrong fan base. People in Miami escaped Cuba. Oh man, did he just? I think they had to fire him because he's going to alienate fans. They're not going to go watch that team. But he speaks his mind. And he got really upset about Sean Penn categorizing Venezuela as a great place, because he says Sean Penn was shown around Venezuela by Hugo Chavez personally,
right,
or one of his aides, and he says they're taking him to places, like Beverly Hills or something. It's very isolated where they're sending him. They're not showing him where the poverty and crime.
To put it into perspective for people to understand, the historical analogy would be Russia's Potemkin villages. So what happens was that the Russian Tsar started this long before communism, was that the Tsar wanted to make Russia look like a developed nation. So he set up just basically show villages where they put all of the most advanced technology that they could purchase, and took people who knew how to maintain themselves in hygienic form, and basically put them all together in show villages with which to take foreign dignitaries. So the communists, of course, took this up with North Korea, having what they call propaganda village, which is right on the demilitarized zone. So on the demilitarized zone, there is a village that looks like a developed village that has, clean housing, etc. There's nobody lives there. It's literally there just to the rest of the world sees that. And so when it comes to the Venezuela, this is what the man was angry about, was because basically Sean Penn was taken to a bunch of Potemkin villages in Venezuela that were like show villages, and then got this false impression. Of course, Sean Penn is an idiot, but then the other guy, whose name I forget, that Peter Moon just mentioned, is just no brilliant person either, with promoting Castro, who also has nothing.
Ozzie Guillen, the baseball player. I mean. But he was right about that. But he just, he doesn't think what he says. And I find him very entertaining to listen to, because he speaks his mind. And even when he's ignorant about something, he speaks his mind. And I think it's amusing, because it's amusing at how much he pisses people off. It's just, yes. He is what he is.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's not afraid to say his opinion. That's why I like him. Okay. I don't, if his opinion's not right, he's not afraid to, he doesn't hold back. So It's entertainment, as you would say, morbid entertainment.
Yes, yes, but I mean, it's hard to watch somebody who fucks themselves over like that. That's it's like we do have to be aware of where we're at and what we say. Obviously, in certain environments, I would never talk the way I do on my own program. My own program is what it is. I have total dominance of the the environment, so I can basically express various things that I've got enough common sense not to express if I were guesting someplace. Of course, if some idiot says that I'm not guesting anyplace else because of what I say on my own program, well, then that's completely stupid. I'm not guesting on other places because other places, of course, are just too threatened by what I have to expose. It'll be interesting to see what happens when we do get the book out, just how many people might respond to it. I mean, God knows you're going to have all kinds of conventional historians that are just going to start attacking it because it just...
No, you might be surprised.
Okay.
Because it's like they will be disarmed.
Yeah, that's true too.
It's like, okay, what, because it will actually open the door to them saying, okay, and they'll try and respin it. And the more they try and respin it, they're going to come into a form of confession. Yeah. And they will turn it from first, which is a desire to deride it and to criticize it, into a source to start doing the, research and start spouting out about, just like they did on the History Channel. Yeah. They'll spout out and say this, and it'll get more and more honest. They'll back up so many of the things you said. They'll say, but there was no signed deal with Hirohito and Truman. They'll say shit like that.
Yeah. Just whatever they can think of, and
but they will use it for grist for their mill, and they'll actually be interested. Some of them will be interested. Most of the old ones are dead. Hugh Trevor Roper.
Yes. Oh, did he die?
Well, I don't know. He probably is dead. He's pretty old.
Oh yeah, yes, they are pretty old. He's
pretty old.
Yes.
But died in 2003. He's been dead for almost 20 years.
Oh my fucking God!
He was the quintessential historian of, all things World War II, and he wrote He wrote The Last Days of Hitler.
Oh, that's right. Wait, by the way, Hugh Trevor Roper is the individual who fucked up his own street credit when he basically said that the Hitler diaries were real. He was the first guy who came out and lost all the street cred by diving all the way into that mire. So there you have that for those who... most people probably don't remember that even. By the way...
Here's what it says. He did The Last Days of Hitler, published in 1947, which... practically that date incriminates him. Because of Stalin was saying, Hitler's alive. And he says it was based on the official investigation into Hitler's fate conducted by Professor Trevor Roper as a wartime officer in Britain's Secret Intelligence Service. This immediately discredits him. Relying mainly on interviews with captured Nazi leaders and others close to Hitler, Professor Trevor Roper established that Hitler's new wife, Eva Braun, took poison and that he shot himself at about 3 p.m. on May 1st as Soviet forces advanced on the bunker, and that their bodies were burned in the yard.
Oh my God!
Painted an extraordinary picture of a deluded, isolated Nazi leadership holed up in the bunker and believing right to the end that it would turn defeat into victory. That is so ludicrous because they were, even if you accept the idea that Hitler died in the bunker, the Nazi structure was so intelligently organized to have excavated itself from Germany.
Thank you. and
It makes no sense what he says.
Thank you. And just the fact that so that means he's pretty much one of the primary sources, if not the primary source, for the myth that everyone has been living by ever since in terms of quote unquote conventional history. Basically what they teach in school is what this son of a bitch came up with. By the way, just so people know this, what Peter Moon said is true. Stalin later, and it wasn't even too much later, it was fairly quickly, Stalin came out insisting that Hitler had escaped. And his insistence on that might have been one of the reasons why Stalin was ultimately taken out. Stalin's own daughter insisted that Stalin was assassinated, and the way she described it was essentially when Stalin was either poisoned or became so physically ill for reasons that no one has ever really expressed or articulated.
Well, he had Beria, like, feeding him.
Yeah.
I mean, he was all over him.
Yeah. By the way, just so people understand this, Beria, I think, probably died first. So somebody after him. So
no, he did not die before Stalin.
Oh, he didn't? He did.
No.
Yeah, I barely remember.
No, he was part of the post-power struggle. He was going to take over, and Khrushchev took his knees out from under him.
Oh, right. That's what happened. Then but he died really quickly after that, didn't he? Didn't Khrushchev kill him or something?
Well, he had him actually. He had him. What do you call it? He had him executed, but he did it with legally. He had the president of the Soviet Union, sign off on. I think on they had a. Sort of a quick trial.
Yeah.
And it was, I think, I've read different versions where they, in the movie, they make him take his pants off for the trial. Another one, he's naked in his cell crying. But he was definitely humiliated and degraded.
But by the way, he deserved it all. There's
not unjustly.
Yeah.
And,
yes.
and Khrushchev, Khrushchev just, he was a brave character to do that.
Yes, he was.
And Khrushchev was, he was portrayed as a buffoon in the American press when I was a young person. But he actually was so much more humane than Stalin.
Yes. Oh God. Well, but of course anybody would be. But that being said, he was humane as far as Russian dictators go. The one thing I remember now that Peter is describing it, I do remember this. So this is what I get from my Department of Defense research librarian's perspective on this. This is what Peter Moon said, that what it reminds me of. The memory that I have is that the Encyclopedia Sovietica, which for those of you who don't know,
I remember the story, yes.
Yeah. There was a Encyclopedia Britannica. Everybody knows that. The Russian equivalent, or the Soviet equivalent, was the Encyclopedia Sovietica. And so what happened was that when Khrushchev did what he did to Beria, then they purged him from history. This is what they do. I mean, this happens all the time. I gave Peter Moon a link to an article on the British sarin and nerve gas site, where they were just creating all of these chemical weapons. And the British had enough to kill, every man, woman, and child on Earth multiple times over at this one site. I can't remember the site's name. I'll have to look it up, and, we're not going to overdwell on that. But the reason I pointed that out to Peter Moon was because it was an example of records erasure. And in terms of records erasure, it was, the sarin gas site, that facility where here we are, the British military produced enough chemical weapons to kill every person on Earth 5 times over. And so basically the one individual, of course, everybody who worked there got sick, and it had this awful name, Nancy Cuke. And at Nancy Cuke, basically, here we are. two men congratulated each other on an extremely lucky escape. Of course, they both became, they weren't lucky for long. They became chronically ill. Secrecy laws prevented them from discussing Nancy Cuke even with their doctors. In 1971, Griffiths applied for a disability pension. A medical tribunal rejected it. It took decades for information about Nancy Cuke's WMD, weapons of mass destruction production, to emerge. Today, files remain classified. Over the years, senior government ministers have found out they were never told that the site existed. In 1969, it was reported that hundreds of animals died around Nancy Cuke, sans any explanation. Anyhow, Griffiths, he developed permanent health problems, Tom Griffiths, and of course he was threatened with prosecution if he revealed anything. This was after 9 of his workmates had died, and he filed a lawsuit, and he insisted his medical records would have undoubtedly proved long-term poisoning from exposure to all the shit they were working with. However, in the early stages of the proceedings, his filed records vanished. There you have it. I mean, this is what happened. So this is what happened to Beria, was that as a Department of Defense research librarian, what I can tell you is the Encyclopedia Sovietica produced this enormously long article on the Bering Strait, which of course is between Russia and America, and of course Alaska used to belong to Russia, so they could go on, they went to town on just this extended essay on the Bering Strait, and this is because the printing presses in the Soviet Union were so primitive that when you removed something, excised it from the encyclopedia, they couldn't just compensate for it by just removing those pages. You were going to have like all of the pages that had been dedicated to Beria, which because he was so influential in the Soviet Union were extensive. You were going to have to refill those with other print or text, or they would come out in the Encyclopedia Sovietica as blank. So they had to extend the entry on the Bering Strait, which comes before Beria, is Bering Strait, either before or after Bering. Beria would be the Bering Strait, so they extended that to fill that void. So this is something that I can tell you as a Department of Defense research librarian. So there are people erased from history, which he was from that for that period of time. If you had gone to school in the Soviet Union after that period, you never would have heard of him until a generation later, maybe. So this sort of thing is what I deal with as someone who's dealt with documents destruction as a career, and my own documents have been destroyed. This is why I find it so tragically laughable when people speak about my record and who am I and why there's no connection of myself with the government, etc. And yet, I can name all these people and bring up all of these details. And, and that's what makes it, of course, how is it, Jameson, when, this is what's interesting is that when it came to E.A. Coetting, he brought myself up in front of Aquino, and I guess that's the first time you heard of me was through that. And when he brought me up in front of Aquino,
yeah. No. That was his latest transmission. That wasn't the first time I heard of you.
Okay.
The first time I heard of you was when I think Dr. Aquino was being interviewed by Dr. Rita Leibo or one of those people.
Oh God,
and
wouldn't that was yeah? Go on.
And that was when he, I think, was denying that he never met you. And so that was like a very early interview. That was that was back in the 2000s, like 2000, I don't know, after 2010, I think. But it was after he had mentioned you, and then it was after.
But by the way, before you go on, Dr. Rima Leibo is the cunt who is the psychiatrist who is the handler of her husband, who is now dead, General Stubblebine, who everybody called him General Spoonbender, because he was the guy who financed Aquino's bulldog, Colonel Channon, James Channon, who they made the film about, The Men Who Stare at Goats, in which they made him a sex symbol and they portrayed him through George Clooney. And so the guy who's the crazy general, who's just portrayed as this kind of bumbling oaf who's walking into walls in that film, is General Stubblebine, who I personally interviewed, with his handler, Rima Leibo, not allowing him to say anything. And I mean anything. I mean, she said everything. I mean, the fucker said nothing. I mean, nothing. This guy he might as well not have been there. And that cunt was just saying everything in his place. It was beyond offensive. And she produced a video on YouTube, Rima Leibo, where she bragged that she was Adam Lanza's psychiatrist. You cannot find that on YouTube anymore. But she actually came out with that video. I am Adam Lanza's psychiatrist. That is the mass killer at Sandy Hook, who killed all those kids, killed his own mother, and then killed all those kids at Sandy Hook. Just so you know, he is a product of Dr. Rima Leibo. So that's the kind of people we're dealing with. She was hired by Mike Ringley at Revolution Radio. The person who brought her on, Lori Ann Fenton. And Lori Ann Fenton, of course, her sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton, is the psychiatrist for James Holmes. Just if you don't know who that is, that's the man who did the killing at, what was that theater in Arizona? I'm sorry, somebody help me with this. That was the shooting at the
It was in Colorado.
Aurora, Colorado. Thank you, Derek Talley. The Aurora, Colorado mass shooting of a dozen people with 70 others injured was James Holmes, the product of Dr. Lynn Fenton, who was his Air Force psychiatrist. Bear in mind, James Holmes was not in the fucking Air Force. If anyone should have been treated by Dr. Lynn Fenton, it would have been, James Reese. But no.
No. I actually remember the person who treated me there. I actually remember their name.
I'm being facetious. You understand?
Yeah. It's strange that I actually remember that shit. I can't remember some of the people who I met later on in life after I had gotten stoned, but I guess that explains why I don't remember.
But with James Holmes, both these people worked at Revolution Radio. I think this should give people some idea of Mike Ringley. Okay? I mean, this guy brought them all on. And he hated them. And he would always tell me how he hated them. And I'm like, well, why do you have them on? But it was like, because Aquino had him bring them on, right? I mean, it's like the guy was just a fucking gatekeeper. And the funniest thing about it is the guy who said that first was the guy, who's that, Steve? Who's that guy who kept trolling myself? He was... Oh, yes, Crystal River, just so she knows, I'm not trying to make fun of that comedian she likes, but who is that comedian who used to, Freedom of Joyce, Terry Joyce. Who was it Terry Joyce was working with? The crazy guy who always wanted to occupy the Getty. He always said, occupy the Getty. He was convinced they had kids locked up in the basement of the Getty. And I'm convinced he started the fire in southern Los Angeles that almost took the Getty down. The big super fire that was burning up all of downtown Los Angeles and almost wiped out the Getty Museum. Who was that? Steve, what was his name? It wasn't Irwin. Who was the other Steve fucker who was on the... Revolution Radio. He was working with Terry Joyce. She was his handler, by the way.
Yeah, man, that I don't remember.
Yeah, but, I don't blame you. But anyhow,
what I do know is that
yeah. So like you said, the guy.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, because Michael Aquino was the only person at that time that I was feeling, all right, this guy's the only one who seems credible after some point, because I had had enough of the people talking about becoming a living god and all that other shit, and I was like, all right, they're just blowing smoke up my ass. So what happens after that is I'm like, okay, so if I know Michael Aquino's information on working with spirits is right, and that a lot of these other fucking assholes are bullshit, Satanists who are just trying to look cool and rebel against Christianity, then he's got to be saying something. He's got to say that if he says Douglas Dietrich is nuts and this is a satanic panic, so I'm like, okay, so it's the satanic panic, and I'm like, I was in the mindset where I'm like, yeah, Christians fucking suck. My family Christians, look at how pushy they are. So it's like, yeah, it's probably just the Christians blowing smoke up my ass. Then I bump into then I'm listening to what's her name? Oh my God, what the fuck is that woman's name? Mrs. Everybody. She has like the Jaguar, the Cougar, whatever.
Carrie Lynn
Camelot.
Cassidy.
Yeah, and she's talking to Duncan and Finian about these super soldiers, and he's like, "Don't listen to Douglas Dietrich," and I'm like, "Okay, this is the second time I heard this dude's name. I gotta see who the fuck this guy is." Now,
By the
granted,
way,
at the time,
what I can't understand is why would he even bring me up? How did I even come up?
I think she might have mentioned you peripherally.
Okay, she must have mentioned me. That would
She mentioned you, and he was talking about how he was in a car accident and his spine was all this. He's like, "I'm the original super soldier. He's not the super soldier." And I'm like, okay.
That's so bizarre because I never even claimed I was a super soldier. Good God.
Yeah. This is the absurdity. And so after that, I had, for a period of time, while I was listening to you, I was listening to Max Fears, and at first I was listening to what's her name, Sarah something.
And I was like, Rachel Adams?
And I was like, this bitch is lying her ass off. I can't stand listening to her.
It must have been Rachel Adams, right?
Yeah. I didn't know what it was about her when they were giving the interview. I was like, wow, she's got nice legs. And I was like, I'll give her that. But other than that, she's got to be full of shit. I didn't put two and two together. Then there was that thing with Max Fear's death. And so I started to go back and listen to Max Fears and James Casbolt. And then when I was listening to Max Fears, he mentioned you. So I'm like, okay, I got to check this Douglas Dietrich guy out. Obviously, he can't be full. There's more to the story than meets the eye. So I check you out, and I'm like, listening to what you're saying about World War II on Coast to Coast, I'm like, holy fucking shit. This guy can't be full of shit. Absolutely cannot be full of shit, because he's the only one saying anything that people are calling and saying, who are trying to ambush you. You're the only person who was on Coast to Coast who people actually tried to ambush. There's those old World War II vets like, you can't be right. I'm sorry. So I was like, all right. So I started to listen to your stuff, and I started, to put the pieces together. And sure enough, I started to come to the conclusion, all right, so the only two people who have any knowledge of what the fuck is going on in the occult world is yourself and Michael Aquino. And he's lying, or you're lying. And I started to realize you couldn't be lying, because everything you're saying makes fucking sense. And a lot of shit that he's saying, it sounds like everyone else is regurgitating exactly what he's saying.
Thank you.
And that's when things fell into place.
Yeah, really
so we fast forward to Michael Aquino's death.
Right.
And that was when I did some snooping to see if he left any gems before he died, because I'm always looking for the dark side of things, and mind you, audience, Douglas Dietrich always tells me not to do what I do. He's completely advocating against me about bringing in the apocalypse and the end of humanity through trying to use magic.
And by the way, just so people understand this, it's not uncommon. One of my favorite authors, who is someone who, it's Donald Tyson. And Donald Tyson wrote a very excellent book in terms of just literary quality on the Necronomicon, in which, unlike somebody trying to forge the Necronomicon, he basically put himself in the place of its author, and wrote a wonderful series of books involving Abdul al-Hazred. So the book he wrote initially as the foundation of that was Al-Hazred. And, despite everything that I admire about him, this man is probably one of the few people in the world, aside myself and Michael Aquino and a number of other people who are deeply involved just by circumstance or by design, on Michael Aquino's part voluntarily, on my part by circumstance. He's one of the few people in the world who knows about the cult of the kings of Edom, but he refers to them through the Lovecraftian filter. But he knows of what he speaks. But Donald Tyson is determined that he's going to usher in the apocalypse. He feels he's the agent of the apocalypse. So this is like This is not uncommon, and this happens to people who do get
Well,
involved
see,
with the
this
occult.
is this
He's
is the
heavily
thing. It's
Enochian magic. He's written some books on it.
yeah. It's his Enochian books that I'm familiar with him about. And it's also another book I think it was also his book High Magic that I had read, to get me introduced to the subject when I was much younger. So he is a good writer. The thing is, I don't think it's the fact that we're possessed by something that causes us to want to do it. It's just that at some point one becomes so jaded. This is why there is a certain bliss to remaining ignorant. If you actually do seek from the entities more knowledge and to become more intelligent, what will happen is you'll start to realize that it's harder and harder to enjoy life over time. And so the only thing you'll start to really enjoy will be watching other people miserable because you're miserable. And so this becomes a pattern that sort of reinforces itself and leads to a sort of desire to just wipe out human beings because you can't understand them or relate to them. And this is one of the reasons why they emphasize remaining grounded. But when one has an addictive personality like myself, and one becomes a bit too enmeshed in the, not in the occult sense as in what the spirits are doing, but in the technique itself. I'm more interested in the techniques that are practical and yield results. I'm not someone who's as interested in the lore or the spiritual aspect, because I suffer from the same thing Michael Aquino suffered from, which is the incapacity to feel any emotional euphoria through the spiritualism of the practice. Rather, for me, everything's intellectualized heavily, and that's what yields my results, which is sort of similar to, I guess, the way Michael Aquino was. Because if you read his books, it's just this intellectual verbiage. I mean, the guy loved proving he was smarter than everyone the fuck else. He was good at it, really good at it. And I'm not giving him.
Helps when you surround yourself with idiots, but go.
well, yeah. That also needs to be said because of all the people, and this is another reason why it's difficult, why it's impossible to believe that he never met you, because you're one of the smartest fucking people who's ever said his name.
Yes, and, I appreciate.
And there are a lot of prominent occultists out there who are worth their weight in what they teach, but as far as the acumen alone, and as far as data alone, they don't touch you. And I'm not trying to butter you. I'm not trying to butter your pancakes or anything.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I deeply appreciate it.
It's just impossible to. It's impossible. It's easy for me to see him, like after the end of having that interview with E.A. Coetting, saying, "I don't want to speak to that motherfucker ever again." Yeah. And it's easy for me to see him holding down a conversation with someone at your caliber, because you're fast. You pick things up. You're able to put things into a context, whereas your Western occultists will be like, "Oh, dude, that's fucking awesome. And you mean I can shoot sparkles from my fingers too? Yeah, man. And I'm gonna hook up my boombox to like this fucking broken studio set and summon Beauty and the Beast, man." I mean, it's like I'm sure at the end of the interview he's just like, "Oh my fucking god, humans are fucking worthless."
Oh, well, in terms of what was funny about Michael Aquino in that being his last interview with E.A. Coetting, was E.A. Coetting essentially brought up, and this is another point that Jameson is alluding to, is that none of these cultists normally bring myself up. They just don't mention me.
E.A. Coetting has no reason to know who the fuck you are.
Right. And so then when...
You never met him. Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, he's never listened to anything you've said.
Oh, I'd never heard of the son of a bitch until you brought it up to me.
And so it's like after that, that's when I started. It's after that for some reason it's not that I was looking for it. I had just happened to find that on. I was just curious as to see what these motherfuckers are up to these days, because I'm like, Right. If the guy's creating like fucking organite with fucking TVs and lighters. I'm looking to see like he burned down his fucking house or some shit. You know, or something. And the first thing that comes up is Coast to Coast. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. So I suppose he was in a way using dying Michael Aquino to get his own platform.
It must be it. That must be it. Because why would EA Quitting be on Coast to Coast AM if it were not for the Michael Aquino connection? It has to be.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can. That's the only parallel I can draw, because, comparing EA Quitting to Michael Aquino is like trying to compare a paramecium to a lion. It just doesn't work.
Yes, thank you. And then when EA Quitting,
and this is no insult to EA Quitting. I mean, again, the guy's a piece of shit, but piece of shit aside, our opportunistic piece of shit, he's managed to make money. So I'll give him credit where credit's due, from a salesman perspective. And it's not to say that some of the things he talks about in his books are not valid things to use as far as tools are concerned. It's just that as far as tools are concerned, the focus on purely the emphasis of communing with spirits is a waste of fucking time, when you can just ask the spirits, yo, I want to be able to do this shit for myself so I never have to summon one of you motherfuckers ever again. Can you help me with that?
Well, I doubt many of them would be very cooperative.
And so the only person I've ever spoken to with that sort of mindset would be probably either yourself, who's like, yeah, you don't want to really go down that rabbit hole, or Michael Aquino, who I imagine from the way he sounds, his and from what you say of him, he seems to have caught on pretty fast that these spirits are pretty much, this is what I've come to conclude over the weekend, that these beings are fixed entities. They're unable to change, and the only way they're able to evolve themselves is through human interaction.
Yes.
So to some degree, they're like food. We are food for them. And it's because of our linear perception of consciousness, which gives us the illusion of change and evolution and growth, that they're able to move from a fixed position into a moving position and reposition themselves and realign themselves. And so without the human species, what we call angels, demons, gods, and other entities, they'd be fixed like the stars in the night sky.
I think this is a very important point, especially when dealing with these entities in the more immediate sense. And that fact is your main bargaining tool to getting them to do what the fuck you want. Because your bargaining tool isn't going to be, I burnt a goat for you, and I've sacrificed 5 virgins, and I will slit the throat of 3 kids who I just happened to kidnap on the way here. By the way,
give me the love of my life. I want a Russian bitch who's gonna rob me blind. Yeah, that's they're just gonna say, ha 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 ha. Okay, come give me this and that next week.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, we're gonna.
Seriously.
Yeah, I'm going to bring Peter Moon into this to actually tell us what it is that Aleister Crowley said about this. Is pretty much to keep testing them and then dispense with them. Peter Moon can tell us a bit about the details of that.
Well, it seems like I say that every episode.
We always have new listeners. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
by the way,
Aleister Crowley said when you have beings, entities, spirits, and they communicate with you, to test them severely, exhaustively test them, repeatedly. And once you've exhaustively tested them and they prove themselves, test them again. And once you've gone through the same process for the second time and they prove worthy, he says, then discard them.
So just to, I do want to mention a little bit about an individual, probably one of the few people who's kind of, I would consider almost a friendly example of somebody who deals with this sort of thing, and I don't want to encourage people to follow his trail or his path, but that would be Lon Milo Duquette. But he also
I'm also familiar with him.
What about him, Douglas?
I would just say that he's like a friendly example of somebody who does work with demons and entities, but I don't want people to follow his path.
Well, I will tell you something about him. Okay.
Please.
And of course, I got to, I don't know if I officially meet him, but he was right there when I was with all these OTO people when who facilitated my meeting of Cameron.
Yes.
He was one of the bunch.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and he's very amiable. And he's written some expository stuff on magic. And a friend of mine told me a story of somebody going to his house. It's interesting how secret societies cross. You know, you wouldn't think, oh, what does that group have to do with the OTO? But maybe it had more to do with Anunnaki magic. But somebody went to his house or to do something, and this doesn't necessarily have to reflect negatively on him, but boy, was there a blowback. Now, that's, as they say, it's because of what he studies and deals with. It was like,
well, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. I mean, go on.
Exactly. And exactly. Like one of his colleagues in the OTO, James Wasserman, who's now passed away. I did that as breaking news when he died one night. James wrote his book about his, history in the OTO. He called it in the center of the fire. And I think whatever one thinks about him, he appropriately described what the stuff is in the center of the fire. This stuff, it can be very burned. It can burn you. What I would also say is many of the people, and I looked at some of the stuff on the website of that guy you mentioned. I can't even remember his name. The one you just mentioned.
EA co-editing.
Yeah, it's all this stuff is about empowerment on a, it comes off, if you look at it, as very corny. But I will also tell you, when we were kids in the 1950s, they had this commercial on television for a tennis shoe called PF Flyers. And they would show whatever it was. It was an animated cartoon, kids or animals putting on PF Flyers and flying around. So if you were young, you thought, wow, I want to get PF Flyers, then I can fly. And the older kids would say, no, you can't fly with those. But you watch the TV, PF Flyers, and they show you flying. You think you can fly. Now, this is what happened with Carlos Castaneda and the Teachings of Don Juan, the first book he wrote.
Yes.
There was so much shenanigans in that. And that when those books were written, the first book in particular, The Teachings of Don Juan, A Yaqui Way of Knowledge, and he was doing this supposedly out of the anthropological department of UCLA, and he was really manipulating minds.
Yes.
And massive amounts of youth went to the desert in Arizona seeking out this desert magic.
Yes.
And it really upset the Yaqui Indians because they said, what is this? This is not something. This is like, the railroads being flooded with people to have the Jack Kerouac experience,
Of course, your first question.
It's funny, that didn't happen. It happened in later years when executives in the 80s would, go off for the weekend and ride the rails. And it was all kind of organized. It was stupid. But if it was an adventure, it was an adventure. I had once sat next to an airplane on a guy. He was a Wall Street trader. We were coming back to New York, and he told me from LA, and he told me how they would all get together and all rent the Concorde. They'd all put in about $200, and they'd fill up the Concorde, and they would take it out, and they'd have this beautiful French dinner for the $200 and to get the Concorde, and they'd take it out, and they'd feel that sonic boom, and then they'd come back, and they had enough time to eat the dinner. I mean, That's what people would do with, they had only $200. I have a friend who just, had a beautiful experience. He got a good deal on it. I think it was $150 a person with his wife and a few other couples. They went wine to the wineries on Long Island. And so they went, all the wine, blah, 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 blah. They had a great day, for, I guess, $300 a couple, getting all this wonderful wine. And they didn't have to worry about driving because they had a limo driver. It's, wonderful experience. So, people that have extra cash to burn can certainly do things like that. And if that might include riding the rails. But when you think of this, and we'll get back to the magic, but the On the Road by Jack Kerouac, it inspired Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead. And Jerry Garcia, more so his friend Ken Kesey, who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and then the book written about him was The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test by Tom Wolfe. Kesey and the Grateful, look what the Grateful Dead, they inspired to where they had what they called deadheads all around the country, and they were all going they were kind of trying to emulate that experience from what they called the acid tests in the mid-1960s. But they weren't really doing acid tests for the most part. In the early days, even when I was there, the people were doing acid, but certainly a lot of marijuana. And in the later days, it was more marijuana. And they were just having a groovy time. And it was a sort of fun space. And then it got big and out of hand. But all this stuff is people trying to have an experience. The Jack Kerouac experience of riding the rails. And you know what they ate on the rails? They ate dog food. Because this is what hobos eat. So you were living a hobo life. Yeah. So you're not going to see Wall Street people going out to have dog food on the rails.
Yeah. This is like the French elite back in the days of Marie Antoinette, when the royalty, the aristocracy, used to have these. They used to pretend they were farmers on the barn and whatnot, and they had these fake little peasants. Towns and villages, which of course answered all of their needs in terms of their royal requirements without their having to do any kind of farm work per se, but they wanted the experience of what it would be like to be a peasant, but this kind of fantasy experience, this it's a step removed.
Vicarious experience.
Yes.
And people want experience. They read, people will read my stuff and they'll want to emulate what I'm doing or even what Preston's doing and going out to Montauk, because everybody wants an experience. Hubbard talked about this as scarcity. There's scarcity of attention. There's scarcity of attention in this universe. If you don't have enough attention on you, nobody pays attention to you, it's not good. This is what Governor Cuomo suffers from.
Well, his chances of re-election just went way down.
Ultimate admiration.
Right. By the way,
it's true. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. He really does have a situation.
Yeah.
And even to the point where now his staff doesn't even want to go to work because they're just,
But by the way, I'd like you to handle that. I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I just need to tend to something. I'll be back in about 15 minutes at the longest.
I'll get back to the theme of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But
back.
this whole idea of vicarious experience, it's one can understand it because
the human mind seems to seek novelty. Because novelty seems to, stimulate a lot of the neurotransmitters that light up the pleasure centers.
It's more than novelty, though, because what happens is if you read, like when I read a book when I was young, I remember actually seeing a TV show called The Unexplained. And it talked about the Bermuda Triangle. It just talked about unexplained phenomena. And I felt it very inspiring. And so you can read any number of things. The book, the Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, of course, inspired me. I read that for a school project, but it inspired me to go see One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which I also read in live play twice, but it was the whole experience. And Dianetics certainly inspired me. There's things that inspire you, and it's more than a novelty. It's more of like, I want to experience something of a substantial nature. I want to, some people want to go and see the world. They want to, they get inspired by different things. So people would go to Tibet. They would go to India. And they might not even have a particular goal in mind. They just say, I want to go to Tibet. I want to go to India. And then they find what they find. It can be good or it can be bad. When we get back to this this magic stuff, it's people that see that part of themselves that is magical or has that potential. And it fills a need, particularly if they're unempowered.
Yes.
It's like, and if you can believe what nobody else believes, then you're now one of them. You're one of the enlightened. And too many times, this goes down a very sour path in magic. And sometimes the people, and it can even be sour the more intellectual they are. Because the first thing I notice about, if you start reading stuff, especially by Aleister Crowley, you're reading, especially back in the day, but you're reading stuff that normal people just don't read. And it's scholarship, it's intellectual, and some of it is highly intelligent. And so therefore, what can happen with people, and I've seen this, they think that they're so intelligent, and they're far more intelligent, and a great majority of these people end up thinking they are Aleister Crowley themselves. Something reincarnated, they takes over their minds.
They get possessed by it.
Yeah, that does not have to happen, but it too often does. And this is the problem, because like Israel Regardie, who I do not hold as a paragon of virtue, however, he was Aleister Crowley's secretary, probably had some sort of sexual relationship with him, but that's really beside the point. He went on in life to become a chiropractor, and he said that you had to have extensive psychotherapy before you studied any of this stuff, just so that you're balanced. And I can't disagree with him. I would also say, according to a personally related story I heard, is that when Christopher Hyatt, the author, took Israel Regardie under his wing, because Israel Regardie had a lot of information, the Golden Dawn. He wrote the book about the Golden Dawn, and he had X amount of Crowley materials as well, that when he sort of was a successor of having this information, for better, for worse. But when Christopher Hyatt took him under his wing, and I'm sure that they're very different characters. Christopher Hyatt was like a hard-drinking biker.
And who are we talking about? I just got back. Who did Christopher Hyatt take under his wing? Who was this?
Israel Regardie.
Oh, Israel Regardie. Okay, one of the originals. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, and Israel Regardie, and who was an effeminate chiropractor. And he used to pejoratively write letters to Aleister Crowley and call him Dear Alice. But anyway, he took him under his wing into his house, and he had to protect him by answering the door with a gun, because there were all sorts of ne'er-do-wells. And when I say ne'er-do-wells, I don't mean like homeless people. I mean like occult ne'er-do-wells. Yes. Coming to get at Israel Regardie's information. Right.
But by the way, that's kind of like the same thing, but go on.
Well, it is and it isn't, because it's not like they're regular bombs. And so this is what happens. There's a certain information. Now, the same type of information swirled around L. Ron Hubbard's confidential information that all this people go, I'm like, oh, ha, ha, they laugh at it now. There was like, all sorts of people would pay big money for that information. It was, there could be fights over it. And this is like on the black market. it was went for a pretty penny on the black market because there's all this occult secrecy tied around it. Now people would look at the information that L. Ron Hubbard had confidential and they will laugh at it. But and perhaps the same could be said for the Israel Regardie information. But the thing is, people wanted it because they considered it valuable, and it was more of an occult force, I think, than sort of a sinister plot to say, I'm going to get this material, I'm going to publish it.
It's the force of secrecy itself, and I believe that what's his name? Not Carl Jung says something about it, but I think the guy who says it better is, oh my gosh, who's the guy who wrote A Hero by a Thousand Faces? Joseph Campbell. Yeah, there is a level of power that something that's supposed to be secret or occulted holds. And this gets back to what you and Douglas brought up when you were talking about how Michael Aquino had a fascination with the Enochian system. And what I had found out doing research on the Enochian system is that it may not necessarily be the words for each letter themselves, but it's the very fact that you're encoding them or encrypting them that seems to give it a level of power. Now, what I also noticed, you brought up L. Ron Hubbard, and this is important for a reason, because for a minute there, Jack Parsons himself, when Jack Parsons was really, excited about the Babylon workings and whatnot, Crowley had written a letter to one of his pals, and he said, Jack Parsons seems to have fallen for the regular confidence trick. And so when we get back to what, Become a Living God is about, or what empowerment really is, to be blunt, it's a confidence trick where the person believes somehow that the person on the other end is providing them a service. And as a result, this person, based on how strongly they believe in the results that they're getting, will either get those results or not. The other person on the other end doesn't have to do jack shit. And that's where this all gets extremely funny. And this is also where a lot of people at some point hit a brick road, which I did last year in the winter, early winter, around January, when I had decided to just ditch the the Become a Living God site. There was a period. Now there was a period where you, Douglas, I was sending you letters, and I was like, "This magic stuff is all bullshit. This magic stuff is all bullshit." Then I started to work with this chick who looked like Nicole Frolic, and she said, "What did you do? You did this happen?" I'm like, "Okay, well, I did a spell, and the thing is, when doing spells, I don't use. I'm just going to sum it up, but I'm going to say that there's a lot of writing involved. You're writing a spell, pen and paper. You're not in a robe waving swords around, moving pendulums and saying, oh, no, the guys who do these rituals in these circles with these fucking censers and smoke and whatnot, if that works for them, that works for them. But all that stuff is fanfare. That's fanfare. That's what the public wants to see. So when I used to watch these rituals early on with Become a Living God, and I saw the guys scattering salt in the desert, you had the skulls representing each demon, and I was like, oh shit, that's awesome. And I was thrown out of my fucking mind, of course, because I wanted that sort of experience, like, oh man, out of this fucking world. I didn't realize that out of this fucking world was because I was dissociated to the brink of being unconscious.
But by the way, I do want people to know, I certainly appreciate what you're sharing with us. I'm just letting people know who are sending me some emails. Nobody's complaining. I just want people to know that I don't want this to, of course, be too much into the magic realm, because a lot of people,
what I'm getting to is more or less a point of one of the trends that's out there. And I believe what's out there is a lot of people are realizing that they can get in on this gig. They could pull a Jack Parsons on. They could pull a Hubbard on Parsons. You get him he basically, Hubbard was able to convince Parsons to let him sleep with his girlfriend, and he ran off and had this whole fling with her.
He ran off with Parsons' wife.
Exactly. Something about that though. let me clarify something, and this is only from what I've learned from Douglas. It's not from anywhere else. Is that Douglas has stated quite emphatically that Hubbard worked for Crowley. Now, Crowley was an expert in intelligence. Yeah. And it occurs to me, and there's no question, that he did not like what Parsons was doing. He wanted to dislodge him from. The only reason he really liked Parsons, other than he was a follower, was Parsons used to pay him a lot of money.
Yes, because Parsons came from a moneyed family. Yes.
Well, but he paid him money because he was like the only one, sending Crowley money. And people say Crowley didn't have any money. Well, Parsons was keeping him money. But the thing is, if indeed Hubbard worked for Crowley, he was dismantling Parsons' magical power.
Right, because he saw where this can go, and when Crowley referred to the operations that Parsons was doing, he was like the idiocy of these louts.
Right.
He wasn't saying that. He wasn't saying that as a means of saying that Jack Parsons isn't powerful. He was saying that in a means of that what Jack Parsons was doing. He was moving blindly. He wasn't.
Yeah, but the point I'm getting at is that he sent Hubbard in to disperse Jack Parsons and to basically ruin him, which in effect he did financially. And in fact, Hubbard stated always that he was sent in by naval intelligence to break up that group. And that is exactly what he did, was break up that group.
Yes.
And you have, but the thing is, when people read Crowley's writings, they assume that that's all there was to it. And there would be the documents that the Douglas Dietrich and MI6 or MI5 was destroying over in England. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just to put this in perspective, when Peter Moon says, speaks and references my relating this to him, and what I've also said in presentations. This is something I didn't relate to Peter Moon just privately, but I've also said this publicly about Crowley sending in L. Ron Hubbard. Of course, everyone, I'm assuming, knows I got this from Michael Aquino, and I have no reason to disbelieve it. Michael Aquino had no reason to lie about it, and it made perfect sense when you see it in context. And even if it's not the case, which I see no reason why it wouldn't be, as Peter Moon says, L. Ron Hubbard himself insists he was sent in by somebody. In other words, L. Ron Hubbard...
He says naval intelligence.
Yeah,
But senior naval intelligence, just like Ian Fleming...
That takes us back to the occult, of course, because with whether you're talking Ian Fleming or whether you're talking John Dee, as I've stated before, what we're really speaking of is the military occult complex, which, each nation has its own, just like each nation has its own military industrial complex. So depending on the cultural background, in the case of the British, this involved Crowley very heavily. In the case of Americans, it would be, of course, Aquino as the most recognizable figure. But there are others beside him. And even Dr. David Lewis Anderson would be considered an occult figure in military intelligence circles. He certainly was considered an occult figure by Michael Aquino, who felt that his sciences were oftentimes the occult harnessing certain technologies. So we're definitely entering a realm at that point where magic plays a large part in impacting our world. Just so people understand how a little bit, because I as I said, the fear that I have, and I don't mean this like I'm afraid of scaring up demons or something like that. The fear that I have is that I don't want people to think that this is the go-to program where they can come to learn magic. I know that. Yeah, Jameson's not trying to encourage that either, because Jameson would kind of like Donald Tyson be monopolizing it for his own apocalyptic portents.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I've learned based on what I was doing was that I was not. I was seeking power for power's sake, and it's like, okay, you got the power, but now I'm not grounded. You get what I'm saying? I
Yes,
am
got
not a
it, got it.
grounded person.
And deeply
I
appreciate
can't
it that
go
you
out
recognize
and
that.
I can't go
Yeah,
out and hold a job. I don't
right,
know where to start with learning how to communicate with people,
right.
because this is all I spent my time doing. So this is the reason why they if you would have to be someone who would have their own finances, you'd have to have your
Yes,
own life in order
yes.
before you look into this
Thank
stuff.
you, thank you, thank you.
Now,
Yeah,
the connection this has with intelligence, and I would say that all intelligence circles have to utilize the occult to some degree, is that
yes,
when I go back to Trithemius's stenographia, and this is also the case with John Dee's Enochian magic, is that the stenographia deals, and not only the stenographia, but the Theurgia Goetia
mhm.
also. These, which is another book that's not very referenced at all out
You
there. I
realize,
mean,
of
it's
course, you're going
available.
back into the technicalities of magic that tend to. It's like it would be like a physicist going into a physics
Well, here's the
textbook.
thing: is
Yeah,
yeah.
and you're doing this
Well,
at the
thanks. Well,
metaphysical
I
level.
thank you for that.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to. Well, I'm going to sum it up. I'm going to say that what this deals with is being able to communicate with people across vast distances by encrypting certain things and using spirits to send messages to other people, such as sending messages to armies across the field where you don't have, modern telecommunications,
yes,
and that was the basis of the stenographia, basically.
right,
And this should pretty much put into context why militaries and intelligence circles would rely on these techniques as well.
right.
Because if you're running a spy operation, you don't want to have electronics on you. You would need to use some other clandestine
Yes,
means that your enemy cannot intercept.
yes. Very good, very good. And so that's perfect. And just to give people some context for that, as I said, my late and sainted Cyrus, my mother, one of the ways she proved herself to the authorities of the Japanese Empire was that she was told that if you read this book, if you can read this book and retain its contents, you've proven yourself. And that was said almost casually, not even presented necessarily as a challenge. But she was presented the book, The Three Kingdoms. And the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is, of course, something that most, when translated into the English, as well as any translation can be made of such a work, most people would find it, a very long book. It's a very long book, something like Dostoevsky's works or War and Peace and the like. But unlike War and Peace, if you were to imagine War and Peace as being written by Napoleon Bonaparte himself, in which he integrates actual maneuvers on a military scale in the descriptive. So in other words, it would be like War and Peace with actual military strategies invoked in the work and outlined in detail, how to maneuver your cavalry and how to align your batteries of artillery and deploy them in battle. Then you can imagine what the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is like. So it's very much a technical military work. And my mother read that, the entire work, overnight. And she was able to reiterate the contents in detail the next morning. And that's what so impressed so many of the authorities in Japan, that she was brought into the interpreter's responsibilities that she had at a young age. She was definitely a child prodigy. Not very different from myself in many ways, of course. She wasn't as dedicated as I was to auto-destruction of my memories, but she had her own quirks as a result of that, I've gone into in the past and can cover at some point again in the future. But in terms of when it comes to the military occult complex, certainly she had her involvement with Japan's, and very different situation that we can go into, either shortly from now in certain respects, or, another time, as Peter Moon and I go public with a book, etc., or even before it goes public, where we're going to be, going into that subject again, just inescapably. But when it comes to shall we say, an example of doing the opposite of what Jameson Reese is saying. And by the way, Jameson Reese is to be credited here. He's to be applauded for basically qualifying what one needs to do with one's life before one ever even pursues magic.
Yeah.
So,
And to some degree, this would also bring into context why I might be looked at by authorities or scrutinized a little more average than your average black male, who would just be nothing more than bait to throw in prison and shoot to death, because, you know, they're like, okay, well, you know, we would have a reason to try to fuck this motherfucker's life up because he talks too much about this shit. And that's to my own, and you see, that's to my own detriment, and that's to my own criticism. And in this case, I will admit that there is a level of possession by the subject matter itself that does take me over.
And this is what happens to people. But to give you an example of the opposite of, shall we say, trying to use magic to put your life together, then that's exemplified. And this is so funny because the example is Lon Milo Ducat. And Lon Milo Ducat, of all people, was telling how he did this to Barbara Simpson, which, by the way, this is so funny because Barbara Simpson, of course, is quote unquote the babe in the bunker. And she's this elderly lady, like a real estate agent, who is just hardcore reactionary, right wing, and at this point in history, probably alternative right. She put up a public Facebook page. And it's interesting that the number of likes she had on it is comparatively low. I'm not going to be bringing them up any further, but she got about maybe like 376 people liking her page. It's amazing how much more I had than that, which is why Lena Shea was assigned by the cult to take it down, which was about 4,444 was the number that I had, which was, certainly orders of magnitude above what she's got. But at any rate, what happened was, I took a risk with someone like Lena Shea, because you just can't live your life just being afraid of everybody. You have to, one of Lena Shea's parting shots was that, oh, I feel sorry for you because you can't trust anybody. No, it's not that I can't trust anybody. It's that I can't trust her. But it does, of course, take a notch down of trust in the general sense for, shall we say, white people in general, but particularly just of, that kind of background that she had, which was just rather lower class. But in terms of her assignment, I mean, she certainly succeeded in it, and she wiped me completely off of the net. And we had to spend so much time just recovering from that. And it took the better part. Well, we haven't. I mean, you can't. You can't recover what I had. And so she's done immeasurable damage, and in her service to the anti-gods as an Herodian whore. But that's her life. That's what she lived for. And she's pretty much accomplished what she was born and bred for. But in terms of Barbara Simpson, who's born and bred for something similar, except on a more massive scale, obviously not too much. Most people have probably never heard of her. You're talking about this kind of really reactionary, right-wing, schoolmarm type, disciplinarian, who basically was sitting interviewing Lon Milo Ducat. And I don't know how she handled this personally, but I know she said absolutely nothing to him while he related his story. And the only way I can interpret it is that she either just checked out, or, like some people do when they're hearing something they can't deal with, so they just check out, or they basically are, a fellow practitioner, and they just aren't bringing up their practice of the occult, which, the more you think about it in Barbara Simpson's case, makes the most sense. I mean, the latest thing she's got up on her Facebook timeline, or one of the latest, is this support she did for Rush Limbaugh, this big tribute to him. By the way, her show was canceled. She's called the queen of conservative talk radio, but her show was canceled by KSFO here in San Francisco because, of course, she just got too violent and just too genocidal in her desire to eliminate minorities. And that's exactly where all of this ultimately leads to. But when she was talking to Lon Milo Ducat, and he was explaining how he got his start, so to speak, in the occult, in the really deep sense of practical application, was when he was at the bottom of it all, and he had lost everything and was pretty much, well, had nothing. And at that point, he called upon the demons, and one of them responded. And when he called it up, but by the way, he's relating this. This is like wilder than anything even Jameson Reese says. He's bringing this up in front of Barbara Simpson on conservative talk radio. He says, so I drew out the pentagram in blood, and then when I called out the demon from hell, then he appeared in this big, this big column of smoke, and it was a talking jackass. It was a talking jackass, and this donkey, he just sat himself down, made himself comfortable because he realized I had entrapped him inside of the pentagram, and he couldn't escape to attack me. So he sat himself down, you know, the way animals do, folding his legs and sitting down comfortably. And I could barely see him through my eyes being so bleary from all the smoke that was being raised and the stench of the sulfur from whatever depth of hell he had emerged from. And I began to ask him for millions of dollars and an estate and everything I wanted in life. And of course, as demons do, he bargained me down, and he said, first, I can't offer you that. What can you want that's within reason? And it got down to the point where basically this demon talks Lon Milo Ducat down to basically a car. Because the demon is saying, you want a place to live, right? And he's like saying, yes, I need a place to live. You need a place to get to work, right? Yes, I need a way to get to work. Yeah, he says, then what you need is a car. Is that basically, he brings him down to a car, at which point then Lon Milo Ducat says, okay, give me my car. And so then what happens is the demon disappears. And in that puff of smoke, Lon Milo Ducat is left feeling, oh my God, he really ripped me. He burned me. He left me hanging. And that's when suddenly he hears someone honking a horn outside. And it's his friend saying, hey, I've got to get rid of this car. It's really, something I don't need. And there was some situation around where if he kept it, it would have just been too much of a burden. So the only thing he could do is basically take it as a write-off and say it was stolen. And so he says, the best thing I could do is say it was stolen. I don't want it found. Take it. It's yours, and do what you need to do with it. But don't ever, let it be found. And, just keep it where, it's not going to be found. I'm going to report it stolen and get the insurance. And, here, it's yours. And so he says, with that car, I was able to drive and get to work, and I was able to get my life back in order. So this was how he used magic, the opposite way around, to get his life back in order. I do not recommend this. Obviously, he called forth the demon. He was drawing out a pentagram in blood. What I did notice was that the lady Barbara Simpson, the babe in the bunker, the so-called queen of conservative talk radio, never questioned him as to which sacrifice he made, because the pentagram had to be large enough to contain an entity the size of a jackass, which is no small feat and requires a lot of blood, and your own body doesn't produce that much. So she never bothered to ask, and his implication of a sacrifice was never pursued. And she just let him go through that whole story without questioning him. And this is like the queen of conservative talk radio. There's no saying how abhorrent this is to truck with demons. There was no mention as to how immoral this was. By the way, I myself am not condemning it. I mean, I'm the last person on earth to judge. But you get my point. She's not taking any stance that is affiliated with her own projection of who she is, her own persona.
Conservatism, right?
Yeah.
Well, this tells you, and this is pretty much why I've severed for all reasons contact with even people who I really respected in the occult community, is because they're all no different than she is at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. It is.
And so that should tell you something. What the fuck happened to them that didn't happen to me that made them decide, okay, all niggers have to die, and you know what? Fuck it, women having rights, and fuck everyone else having rights.
Yes. Yes.
I don't get it. I don't, and I'm glad I don't.
Yes.
I'm glad I was immune to whatever radiation hit them, because.
Yes. And by the way, this is why her show was canceled. Is this kind of assertion, and this is what the reactionaries have taken. This is what I couldn't get when I heard Pac-1 Morales, who's unable to be with us tonight, so I can bring this up with him again in the future. But it's certainly not a cut or anything I have any contestation with. I'm just he was bringing up cancel culture from a perspective I've never heard of before. And you were bringing up cancel culture from a perspective. It's usually a right-wing stance where the right-wing claims
and
you're being
cancel culture is supposed to be a positive thing because it doesn't empower the bigotry that they show. So at the time, I wasn't familiar with what cancel culture was, so I was just taking his word for it.
Okay.
And it was after doing the Google search on my own that I realized, oh shit, this is actually something that they hold.
Right. Just so
I did note that, on the timelines of several people who are, interested in the occult, that they all seem to, parrot the sort of Fox News. Yes, let's cancel Disney. Let's cancel anyone who uses the N-word then. Let's cancel this and that. It's like, this is horrible. This is what's wrong with this country.
But by the way, to give our
my freedom to hate everybody.
Yeah, an example of this, Gina Carano, who was on The Mandalorian, who Peter Moon watched for a short while, and then Peter Moon just couldn't. What was it, Peter? It was just kind of like it was all on the same set. Basically, it's all filmed on the same set.
Yeah, the cinematography was so aggressively offensive to me because it was dark. It was, and I mean, it was just so dark. And it was explained to me in detail how that was done. And I said, my producer friend says he's figured out a way to do it so it doesn't do that from Montauk, because it just can't look like that. And the story might have had some redeeming elements, but somehow I was watching a set and a bunch of crap. It's like, it just, and I mean, it's just like, okay, let's throw some characters out here, have them run around, do this. It's like, I was watching a YouTube of King Kesey the other day, and he's giving a very, actually pretty stimulating and interesting lecture, and then it ends with him going into doing a child story and jumping all around, and it was just a bunch of crap. I said, it really was a bunch of crap. I mean, you could say, oh, it's so nice that he does this, and it just wasn't any good. And
yeah, thank you. No, I really appreciate you relating that. So what happened was this Gina Carano was this actress on it for the first 2 seasons. She's been canceled for the 3rd, so she claims she's a victim of cancel culture. And so it's basically something that has brought that term to the foreground. And so I don't know what she said. I'll follow up on it. But apparently she said something they found offensive enough where
She said something where she compared what conservatives were going through with Jews from the Holocaust.
There was that.
On Twitter.
No,
that's a pretty bad comparison.
Yeah.
I mean, it's asinine, it's absurd, and it's just blatantly not true.
It's worse than that. This is what I can tell you. I can tell you that when I look her up online, there is a timeline of controversial comments that have caused Mandalorian fans to campaign for her to be fired that has been going on for months. I mean, months before she was fired, people were writing in that she be fired for stuff she was saying apparently repeatedly. And so she's been all over the place. She's apparently said stuff about basically transphobic social media posts she put up on Twitter. So it's Twitter again for you. And she was basically, it just went on and on. So this is apparently something that led to what happened to her. So
she should strike up a relationship with Ozzie Guillen. He's worth $18 million, it says. So, he speaks out of turn. Why not? It's like, I think what's worse than people speaking out and saying stupid things is the response to it. Why do you have to respond? Why do you have to post it? I wonder, I just saw on, somebody had on YouTube of this big breach in Trump's wall. It's like it looks like a big open gate where kids are supposed to be flooding through. I'm suspect of much of the stuff that Fox says about all these people coming into America. I don't know that they're not. I'm not saying that they're not, but I'm suspect of it. Like, how do I know that this picture they're showing me wasn't before the wall was actually constructed and they're showing this last thing they're putting up? I don't trust the media, either side, whether it be the Fox conservative or the CNN version. It's
But by the way, I like the way they describe her character. Gina Carano played the reformed mercenary. Now, as someone who has served as a contract soldier, I don't understand. Look, I'm a war whore. So fucking what? But the reformed part, that is bizarre. Like, okay, maybe because I'm a war whore, maybe that means that, but where does reformation come in? It's like a woman who's a professional escort, because I hire them and I work with them in the sense that I derive my pleasure from them. What I don't understand is, by the way, I don't hire them with my money. My son hires them for me whenever there's a celebration to be had, because God bless him, he was the smartest purchase I ever made in my entire goddamn life. But aside from that fact, so people don't start giving me shit, like I get these stupid comments all the time from idiots who say, if he can afford hookers, why should I send him money? Okay, my situation is extremely rarefied and I'm not paying for them. But aside from all of that, I don't feel any of them need reforming. And I don't feel that I, as someone who prostituted my body out for violence, needs reforming. What does that mean, a reformed mercenary? Anyway, I mean, just the character she was playing makes no sense.
She also one could put into context why she's the way she is. She's a mixed martial artist, and I guess she fought in the UFC. So you know how a lot of people who are associated with like Dana White, he's a fucking conservative. All those people, not all of them, but a good chunk of people who are really into the MMA thing. And this also has to do with something else that was brought to my attention by the fact that, a lot of times the alt-right and as well as the Russians who support the child trafficking rings and whatnot, as well as the, Antloff battalion in freaking Israel and whatnot, they sponsor a lot of mixed martial arts things as well. So there's a connection between a lot of this MMA macho culture and this sort of warlike attitude where I should be able to throw shit in your face because I feel like it.
What I'm curious about is I'm trying to absorb what I can about her so I can provide kind of like, a quick analysis of what happened to her when Peter Moon takes his leave for tonight later and I go into monologue. But because I don't want to take up his time by going into this too much now, but what I'm curious about is whether she was one of the people who said something about the transgender male who became a female and was fighting in the female mixed martial arts realm. Was she the one who said something about that?
No. That was Joe Rogan who said something about that.
Okay, he was comparing that to wife beating and allowing people to beat their girlfriends up, right?
Which in that context does make sense.
Okay. No, I get what you're saying. That's when Daniel Arola was trying to be helpful. By the way, he says hi, H-I-G-H, so hello to Daniel Arola. He was trying to be helpful by saying we should have like a league for transgender people. I was saying it's not that, there's not that many that would become, and not only is there not that many, I mean, there's not that, imagine how few of them become mixed martial artists.
You'd be surprised.
What are you
Would
telling
be
me?
surprised.
What are you telling me? Do you know more than one? Oh my God! What?
No, no, no. I'm just saying so on the basis of it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's well, like
It
I
really
said before,
wouldn't.
it's just so people understand this because my son has had a sex change, so I know about this more than most. It's not like, and Jameson knows this now because I brought it up before, but just so everybody else knows, just very, very briefly, it's not like a simple surgery. You go in and you come out and your life is changed forever. No, it's like something you have to maintain for the rest of your life, and it requires all kinds of hormones that cost thousands and thousands of dollars, and you have to spend that thousands of dollars every month to get those hormones in you, or you revert. Only it's not what you want because you
Well,
revert.
you see, that's the reason why I say you'd be surprised, because you could probably make a good amount of money doing cage fighting on a regular basis.
Ooh, yeah, but there's only so long you can do that. I mean, come on. How many? You can't do that for
That's
long.
a
I
good
mean, oh
point.
my God. I mean, that's got to be like, first off, as far as I'm concerned,
If you're an athlete, well, if you're an athlete, if you're an athletic person, it really wouldn't matter whether you were transitioning or not, because if at a certain muscle mass, the human body,
yeah, I
pretty
mean,
much
I hear you.
women look like men look like, it's just
Yeah,
whatever. It becomes androgynous.
right, yeah,
It's just like a meat factory.
I hear what you're saying. Ooh, that's anyhow,
I know it's cringe.
we don't want to overdwell on it because most of our listeners just couldn't get into it. But definitely, okay. So and also, I was asked by Sammy Romero to address. I'm not going to do it now. I'll do it later tonight when I'm in monologue, just for a little bit. He asked me to address Meghan Markle facing up to the racism of the British royal family, which is obviously no surprise to him. But he wondered if I had something to say about that. It's like it's. I'm not going to say too much about the royal family of Britain. I mean, I know that our man John Warrington, who lives in England, just can't stand them and just feels that they are. Well, for one thing, they are very Germanic. They're all relations of the Kaiser. It was a inter-family dispute that led to World War I as much as anything else as well. As Peter Moon can attest to,
I think it's a big mistake to even discuss them. It's just such a waste of energy.
Yeah,
Why do people put their attention?
Yes, thank you.
This one goes back to Diana. I said, why, who cares about this woman?
Oh my God. Well, that's a little harsh. That's a little harsh.
Well, what I'm saying is, she put herself in that position.
Yes, she did. She did.
It's not like she went in that stupid.
No, it's a good point. She did not. She went in with open eyes. She put herself in a position where she made an enemy of the royal family. So yes, Peter Moon is quite right in what he says. There is she had to know they were going to respond. She had to know that this
even before she got involved with all that stuff. Yeah. It's like it's a bunch of crap. It's all a bunch of crap, and then she gets, it's like going into a war zone or going into some dangerous bar.
Yeah. Yes.
And it's like, okay, and then.
Oh my God!
And then the press adores the royal family, and if they happen to look pretty, they adore them even more.
Yes.
So it's like, I just don't want to hear about this crap, because the royal family is all a fraud in the first place. So it's like, okay, and it's a hypnotic effect. The Queen, how's the Queen Mother? How's the Queen Mother doing? Oh, the Queen Mother came out today and waved from a balcony. It's like,
yeah, they're not real people when you think about it. But they're
look
not
at that
representative.
Prince Andrew guy. What a clown. The Jeffrey Epstein buddy. I mean, it's like, why do we even have to talk about this crap? They have him interviewed, and this is another thing. Not only Prince Andrew, but we have a governor in New York who's a complete
douchebag.
There's a lot of words you can say, but he's disgusting. We have a president with all sorts of detrimental things that can be said about him. And it's just, and I'm just going to say this for most of Congress, and we sit here and we endure it. We put up with it. They talk about, what is this, the rage, the genetic rage that happens with all of a sudden there's rage that's happened against white people.
Intergenerational trauma.
It happens because stuff happened that went down, and it's almost like it has to be expressed. The same thing. What about political rage? Yeah. Political rage, and this government. It's just like, yeah, I can understand people being upset, but the political rage is being condoned, if not orchestrated, by the left. These politicians say, oh, there was no violence. That's not violence.
Well, it's arguably both, honestly. At this point, it's both parties. I mean, there was something I did want to bring up, and this shouldn't come to anyone's surprise, but we still live in a country where women still aren't paid equally as much as men, and people of color still aren't paid as much as people who are white. So, I mean, we haven't even addressed the labor issues. We don't even have a universal living wage. We don't have a universal minimum wage. So, I mean, clearly, politically, America is a fucking failure through and through.
Well, I think more than the wage, and that is a real factor, is like, how do you get a job as a, corporate raider or a corporate CEO? And I certainly, they had a person of color running Bank of America years ago, and he was running it straight in the ground. It wasn't because of his color. It wasn't because of his color. I said, how did that guy get that job?
That's what CEOs do. They run shit into the ground, and that's another problem. Words, that's something that needs to be addressed too. That I mean, this is corporate, but then again, this is corruption that's on the international level, because corporations now are pretty much international entities. It doesn't matter whether they're started in America or not, but and that's been going on forever, and nobody has done anything about it.
Well, yeah, you can say equality for salary, and that's a legitimate issue.
It is.
But so it's like, well, okay, so you can get $30 an hour instead of $25. But when you're talking about the people that have this huge amount of disparity in salary, and not only have a disparity in salary, like, who are all the people that are allowed to get into what are called private placements? This is before stocks go public. In other words, this is a whole club that nobody ever talks about. Oh, yeah, well, I'd like to get in on a private placement. Oh, yeah, before the public. And then when they offer the stock, like, say, what was it when they put Twitter on? There was tons of people that got, well, tons. There was a certain amount of people that got super rich just when it went on the market. And maybe they can't sell the stock for 2 years. But private placement is what happens before the stock goes on the market, and people get very wealthy by reason of the private placement. It has nothing to do with investing. It's just getting your name on the list, or being allowed to invest. The normal person can't invest in a private placement. So this is even a huge disparity where there's big money going on. So when you start arguing about the wage,
well, I bring this up because
the food chain. It's but the problem is, Peter, historically speaking, we know that top down does not work.
It has failed continuously. The idea of a trickle down effect is bullshit, because that money stays at the top. It doesn't.
I'm not talking about trickle down. I'm talking about disparity.
Yeah,
I'm talking about. This is like arguing about whether everybody should have salt and pepper on their restaurant table.
No. What I'm getting at is, if we're talking about the idea of getting if we're talking about the idea of a governance that's serious about getting us, with a working economy to the point where we're not all running around like Liberia and shitting in the fucking streets and, you know, cannibalizing each other to fucking death, it would at least help for people to be able to have some money in their fucking pockets. That's all I'm bringing up, you know.
And that's valid. That's valid.
And again, what I also was trying to point out to you was that this disparity, neither our left or right is doing anything about this. Now, what I'm getting at is you're critiquing the left as at not condemning, you know, certain things such as actually they're trying to get Cuomo to step the fuck down. Let
me give you some perspective. It's about it's like, if you could see the amount of money that is manipulated, it's like it's all a bunch of bullshit. In other words, the vast amount of money that is being screwed around with by all of these politicians and the people who lobby and feed the politicians. It doesn't matter whether it's left or right.
Well, yes, I'm in agreement with you there, man.
And what I'm saying is, when you go to the wage, when you go to correct the wage, which does need to be done, it is the equivalent of saying, like, okay, if you go to a restaurant, you can have a salt and pepper and condiments on your table if you're white, but if you're not white, you can't have them. So that means that the non-white people bring in their own condiments. It's about the equivalent of that. It's a pain in the ass. But where the real shit goes down is the just tremendous amounts of wealth that is being squandered and hoarded, and this is the issue. And none of the politics are targeted at that. Instead, it's like, we've got to pass $1 trillion and pass out this and do this and do that, and it's not. They're not addressing the crucial issues.
I see what you're saying, and I agree with you in that. It's like trying to put a Band-Aid on a compound fracture. It's exactly,
and we're not examining the fracture.
I see, yeah, and then this is a problem. This is the problem that we've had arguably with every administration. Is that our media is not examining the problem. They're examining like the Band-Aid. Well, the Band-Aid should have polka dots on it versus the Band-Aid being colored black versus the Band-Aid being colored see-through or clear. Meanwhile, this bone fracture is gushing blood and the person's spasming, you know, going into anaphylactic shock and about to die.
And whatever you want to say about the media events, particularly in the Northwest, these things, they become media events. They are all media events, and you don't get a square assessment of what the hell is really going on. The only thing I could get,
we're not getting any assessment as to what's going on. This is a media blackout. It's been a media blackout for decades, arguably at this point.
Well, yeah, but the only thing I could get out of my brother, who's in Seattle area, he says it's just an extreme left-wing contingent. That's all he says. You know, it's just an extreme left-wing contingent that holds sway over that area they called the autonomous zone, or whatever they called it.
You never speak of your brother. Is he older or younger than?
He's younger.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay.
There's no reason to.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. I mean, that's fascinating. I never even knew you had a brother.
Yeah, it's just that he lives there, and you know, I asked him about it, and you know, he just says it's extremely left wing.
Yeah. By the way, yeah, what he's talking about is the Freelandia movement that Zachariah Garrett, who was Lena Shea's handler. For those of you who don't remember, Zachariah Garrett.
Oh, I'm familiar with the Freelandia movement.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't remember, Zachariah Garrett was this guy who, for a very short period of time, volunteered producing for me. It was like literally a few episodes, and he had the golden voice. And he worked as a telemarketer, and because of that, he was making, you know, quite a bit of money. It was something that was like $3,000 a month. It was pretty impressive. I mean, he sent me his pay stubs, or rather screenshots of them and scans of them, scans of his pay stubs and screenshots of some other stuff to show me that he wouldn't be imposing, basically, putting himself out by sponsoring myself. So he said he was going to sponsor me. And I was like, okay. And I had no expectations. By the way, one of the tenets of Buddhism, not that I'm a practicing Buddhist in any extreme sense, but one of the tenets of Buddhism is no expectations, because that's the source of all disappointment in life, is expectations. There are expectations when one does something. As I've mentioned before, there are certain things that one does, and you had, like, say, for instance, you pay somebody something, you have a right to expect something. There's where expectations are logical or rational. But what Buddha's addressing is like expectations out of life, or expectations that are more nebulous. There are certain things that, just like when people make promises, you have no reason to trust them. Don't expect anything. So I wasn't expecting anything from Zachariah Garrett, and I was not disappointed. Nothing came from him. And he just basically, apparently it was some kind of psyop where he was trying to psych me out and disappoint me by having me build my hopes up and then fuck me over. But he volunteered his services while he was going through this phase, and acted as my producer for a short period of time, during which time his computer got totally wiped out. Now, the interesting thing is, he had ordered this computer online used. He had literally paid nothing for it of any consequence. It was like $100 at the absolute most. And I offered to buy him a new computer so he could continue producing, because I had no idea of how to produce at the time. But of course, he was having nothing to do with it. So apparently it was all just another idea to get me just dependent, and then, just screw me over at a time of vulnerability so that I would be deprived of any services. This is while we were transitioning from the Pavel, who had tried to steal everything from my account. And Pavel, of course, was this freak who was promoting the basically the Passover plot, and what did they call it? Holy Blood, Holy Grail conspiracy of Dan Brown and all that shit through that stupid Farsight shit. Yeah, the Farsight. Yeah. Think of that more as the Far Side, like Gary Larson's cartoons from the newspaper, with the people with the bug eyes and the standing cows and shit. And you'll get there to the Far Side at this point. I mean, honestly, the only reason that I ever recommended them in the past was because people kept asking me if Ed Danes was viable, and I wanted to give them anything besides Ed Danes, and they had a bunch of attractive young black chicks that the guy kept hiring on Farside. Probably he was just, this is probably a hashtag something waiting to happen, but
I mean, one of his son is mixed, so he obviously had an attraction to the women.
Oh, there we go.
So I mean, it's clear, because he goes into his son being of half African descent.
There we are. See, this is like back
he clearly is attracted to the women. So I mean,
this is like back on the plantation
what else
days.
Is going on there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
This is
it's
like
that
back
kind of
on the
thing.
plantation days. They all think he's doing them a favor. He's just giving them more yellow kids. Okay, all right. So
and his thing is to get there and say that he's part of the alternative media, and he says be above the curb. Meanwhile, every other fucking week they're talking about either what crypto coins is going to do, or what alien fucking base is lying under what ocean, and how people in purple bunny suits are jumping around shooting lasers at people in
that's interesting, because I wonder if he's saying be ahead of the curve. I'm wondering if that the latest gay lover of Richard K. Cole, my gang stalker, who they were talking about me on his show, where he sits down in front of a video camera in his car that never moves. He sits out in his car and films himself. And I'm wondering if they are connected with Farside, because of that, but he sits in front of his car and he never moves. And I have this vision, my own Farside vision, is that his car is on tinder blocks. And that's why his car never moves. It's on tinder blocks in his front yard. And this white trash piece of shit sits in his car and he talks to his camera. And the only interview he's ever done is with Richard K. Cole Jr., my gang stalker. So, which tells us everything we need to know. But the guy sits in his car probably because he's got an abusive gay lover at home who just keeps beating the shit out of him every time he gets on the camera and starts talking to himself and spouting his shit. So he has to go out in the car to avoid a beating to film himself when he's doing his shows. So this is the kind of shit we're dealing with. But I'm wondering if he's affiliated with the Far Side now because of their weird ass commentary on this curve shit. He could also simply be stealing from my arc of narrative term that I use to describe what I do in monologue. But in terms of the Far Side and that whole thing,
Far Sight, yeah,
Far Sight, yeah,
Far Sight,
you
Far
get.
Sight,
I'm trying not to advertise them, but you get my point.
Shit. Yeah,
Well,
well, they might as well be the Far Side.
Yes, there we are.
Already at the deep side of shit.
Yes, yes. Anyhow, I lost my point, but that's okay. I mean, we had our fun with it. If I remember it later, I'll bring it up. But anyhow, it was Pavel and then Zachariah Garrett, and then basically, yeah, he was the handler of Lena Shea. When he came back months and months later, it was like maybe years later. He came back maybe 2 years later. It feels like maybe a year later is when he showed up again, asking that I could put him up for money. The interesting thing is, he had this whole false story. This is relevant. This is why I'm bringing it up, and I'll cover it in shall we say, a few sentences here. Basically, the fucker claimed that there was some kids who got killed. Not kids. The father got killed who had some kids who were, like he said, like 17 years old. So we're not talking about like young kids even. Either way, it was all a bullshit story. But if they were that old and they had their mother alive, which is what he said, and they were living in the home, there's all kinds of alternatives for these people. The kids obviously would be old enough to start a GoFundMe, which is what he should have given me, was a GoFundMe link so that I could tell everybody to go to that GoFundMe link because the guy got killed in the home invasion, which is all bullshit anyway, the whole story. But, he said the dad got killed and the 17-year-old kids were left alone with the mother, who could easily, there's so many things, a single mother whose husband just got killed, and he says, oh, the insurance all got stolen by the guy who was supposed to handle it or something. It's just all crazy bullshit. None of it made any sense. And the interesting thing is that everybody went to his timeline. Brendan Zogit, it might have been you or Peter Moon as well, but I definitely remember Brendan Zogit and several other people were telling me they went to his Facebook timeline, and he had the same crap story he gave me, but there was no GoFundMe. There was no GoFundMe. The interesting thing is the only person who saw a GoFundMe was Lena Shea, and I don't believe she made that up. I believe she truly saw that, and that was her trigger. That was the whole point. He was her handler, and when he put up that GoFundMe, which only she was meant to see, and no one else saw it, who went there. They all went there right away, and nobody saw it, but she saw it. And when she said she saw it with, I believe her completely. And that's, the moment that she saw that, she flipped like a switch. Everything where just hours before we'd been exchanging poetry and porn, and then totally like, oh, I don't know you anymore. Oh, the whole thing, and basically we just went through, like I said, the equivalent of a messy divorce, and the only thing missing was attorneys, it is just so there you have that. It was and then that just pretty much wiped me out. But she had already been doing what she had been doing. Gave me wiped off the internet beforehand, at which point, it's, then her handler just flipped her. So there you go. This is what I was talking about when you speak about any potential gang stalking, that might be happening to you. I've got no right to judge, as it may sound like it's far-fetched.
Yeah. It's nothing like it's not what you're going through. It's not at that intensity. It's just them trying to hire a bunch of people, ex-cons and people who look like they just got out of prison and whatnot.
Well, they probably
to see if they can start fights.
They probably let them go because of COVID-19. So they probably, they're letting everybody out of prison because of COVID-19.
Yeah, and everyone's like and there's a ramp up of gang activity out here on Staten Island anyway, as there is all around New York. And there's a wrap up of shootings and shit like that. So I mean, I put two and two together, and I figure, okay, yeah, these people. Plus there's a shitload of fights I got into with people times in the past who I can't put it past them to hold some kind of vendetta against me and want to, rub me out.
But such as it is, it's like I discussed with Peter Moon, and we both agreed. The mind control programs in America seem to be so pervasive that the whole MK Ultra program, and the real program was called Project Artichoke, and that's because of the many leaves over the core, and Project Artichoke integrated and incorporated MK Ultra along with the Mockingbird and various other operations. But the mind control operations are they're just vast. They're just far vaster than even any of us have thought. Certainly I got a idea of how vast elements of them were from Michael Aquino. But, in just running across so many people who are just assigned to myself, they become evidently far more vast. And Judith Eger wasn't part of it, but she, her own behavior is also contemptible in its own way.
Yeah, she did say that her son would rip you apart on sight. Like
it's not even that bothers me. It's like, though I appreciate Peter Moon bringing up the fact that, that is actionable. That's actually lawsuit material. That's not even what bothers me. What bothers me is that both her and Lena Shea, who hated each other, and they started off so well, where Judith Eger had sent her this very rare book with a little record in it for children. She had raised children herself, and she had sent that to her, this Hawaiian book, which Lena really appreciated. And then it all went down from there. And there was, and they were obviously in competition with each other, but then they both demanded my Marine Corps life insurance. They wanted to be the beneficiaries of my Marine Corps life insurance. I won't tell anyone who won that toss-up, but the fact remains it doesn't matter who won it. As soon as they got it, or both of them thought they had it, they both gave me the fuck you, and now that I've got this, it's all over. I mean, that's what's so fucking contemptible. It's just, anyhow, so, Maria,
would I be justified in saying that, like, probably most of the American population is probably in that Project Artichoke at this point? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
Well, certainly that's what Michael Aquino was insisting was the ultimate objective of Mind War. That's what he's writing along with his co-religionist and co-author, General Vallely, the man who himself admitted to instigating the ISIS movement, that they wanted 24-hour a day, 7 day a week, 345 days a year, mind war conducted against the American people. That this was to be waged nonstop. And so
they succeeded at that with they definitely succeeded at that with QAnon and whatever is continuing now. I mean, so there's no doubt that they achieved their objective ultimately, and they didn't really need to have like touchless technology like lasers in the walls and all types of devices in people's phone poles and whatnot to do that shit.
Well, just because everybody's acting crazy doesn't mean they're mind controlled. But
no. I think a lot of people, I think a lot of Americans are just jack shit fucking crazy. That comes with the anti-culture.
Yes, thank you. Maria Michaela Gregorich is saying, what? And I was like, what did I say? Oh, she's probably shocked about what I said about Judith, maybe, and didn't realize what had gone on there. Oh, and she says, I didn't know, sorry. Okay, I get it. So it was about Judith, yes. And yes, I mean, it's definitely, for people who want to hear it, it was the last interview I conducted with Judith Eger. The interesting thing about that, and it bears mentioning, is that, of course, every time I was on with Judith Eger, we would get cut off. And so they would do their best to sabotage the program. The first time I was on with Judith, we were knocked off bandwidth transmission. It took, it takes hours to get back on back in the old days before I had Comcast on speed dial and shit. And the last time she was on with me, we were knocked off. It took an hour to get back on. And it very likely was Lena Shea who knocked us off. She had control over the studio at that point, and she denied it, but then she couldn't hide it later on that she had changed the thumbnail image on the interview I had with Lena Shea. So she actually went so far as to change the thumbnail image on the interview, where I produced an illustration of Judith Eggert and I together. So if she was willing to go that far, she's probably the one who knocked us off. And then, of course, Judith Eggert is not rational about that, and she blamed me for it. At the same time, whenever I had Judith Eggert on and would try to announce her as a co-hostess, she would just walk off and leave me hanging, and I would just have to handle the whole show myself. She did that every time that I was on the show. Now, your average person could not even handle that. Somebody they're emotionally involved with.
You were extremely respectful to her. I never had any. I never once felt like there was any friction between either of you when you guys were
whenever
on air.
we were on. I know, and she. And both these women claim that I treated them horribly, and this is the incredible part. I mean, everybody knows how obsequious I was, prostrating myself before these females. When Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Eggert really got to hate each other, and they started off as friends, and I do blame Laura Lee Solomon for their breakup in that case. And she was cruel because she was jealous. Laura Lee Solomon was never a pretty girl in school, and Judith Eggert, of course, was a pretty girl growing up, and so Laura Lee Solomon hated her for that. And yet they both did me the favor that when I had them go on with Rex Bear, they both acted like they were friends, and they actually do have an interview with Rex Bear, so that should be on YouTube someplace for people to find, where you see both Judith Eggert and Laura Lee Solomon are on simultaneously, and they're both being interviewed by Rex Bear, and you wouldn't think that they hated each other, so they did that for me. Anyhow, so I would say Judith suffered through a lot more, just in the sense she had to deal with people like Laura Lee Solomon, but at the same time she just created so many of the problems that didn't need to happen with people that I was not dealing with at all, and she just thought that she just wouldn't let it go with people like just the stuff I was dealing with on Facebook, when I was just dealing with somebody like, there was this Serbian woman named Snezana, and Snezana, who Judith called Sneezy, which was quite funny. But Snezana was someone I did suspect of being some kind of intelligence asset, because she learned to speak Chinese, which is not unusual, because when you had Serbians were part of Yugoslavia, and Yugoslavia had a relationship with communist China far more intensely than it did with the Soviet Union, because it was antithetical to the Soviet Union. They had been very much enemies of the Soviet Union since Joseph Broz Tito broke up with Stalin, and as a result, they cultivated relations with communist China that were very intense. So they had exchange programs, so it's not unusual that a Serbian woman would speak Chinese. But nevertheless, it is unusual when a Serbian woman approaches me who speaks Chinese and starts, acting as a fan. And, so I was suspect of her. And it was Lena who told her I suspected her of being a spy. And that's why she left, Snezana. But then Judith kept saying that I was, giving too much attention to Snezana. And that was, it was just ridiculous after a while. But in the case of Lena, it was even worse, because she's coming up with all these things. She said, I was thinking about this a long time, and there was all this things you did to me, and it was just all stuff she pulled out of her ass. And like I said, if she ever had anything she was dissatisfied about, she could have done what Judith did and just started bitching about it, and I would have changed my behavior. Anyhow, so Maria Michaela Grigorievich.
I chose to sever contact with her after she was trying to tell me that you were unstable, and she was going into how how she thought you were a threat and all this other stuff. And
That's what she was telling everybody.
I'm like, no, that's not the way Douglas behaves.
Thank you.
That's just off kilter.
Yeah.
And that was the reason why I felt the need to bring that to your attention,
Well,
because that just does.
Thank you.
Because she's going behind your back and telling you to other members of Team D.
And you know what? And she doesn't remember that she did the same thing to Brendan Zogit. She did that to you. She did that to Brendan. She did that to everybody. Everybody who knew me, except maybe Peter Moon, because she probably felt it wouldn't go anywhere. But she was appealing to the younger guys who were breeding age, so to speak, for her, her. And so anyhow, so when she did that, Brendan Zogid just responded with all kinds of sigils and emojis, and she probably forgot that she had contacted him. But the fact that she did shows that she has there's almost the mind control aspect shows itself there. With you, she was much more intense, and so yeah,
that was because we were actually talking about meeting up, and maybe something else, but and didn't go anywhere because at that point I was like, I am not interested.
Well, COVID came in. COVID came into play.
COVID came in, and I'm like, well, I'm afraid of getting that. So there's just no way. One, I there's no way I would be able to take a hike all the way up to New York with what was going on that summer. No.
Yes.
I'm all the better for it.
Yeah, it was just, but yes, that just ended so terribly. But with Peter here tonight, definitely appreciate his being here. It's almost midnight where you're at, right, Peter? I think.
Yeah, I'm right. Well, actually, we're on say like.
Daylight savings.
But I'm ready to check out.
Yeah. Well, I love you dearly. We all do, and share our love with Paula. And you definitely appreciate very much your trying to put up those headlines about the Battle of Los Angeles. Certainly, with everything we discussed tonight, I very much appreciate your putting things into perspective. I'll do a little bit about cancel culture, some analysis of that to the best of my ability, and certainly a little bit about The Mandalorian now that I've taken some time to absorb some information on what happened to the actress who plays this quote-unquote reformed mercenary.
It didn't seem like a very particularly interesting show at all anyway. I mean, at this point, Disney's I don't know. It's like something about it compared to, I guess, the Star Wars movie was just... and I just wanted to see that dude, Kylo Ren just destroy everything, because that was the only reason why I watched the movie. Because he's an angry dude who likes to destroy shit. And I'm angry dude who likes to destroy shit. Yeah.
By the way, Peter Moon can leave off with a little analysis here. I don't know if he's aware of this, but Peter Moon, are you aware of the fact that it is almost impossible to get a copy of the original Star Wars the way it showed in theaters? Because George Lucas rewrote the fucking thing so many times to accommodate all of the fucking shit that they mutated it into and then sold it to Disney and everything else, that the original Star Wars that showed in movie theaters is no longer available. It is literally something that you can only get on the black market with people who are dedicated fans who sell each other basically a bootleg video cassette.
Well, they show it on TV sometimes.
I don't know if it has all the same scenes. That
it may not, but I mean,
I mean, they show it, but it's not the Star Wars you saw in theaters, is what I'm saying. That is what people are saying. So people can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but
it may well not be. Yeah. But then again,
but when it first came out, Peter was pointing out that it was definitely. There was all kinds of factors behind it, probably involving George Lucas's connections to the occult or mind control, because people.
Preston said that they aimed cameras, or they had different cameras, and they had psychics with the cameras, and it was all designed to make people come watch the movie again and again. Now, I noticed that people were, because I was reading all of the enthusiasm to Letters to L. Ron Hubbard. Right. And people were going back and just raving about it and seeing it multiple times. Yeah. And it seemed to be working. If that was the case, it would explain it. And I finally relented. I didn't want to see it, but I finally relented and saw it because it was so talked about. And I didn't like it until they had until they had the little sand characters, the little
Jawas.
midgets. I liked when they had the little midgets. You know, I thought that was like the Wizard of Oz or something.
Yeah, well, in disambiguation from the Ewoks, which was just total shit.
Oh yeah, that was down the third movie. The following two movies I could watch, and the fourth movie I took my daughter, and it was okay, and then she never wanted to go see the fifth and sixth movie, so I never went back. I only went to because it was her. In fact, when she was little, she wanted to go see Star Wars. We're up in Lake Placid where we used to go, and I took her out in this freezing, weather to see Star Wars. They were playing the original movie, and she saw it. She wanted to see it because she'd heard so much about it. So, but yeah, it's like if I were to go to this Disneyland park, I wouldn't even know what they're talking about anymore.
It's true. It's true. The whole thing
you
has
might
been
recognize C-3PO or something, but it's like there's so many new characters. It's overwhelming. I don't want to know who they are. It's like George Lucas took a big crap on humanity.
Yes, thank you. I mean, it's just awful. It's awful. It's just.
And he had some skill as a director. He created a whole technical industrial lights and magic, and it just turned to a bunch of crap. Yeah. And it's like, it's a shame. It's like, and he'd probably be the first to tell you that I'm right.
Well, it would have been even worse had he still kept, control of it, because he wanted it to be a trilogy of trilogies. He never completed that because he really sold it to Disney. And he had given up on it by the time he had sold it to Disney. But where he was going with it was where nobody wanted to go, because he was bringing up this cellular crap. And if you're a Star Wars fan, you can tell me what it is. I forget the name of it. As a matter of fact, yeah, it's Star Wars cellular crap. We can look that up, because it is so funny that he would even go there. And it's he thought that this was the shit, and it was like he was trying to say that the Jedi and their mind control discipline, or anyone who can control the Force, that which it was before. It was the concept of learning to control the Force was something that anyone could do if they had the discipline. All of that was changed in he brought up this cellular crap, is that you had to be born with a certain gene, and that if you didn't have the gene, then
that's like Tracy Twyman.
Yes, thank you. You couldn't perform the magic unless you were, of the bloodline, and there. Let me see, cellular.
The elitism type of kick.
Yeah, midichlorians. Here we are. Midichlorian. Every living cell everywhere has at least one midichlorian. It's like we all get one vote, right? But if somebody's special, they get 12 votes, right?
This is the difference between Stanley Kubrick and George Lucas. Stanley Kubrick would go create a work of art, then he'd go to another subject and create another work of art. George Lucas did all the same thing. I mean,
I don't know if he took the Force prowess and he turned that into a complete crapshoot of genetics. I mean, I'm not quite sure.
I mean, the Star Wars, it's just Star Wars, and more Star Wars.
What you're saying is that, unlike Stanley Kubrick, who would make completely different films, George Lucas was just doing the same thing, and basically, he fell into the rut where he then ruined it. And he was going to make the trilogy of trilogies, the rest of the films, all about this midichlorian shit, that it was all going to be about this cellular genetics thing. And if he hadn't sold it to Disney, and people complain about what Disney did with it, they would have hated what he was going to do with it, because everyone universally rejects his midichlorian crap. They hate it. He brought it up in one of the last films that he had some control over, and everybody just rejected it because it's just it's just pure disgusting. This is the true dark side of Star Wars, is this kind of materialism, cellular determinism. It's basically some kind of cellular determinism. So, but in terms of what else did that bring to mind when you were talking about Stanley Kubrick, was he released the film Damnation Alley the same year Star Wars was released, and it got totally just wiped off the map by Star Wars. Nobody remembers Damnation Alley, but Damnation Alley is a film that bears watching. And Damnation Alley, just so people understand it, it has a number of actors in it, but if you look it up, Peter Moon can tell me who there are. He'll recognize them. But Damnation Alley...
Post-apocalyptic film directed by Jack Smite, based on the name, novel of the same name by Roger Zelazny, an author who I am familiar with.
But Stanley Kubrick has quite a bit to do with it. Didn't he produce it?
It doesn't mention... It says directed by Jack Smite.
Let me see.
Generally speaking, Kubrick is usually the director.
Yes, that's right.
I'm looking on Wikipedia. Kubrick is not. It does not come up on Wikipedia. I don't think he had anything to do with it, unless he was the camera guy or he funded it. It says no. I don't. It distributed by 20th Century Fox. It's a Roger Zelazny novel. Is based upon a Roger Zelazny.
No, I know that because it actually was a short story, and they novelized it after the film, which I liked. And it stars Jan Michael Vincent, by the way, so people will recognize him. Now, I was always under the impression that Kubrick had something to do with it. Where did I get that impression? And it let me see now. As you say,
I'm looking it up to see if it has.
And it's funny because I've gone around all these years, and whenever I've mentioned it in the past, no one has ever corrected me. I guess nobody really cared. But what does it say? It says, a new day after doomsday thriller, well out of the running in comparison with Kubrick's masterpiece. Damnation Alley. Oh, they're comparing it to 2001, A Space Odyssey. Maybe that's how I conflated it in my mind, was how when it was released, everybody was trying to compare it to 2001. I don't see why. There was no real comparison between the two. They were totally different subjects.
Well, it says that their list of nuclear Holocaust fiction, and they both fit into that because of Kubrick and Dr. Strangelove.
I guess. So maybe it somehow conflated in my mind while I was young and growing up because people kept bringing up Kubrick's name in association with it. That's bizarre. I brought it up all these years. I'll say, oh yeah, that Kubrick movie. No one's ever corrected me. Well, there you go. So it had nothing to do with Kubrick. Shit. And I thought all these years it did.
In 1975, this is his chronology. In 1975, he comes out with Barry. Well, 71 is Clockwork Orange.
What did he do in 77? Did he release something in 77? The same year?
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
It takes him years to do something.
Right.
2001 comes out in 68. Clockwork Orange 3 years later in 71. Barry Lyndon in 75. 5 years later, The Shining comes out in 1980. 7 years later, in 87, Full Metal Jacket. 1999, 12 years later, Eyes Wide Shut. And
then he dies. He died because he was working with Tom Cruise, and that would kill anybody. That's what killed him. Okay, but there we have that. Thank you for correcting me on that, Peter. I never would have gotten that out of my head without you. But yeah, anyhow, Damnation Alley was totally wiped off the map. It was released November of 1977, the same year as Star Wars, and Star Wars just overwhelmed it, and which is too bad, because Damnation Alley is a much more relevant film in the more immediate sense. So it does bear watching. And either way, if you had gone by the belief that it was done by Kubrick, it probably would have stuck like it did with me, because it's very similar to something Kubrick would do.
It must have been very well done if you could even relate it to Kubrick.
I thought it was Kubrick all these years, honestly.
But you thought it was a very well done film, right?
Yeah. Yes. Very much so. And, I mean, it has some points that I could make, negative remarks about, but they're more like social observations than anything else. Like I pointed out before, that the one black character, of course, dies. He never makes it to the promised land, so to speak. But once they reach the promised land, it's all white people anyway, so there wouldn't have been a place for him. So that would probably be the most negative thing to say about it. But other than that, it's a product of its time. So, you know, it's kind of like Star Wars. Star Wars had no black people in it, and then people complained, and that's why they put in Landau Calrissian in the second film, was just to get a black person in there because, you know, people complained to George Lucas about how, you know, unconsciously racist his film was. At any rate, you take care, Peter. You have a blessed night. Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, looking forward to, you know, speaking with you again soon. And, you know, until next time we speak, take care.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Peter.
Yes, love you dearly. Share that with Paula. And so aside from that, going to count on Derek Talley and Jameson Reese to, unless Derek Talley's went to sleep already, and I'll count on you both to kind of hold the stage a little bit while I run some errands.
I have to wonder if that's why so many people like Star Wars, is because people complained that it was racist.
You know, it's interesting.
Given that it's America, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, well, it's probably one of the reasons why that film is so hard to find now. It's probably George Lucas went to some efforts to hide it. Also, his pathological hatred for the man who played Darth Vader, Mr. What's his name? The Australian? No, English, British guy. I'll have to look up his name again, but you know, that was just awful. And you know, he erased his name from the credits. He erased his, you know, I mean, you're talking about a real son of a bitch. George Lucas, like, you know, did everything to make certain that the man was never known of. And so let me look up man who played Darth Vader, and that'll tell us his name. So,
I was wondering, you said you were going to say something, you were going to work with Peter about the, I was wondering if the guy you were going to speak about in relation to meteorology in Japan was Sakuhei Fujiwara.
Let me check on that because I was working with so many names. David Prowse, yes. So David Prowse was the British guy who played Darth Vader. James Earl Jones was the voice, of course, and but George Lucas hated David Prowse so much he just fucked him all over with that. Let me check what's going on with my cell phone here because I basically just had someone knocking on my door, which is quite sinister, which almost never happens. So, okay, so God knows what's going on with that. I'm not going to bother to check if I take off from the microphone for a minute. And the reason you hear my cell phone is because I keep my cell phone on in case I need to call the cops if somebody starts trying to break in. So just so that people know, you might hear something in the background from my cell phone just for that reason. Other than that, I'm going to get some refreshments. As for the individual that you're mentioning, let me check back into the notes I was working on throughout the night because honestly, after I worked on it, I didn't commit it to memory with all the, shall I say, just the desire to sleep the way I did, and then everything kind of erases. So in terms of, let's take a look at this. The first thing that I was mentioning that in terms of what I had written about was I was talking about some of these very enormous acoustic instruments the world was using prior to radar, which was important because it brought us to the Japanese Department of Meteorology, because these kinds of instruments were set up on Marcus Island, which Peter Moon and I had brought up. And the Japanese Department of Meteorology are the only civilians who are now on that island, along with the military and the Coast Guard. And by the way, just so people know about it, the Japanese Self-Defense Forces, or their maritime self-defense forces, they are not the fucking Coast Guard, okay? Japan has a goddamn Coast Guard. Japan has a full-fledged fucking high seas navy, just so you know about that. By the way, Maria Gregorich says, yikes, don't make me worry. Yes, I'll try not to, honey. And well, don't worry, I have firearms all over the place, but if I get to using them, I'd need to call the police more than ever. That goes without saying. So let me get back to what I was looking up. I'm working my way towards the meteorologists, and so part of what I was writing was about the Japanese Department of Meteorology, which was considered part of the war effort in World War II, and in Japan today has all kinds of responsibilities. This is actually quite relevant considering the fact that today we're going to speak about a little bit. I'll inescapably cover 3/11, which was the Japanese suffering the great northeastern earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear meltdown, which was a triple threat, if ever there fucking was one. By the way, just so people understand the resiliency of the Japanese empire, when Mikhail Gorbachev wrote his fucking memoirs, he said far more so than perestroika or glasnost or any kind of liberalization of the Soviet Union, in which made people realize just how fucked up it was. So they wanted to emulate the West and get a better lifestyle. And obviously this all contributed to the fall of communism. More than any of that, Mikhail Gorbachev, who was in the position to know, said it was Chernobyl. Chernobyl was the downfall of the Soviet Union. And most people who lived in there at the time would tell you the same. And think about 3/11, which was like, at this point, 10 years ago in 2011, and it's 2021. So on March 11th of 2011, till March 11th was just a few days ago. It was the day after, of course, shall we say its commemorative date was the day after my latest transmission. 10 years on, the Japanese Empire has no effects in any way commensurate to what happened with the Soviet Union vis-a-vis Chernobyl. And the Fukushima Daiichi meltdown was just this side of fucking Chernobyl. Probably Chernobyl is the only thing that beats it out in terms of the seriousness of what we're talking about. So the world's oldest dynasty cannot be touched by something like that. So at any rate, the man who is most credited with discovering the jet stream is Oishi Wasabura. And the other person you might be referencing was the man who was running the Japanese meteorological department during World War II, because that sounds a lot more like his name, which let me see if I can look that up. And because
he's known for the Fujiwara
Sakuhei,
effect.
yes. So Fujiwara Sakuhei, who's known for the Fujiwara, what do they call it? The Fujiwara phenomena.
Effect. Yeah, it's like two hurricanes in one system, like dancing around each other. It's like, literally what hit. It's literally what hit the Northeast like weeks ago.
Okay. Yes, he was the director of Central Meteorological Observatory, which means he was running all of the meteorology in Japan throughout World War II, and 2 years thereafter, and then died, around 1950. He died in 1950, so he retired about a few years before he died, probably because he was dying. And so that's who you're thinking of. So he is the Fujiwara effect is what they were talking about with the massive storms that basically, if the Americans had any delusion they were going to invade Japan, all of that was ended by those two storms that hit America, their fleet in the Pacific. And everything was lined up to invade Japan from Okinawa. And Typhoon Louise, which my father survived, that just blew everything away. It just blew everything off Okinawa. And it forced the Americans' evacuation of East Asia, the largest evacuation in the history of mankind, outside of Operation Hannibal, which was a mass migration. The largest military evacuation was Operation Magic Carpet, where the Americans had to withdraw from Asia, pretty much. It just went on and on. They never tell you about Typhoon Louise. And the interesting thing is, my father survived that on the USS Pittsburgh, which became world famous because its bow broke off in Typhoon Louise. And they made it back to port without sinking with a missing bow, which, by the way, is almost physically impossible, but they did it. And so my father was on that ship. And then you get my gang stalkers like Stephen Outrim and Richard K. Cole Jr., and of course whatever faggot they can bring in, such as the guy they had with them for a while, the Bukake Beret, that Green Beret Master Sergeant. And remember, Michael Aquino was a Green Beret. So when you think Green Berets, don't think, John Wayne. Think Michael Aquino, and think about Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez, who was the uncle of Richard Ramirez, who taught his nephew how to butcher women, because that's what he did throughout Vietnam, was rape young girls and butcher them into nothing. Leaving him as just strips of flesh by his own definition. And I know he did it. I know it's not war stories because I saw all the photographs. And those are the same photographs he showed his nephew. That's what his nephew used to masturbate to. I had to confiscate them from him because he was trying to show them to kids at the Presidio Military Base Library. So if you're a Green Beret, go fuck yourself. And so that was Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier. Oh, we kicked his ass. Gary States and I, we turned him in for double dipping. He was getting his, his check, both his military check for disability and his pension, which you can't get unless you were my father, George Dietrich, who got concurrent receipt, which is like winning the Congressional Medal of Honor. You need basically Congress to authorize that. And my father was one of the few enlisted men who ever had that done. So that's better than the Congressional Medal of Honor. And he's better than any of you out there, all of you faggot military men who all claim that you're something. My father was through 3 wars, and he's got that on his tombstone. World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. And that's why my gang stalker Richard K. Cole said he was going to destroy my father's tombstone. So this is the kind of shit that we've got going down, where Pavel, of course, who lives near there, right across from my father's cemetery up there in Canada, right across the border from upstate New York, basically got together with Richard K. Cole towards that objective. I don't know if anyone has ever accomplished it. When I asked people in New York to check up on it, Lena Shea was telling the truth when she said, my dad's cemetery, which we intended this is why we buried him out in the middle of nowhere along with my mother. My mother, by the way, is in an unmarked grave. My father has the tombstone, and we actually buried her at an angle to my father. They're not side by side, so that people could never violate her grave, because it would be almost impossible to locate unless people started strafe bombing or cluster bombing, all 180 degrees in a circular direction around my dad. But in terms of my father's cemetery, it's so far out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere in upstate New York that, like Lena Shea said, and she's telling the truth, it would have been easier for her to have left Albany, New York in her car, gone to the local airport, the nearest local airport, and gotten on a plane to fly to San Francisco to rendezvous with me. Would have taken far less effort than for her to go check on my father's grave. That's probably the biggest thing we got going for us. But if anybody can afford to go out there and check on his tombstone and make sure it's still standing, I could always give the grave a call. But it's upstate New York, and the people managing
they're sketch as hell.
Yeah, they don't even answer the fucking phone. I've left calls with them before and nobody responds. It's just like I don't think anybody's managing the fucking the cemetery.
In a sense, that would actually work in your favor, because that would add to the impossibility of anyone going out there, and that would add to the impossibility of Richard K. Cole doing that.
Yeah.
I don't think, as obsessed as he is is of with you. I could not picture him
Having
going
that
through
level
that
of
length of
energy and
effort.
yeah, that level of energy and discipline. Yeah.
Because a guy might because the vision that comes ahead is someone with a freaking gut that
Yes. Yeah.
and the incapacity to like walk up a flight of stairs. So I just somehow can't imagine him rummaging through miles and miles of like a place that's so obscure that it would probably you'd probably finding a headstone would probably be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Oh God, I was so his relations. Oh my God, I could see why he ran away from the family. I hate to say this because they did what they could to help myself. In the situation with my father and my mother, but honest to God, there was just I couldn't believe when I was up there. Just the one woman, I'm not going to name her. She was my dad's cousin, I think, niece, because she was my cousin. Yeah, she was his niece, my cousin. She was really young though, compared to him. Of course, she was much older compared to me. But she, her own husband, who was kind of like, the Dietrich family was right. He kind of like took her and brainwashed her into a personality cult of worshiping himself, and he was dead. But her own husband was like somebody who'd been part of some frat, and just a kind of wealthy white guy who like took her into after he married her, she was like his property, and she couldn't go anywhere else. The family tried to get her to date people because she went into deepest depression after he died. And when I stayed with her, she forced me to watch films of her husband and shit. This was part of how obsessed she was with that, and it was just like sure torture. And but the guy was a hunter, and he had hunted deer. He had died not too long ago, maybe a few years. I had actually met him while he was alive. Now that I think about it, he visited San Francisco with her to meet my father and family once before he died. And so I met him, and I knew what he looked like. He had never been negative to me. He was an avid hunter, and her home was kind of like probably Brendan Zoget's version of a horror story. It would be like hell because there was just deer heads and deer body parts everywhere.
Oh my God.
It was just, there was deer body parts. I mean, like deer legs had been used to make lampstands. It was like the lampstands were made out of deer's legs, hooven deer's legs and shit. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it was made to look like a hunting lodge. The deer body parts were everywhere, and he had hunted up enough venison where she still had venison from deer he had killed in the freezer. She unfroze it so we could eat some, and I was spitting out buckshot. It was like that was like
Holy shit.
that this was like I had never visited people who had lived like this. It was just odd. It was just so it was like I never, this was like just and they were in kind of a suburban environment, and it was just like and by the way, it's like I mentioned before, in Coast to Coast AM, they are on they were in St. Louis, Missouri is where they did a lot of their shows from, but their ownership was in California. So everything they did was really on California time. Rather, their ownership was on the Pacific Coast. It wasn't in California necessarily, but honestly, their headquarters was really Los Angeles, because that's where the producer for George Norrie worked. Tom Danheiser is in fucking L.A. So for those of you who don't know, the whole show was run out of L.A. All the calls were taken out of L.A. So the reason that this is relevant is because the people kept calling at all hours. They would start taking calls at about midnight, maybe Pacific time, and everybody who called in was from upstate New York. Now you
know what's funny?
Yeah.
You're gonna laugh your ass off, but my dad used to listen to oh my God, he used to listen to it. He used to call it the George Norrie show.
Yeah, and everybody called from upstate New
my
York.
God.
And by the way, just so people understand the relevance of this, everybody calling from upstate New York shows you, first off, midnight here is what, 3 a.m. in the morning over there? I mean,
Yeah,
seriously.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's literally
Thank you.
3 a.m.
Thank you. So everybody who was calling was up at 3 a.m. in the fucking morning in upstate New York calling in. And it was like 90% of the calls. 90% of the calls, they would tell you this, were upstate New York. And it's because everybody in upstate New York, the overwhelming majority of them, are just losers on welfare with nothing to fucking do. They're all disabled. They're all senior citizens. They're all on retirement or welfare, and they're up all night probably because they're all fucking crackheads. And then they sleep all day. I mean, not in the sense that I do. I mean, certainly I do the same thing, but but these people are
I
different.
know in my father's case, he was up because he would work nights.
Okay, there you go.
He would be working. He would actually be working in Brooklyn or Brooklyn at that time.
Yeah. But mostly.
So being so coordinated to the night shift, he'd be out like on the weekends, and I'd go for drives with him sometimes, and he'd be listening to it, and we'd go out because he would go out and just drive around, smoke. So it was like bonding time, I guess.
Let me ask Derek Tully if he's there, because I'll need you to hold the stage otherwise for me while I grab some refreshment. And okay, so whoever knocked on the door has hopefully gone away. It could have been the mailman. And
no, you didn't hear any hoved feet, did you?
Okay, so Derek says yes. Derek, can you hear us? He says he's there. Can you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
listening.
Yeah, okay, good. Do help Jameson hold the stage. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. I'm going to get myself some refreshments. I have nothing around me to drink right now, and I'm going totally dry. And by the way, I don't mean that in the alcoholic sense. I just mean that in the sense of, I'm dry. Say that.
Oh, okay. I was about to give a comment like, man, that's painful. I know the struggle, but I realized that you were talking about dehydrated, not.
Yes, that's right. Thank you. Yes.
Well, that's equally as painful.
Yes, the only reason I'm even self-conscious about it is because we were talking about Judith earlier, and honest to God, if Judith was ever listening, I don't fucking drink anywhere near to the. She honestly thinks of myself as like some fucking alcoholic, and like every time I spent with her, she saw me go for days without drinking, and obviously an alcoholic cannot do that. So this is like, it's just incredible. Love you both. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, and just hold the stage for me. It's so much appreciated. And thank you, Derek, for being here. And I'll go mute now.
All right. So, what's happening, Jamo?
I was wondering if you had any stories, because you probably have a lot more than I have. I like literally just jumped into the program with very little actually prepared from earlier today.
There seems to be some type of mass shooting in Chicago. 15 people shot, 2 fatally in the Chicago mass shooting at a party, police say. So, and this is kind of like just breaking since the show started. I started seeing this. So, at least 15 people were shot, 2 of them fatally inside a pop-up party early Sunday at a business that operates a tow company and apparent event space in the south side of Chicago. Police Superintendent David Brown said investigators believe that the 4:40 a.m. shooting was gang-related, according to the Chicago police report, citing preliminary information. Officers and firefighters responded to the business at 6798 South Chicago Avenue in Park Manor neighborhood, according to the fire and police officials. Okay, so now I know right where that's at. So that's all we have on that story, which is kind of a looks like the shooting happened at 4:40 a.m., but there seems not to be a whole lot of other information about it.
They said that a woman was shot 3 times, once in the head, was found dead outside the building. And there was a guy with wounds to his neck and leg later found dead inside a back room. The medical examiner's office identified the woman as Rainisha Dotson, 30, and the man as Lionel Darling, 39. Both were pronounced dead at 4:55 at the scene. The location is a garage tow yard with an attached duplex apartment, which was converted to a bar party area. Reports about the number of people shot increased from 9 at 7 a.m. to 12 a short time later. As of 9 a.m., 15 with 2 killed. Damn. Shit, I would not want to go into a party in Chicago. That's for sure.
Right. And it sounds like, and I know right where that's at, but I'm trying to picture a tow yard that has 2 apartments that they converted to a bar. That doesn't ring a bell. You know, I mean, 67th and South Shore does. I mean, you're not far from the Museum of Science and Industry at that part. You're close to Hyde Park. You're close to the Hyde Park Beach and everything, but Washington Park and I know the area, but I cannot, for the life of me, think of any place that you have a tow truck yard that the building has been converted to a bar. So let me see what else I have here. Black woman who alleges she was forced by TSA to remove shirt says she was victim of racism. Is it because I'm a black woman? She asks a TSA agent. A black woman is questioning whether race was a factor in the TSA Transportation Security Agent's decision to force her to remove her shirt at a security checkpoint at a Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport last month. Is it because I'm a black woman? Andrea DeMille questioned while speaking to ABC at 4 this week. The incident happened on February 28 when DeMille approached a Delta Airlines security checkpoint inside the airport. She was returning from hiking in Sedona, Arizona, as wearing a half zip top, DeMille says. The TSA officer made her remove the shirt, which was the only thing covering her sports bra. DeMille walked through the scanner in her bra only. I was in yoga pants and a jogger zip-up jacket, nothing but a sports bra underneath, said DeMille. I get really to go through the scanner where he stand up and put his hands up and said, there's a middle-aged white gentleman, and the other end says, are you wearing something underneath that? And I said, what? And he goes, are you wearing something underneath that? So I zip halfway so he could see I'm in nothing but a sports bra and says, you have to take that off. TSA responded to the incident in a statement on February 28th. A female traveler came up to a security checkpoint, Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport, wearing a sweatshirt with a full-length metal zipper, and the statement said. So, you know, they're just trying to come out with an excuse. They just fucking with her, making her take off her shirt and everybody, trying to embarrass her.
Well, the thing is, you know, even if it weren't, you know, and I'm not doubting that it could be racism, but I'm saying even if we were to say it wasn't racism, the TSA agents have been notorious for, you know, their sexual misconduct when it comes to female, when it comes to dealing with women in general. So it would not surprise me if both of those were factors in, you know, what happened with her. So, you know, the TSA is largely unnecessary. I mean, they're nothing more than, they're more or less a money, they're like a money pit, because they clearly don't stop people from getting on planes with bombs.
Exactly. And just like I have to go renew my license again. I'm going to have to go do the whole fingerprint and background checking all that. And the same place that I go to for my fingerprint and background check, I can get the all the stuff I need to put the star on my license or make it to where I get to go through the airport. So there's kind of an extortion ring going on there too. So
there is. Actually, I can see if I could look for something about that. How much the let's see, is the TSA even necessary? You have anything else as well?
Let me see, not much. Oh, here's one. I hope they lose. High school basketball announcer calls girls who kneeled for national anthem the N-words, and then he blames his diabetes, his blood sugar. It caused him to call them niggers. So it's not his fault. He called them diabetes.
Oh my gosh. The blood sugar defense. Wow, that is super lame.
A basketball announcer is under fire after he was caught on a hot mic using the N-word to refer to members of a girls basketball team who kneeled during the national anthem at a game on Thursday. So it was the old hot mic defense. Don't have your mic on, pretend like you don't know your mic on, and say, look at those niggers, you know. When the girls basketball team from Norman High School kneeled as the Star-Spangled Banner played at the women's 64 state playoff game against the Midwest City High School in Sapulpa, Oklahoma. Yes, Sapulpa, Oklahoma. The announcer used the slur not once but twice. The announcer's comments were captured by the National Federation of High School, NFHS, network's online stream. So they caught it on the stream. The announcer, Matt Rowan, reacted to the kneeling by saying, "They're kneeling. Fucking niggers. I hope Norman gets their ass kicked. Fuck off. Fuck them. I hope they lose." About 30 seconds later, the announcer repeated the story a second time. The girls' team had been kneeling regularly during the playing of the national anthem since mid-January. According to the Norman transcript, Rowan apologized for his comments in a statement saying, "During the Norman High School girls basketball game against Midwest City High School, I made inappropriate and racist comments believing that the microphone was off. However, let me state immediately that is no excuse. Such comments should never have been uttered." So he's over there snickering, like, like giving his, the microphone was off, and then I let the niggers know I really thought they were niggers, but I didn't know that they know that we're going to hear it because the microphone was supposed to be off, but it was on. So it's one of them excuses. It's one of those, I'm sorry if you were offended type excuses. He then went on to the officer to offer diabetes as an explanation to his comments. So it wasn't his fault. He said what he said. It's his diabetes. I will state that I suffer from type 1 diabetes, and during the game, my sugar was spiking. While not excusing my remarks is not unusual when my sugar spikes, that I become disoriented and I have to say things that are not appropriate as well as hurtful, Rowan said. I do not believe I would have made such horrible statements if you motherfuckers would just went and bought me a Snickers bar. So that's not what it says. It says I would have made no such statements absent my sugar spiking. He specifically apologized to Norman's girls basketball team and the friends and families and clarified that his friend Scott Scopola, who was in the box at the time, shouldn't be blamed for the incident. Scott Scopola was not the one that made these comments. It was me and me alone, Rowan said. Hoover Public Schools Superintendent Jolene Share and Scapa, a former coach, should have stood up for the students and condemned the racist language and the other announcement, the hate, parents, and the tolerance it represents. No information about repercussions Sapula may have faced was given. So he's not going to get punished.
It's no surprise. It's just disgusting. It's literally just disgusting. It's disgusting, but it's sad when this is kind of normalized. And it just goes to show you how we haven't made any progress whatsoever. At least no progress that really does anything to address, it's basic, whatever measures have been made, whatever leaps have been made as far as addressing ethnic equity in this country are the equivalent of putting a Band-Aid on a fractured leg. I mean, it's just absurd. Now, as far as the TSA, I am still looking that one up. I'm sure I'd be able to pull up some more for a later time, but I suspect that the entire thing is just a money pit. Now, I do not know for certain. What I do have was an article that went into the Fujiwara effect, which is a natural phenomenon that takes place when two nearby hurricanes or cyclonic vortices interact with each other. The effect was first described by Japanese meteorologist Dr. Sakuhei Fujiwara in 1921. The phenomenon was thus named after him. This occurs when two hurricanes from near each other form near each other or approach each other close enough to allow the interaction to take place. Extratropical cyclones can exhibit the binary interaction within a distance of 2,000 kilometers of each other. Tropical cyclones exhibit this type of effect when separated by distances of less than 1,400 kilometers. During this interaction, the centers of the two hurricanes involved in the phenomenon begin to mutually orbit in a counterclockwise direction, about a point between the two hurricanes or cyclonic vortices. The position of the point is dependent on the intensity and mass of the vortices. The smaller hurricane involved in the Fujiwara effect moves at a faster rate than the bigger one around the central point. The significance of this, of course, is the sort of effect that we saw based on what I learned earlier in the week from the Weather Channel, which was when we had that back-to-back snow, which pretty much inundated much of the Northeast, which is what I found interesting, because that's something I suspect we're going to see a lot more of, given the global heating that we're going through.
Yeah, of course.
And let's see. Yeah, I would have been more prepared if I didn't go through, wasn't so pissed off about, those people trying to fucking bait me into getting into a fight with them, which, I'm not stupid enough to do. I had to tell that one motherfucker who was getting too close to my personal space, I was like, don't do it. Because I was ready to clock him right upside his fucking head. And I would have knocked him the fuck out.
That happens in New York a lot because Tariq Nasheed just posted something, and it was it looks like a big fight of just people fighting everybody. And I think This happened like crazy, and it's like all these young cats now, they just want to try to and the thing is, there's usually, you can see how they're doing, they'll do some kind of signal, and the guys, a few people behind them, if it's a crowd, will start doing the same thing, and they'll start moving almost as if they're coordinated. So it's like they're trying to coordinate attacks on people just to see if they can fuck them up. And the thing is, what makes it even more absurd is that they're doing it in plain sight of police officers, workers, and people who would break the shit up.
So it's clear that, you know, their intention is to see if they could provoke it by, you know, getting really absurdly close to someone's personal space, especially, and this is something you don't want to do if you're in a crowded fucking city like New York. Because honestly, I would be justified in knocking one of them the fuck out. And I've reached the point where I just, you know, fuck going to the city then, you know, because niggas out there are just fucking retarded, and they do deserve to be called niggers in the true sense of the word. Because they know what the fuck they're doing, and they're targeting people who are of their own ethnicity. They don't seem to be eager to pop off against white people. So I would say they're cowards, or they're just people who are just trying to exploit the opportunity to exploit violence for violence' sake. And they're always taller than me. That's the thing that fucking pisses me off the most, is that they're always... Yeah, every fucking last one of them over 6 feet. Every one of them. This is the reason why I thought that this was more or less something psychological, and this was more or less some degree of trying to, on behalf of these alphabet agencies, to enforce some degree of psychological intimidation onto me, because they know that that triggers me, and so they would be able to see that from a psychological profile. Because most of the people I've gotten into fights with, historically speaking, are always taller than I am. They're always over 6 feet, always. And it makes one question why these guys are so insecure about themselves if they're that tall.
Yeah, that's something I've often pondered too.
I don't know.
Acting like they've been picked on all their lives, that really don't fit the profile of people that get picked on all their lives.
And the thing is, I've been picked on all my life. So, I mean, it's clear to me that, you know, this is the reason why I react the way I do. Because growing up, I was bullied by people who were bigger than me. And I fought a hell of a lot. Just about most of my life was involved in fighting other males. So this is another reason why I do not hold males in high regard usually, or I might display a certain bias towards them, is because my interactions, or at least the interactions that that hold the most weight in my mind, are violent interactions. So my only conclusion would be, like, you know, it's not likely everyone in a gang is going to be like tall. You know, you're going to have people of different heights, but these people seem to be coordinated, and I suspect that they're working with the people who are on either the police or the NSA, and they're getting some kind of exchange for fucking with certain individuals who are on a list. Because I've met other individuals who, you know, other people who I suspect are also in the program, and did voice a sort of paranoia towards, you know, certain things that just stand out. And again, you know, I would suspect that there's a lot of people in this. So I'm not what you would call clinically unique. But I suppose that they would tailor the type of situation to their target. You know, I, of course, being a man of color, I'm going to be more hesitant or trying to get into a violent conflict, knowing very well that, you know, and they would probably already know that very well, do not want to get shot by the police or arrested. So it's an easy exploit if you want to psychologically intimidate someone or push them in a box and control their actions, to exploit whatever their particular fear might be, or whatever might be their particular weakness. It's a mind war. It's just a mind war tactic, basically. It's a psychological warfare tactic. And so if it's intimidation, I'm not the person who you want to fuck with. And I'm not stupid enough to just strike somebody out in the open when other people are around and there's cameras everywhere. I'd rather pull somebody into a spot where no one's around and just fucking destroy them. But I watch what I say because I don't want to be arrested for murder either. And for me personally, fighting isn't a matter of beating somebody up and walking away. It's life and death for me. It's life and death for me because I've seen what happens if somebody gets hit in the head hard enough.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
And I've seen people get knocked, just get hit once and not, that's it, they're dead on the scene. It happens. The human head is not meant to get struck. So,
And I know what you mean, because even with me, it's like that incident I had the day after Christmas. You know, with that lady came into my own house to fight and shit. You know, I'm thinking about, okay, well, I have a CDL. I have I have to get my fingerprint and background check and do all this other checks with the TSA and all this stuff before I can even get my license and lose my job over this, because I can't all of a sudden I'd get in a fight, you know what I'm saying, and end up being some kind of domestic thing to where now I can't have a job. So they know what they were doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they always, and the timing is just too perfect sometimes. Now that said, I should qualify something that as for why this is occurring a lot, and this might have to do with the fact that right now Mars is in Gemini, and Gemini rules communication. So and Mars also, I guess Mars is supposed to rule like vitality.
Okay,
and
I'm
things like
back. Just wanted everybody to know in case they got worried. So I'm out of the rain. So what happened was it was a delivery person brought an enormous crate of tea. And I thought, oh, thank God, Selena Khan is finally being generous to me again. She hasn't sent me anything in so long. And she threatens to put me through these hour-long courses twice a week so I can learn how to use like financial things electronically, like access my bank account, which I've never done before. So I thought maybe she was doing this to motivate me. But it was addressed to a person up the street, like blocks up the street, and they sent it to the wrong address. So I tried to deliver it to them, but they weren't having any of it. So I've got a large crate of tea. So there you go. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Okay, so let me catch my breath and dry myself off. And please hold the stage for a while longer. Thank you so much.
Gotcha. Well, I'm probably guessing that, if as they say, lesser minds do seem to be more influenced by the astrological signs and stuff like that. So it's probably a lot of people are influenced by that Mars being in Gemini. I don't even know if I'm interpreting this right. I'm just Mars is supposed to be confidence.
It's coming out of like retrograde, and people are saying during that time of retrograde, don't sign any contracts and don't make any, contracts or covenants or nothing. So, I've never really paid attention to that before, but I've been having such a string of bad luck lately. I'm just wondering what's it all coming from? If there is a supernatural.
I think the answer is 2021, man. 2021 is so far proving itself to be much more of a left hook than 2020 was. I think 2020 was shocking to a lot of people because it caught everybody off guard. Which I don't see how it caught anyone off guard because given the political circumstances, it was like inevitable that was going to come. But I don't know. I mean, hopefully this will be a better year. It would be nice to have that stimulus money, but I don't know when the hell we are supposed to see that. What I can do is see if I can find out when we're supposed to get that stimulus. Because
use it to move. I'm gonna move. I want to put it away. And if who knows, I may move to, another part of town, but I'm going to see if I could actually transfer. I wouldn't mind staying with the same company, but I actually want to stay with the same company. But I want to move to another branch. You know what I'm saying? I'm considering Cartersville, Georgia, Aiken, South Carolina, some places I've ever been. Now, I know for a fact that if I was to put in my application at the branch up there, Vancouver, Washington, I've worked out of that branch a couple of times. I know they would take me in a heartbeat, but I don't want to live up there. You know what I'm saying? That's like the borderline's Portland, Oregon. I mean, if you're standing on our terminal in Vancouver, Washington, you could just look south and you'll see Portland. You can see Portland from where we're at over there in Vancouver, Washington. And for one, their traffic is just so fucked up. And then for two, I'd have nobody out there.
Yeah, well, also the time where there's all that upheaval going on up there, I don't know. That place seems to be a magnet for it. Based on what I'm seeing, they said that this is from 5 hours ago. This is why are some banks unable to access their COVID-19 relief checks? Americans banking with some financial institutions will not have access to the third round of COVID-19 stimulus funds at least until midweek. Although some people began receiving the $1,400 per person direct deposit payments Saturday morning, others awoke to find the funds pending. In a Friday call, a U.S. Treasury official told reporters some people will see the money in their account as early as this weekend as a pending or provisional payment until it is cleared by the financial institution, CNS Business reported, indicating the funds are being processed and not held. Wells Fargo addressed the issue directly in a Friday night tweet stating, customers who are eligible to receive direct deposit of this stimulus payment may expect it as soon as March 17, 2021. Yeah, so they're going to make you suffer for it, as I predicted.
But by the way, I'll need you to check up on this young lady. She offered me a Facebook friend request, and normally I would suspect this might be like a Nigerian oil scam or something like that. She's black and African in Ghana. Of course, I had some black priest in Ghana the other day try and make a pass at me, and he was the real deal because he thought I was a woman and was sending me, "Hey, Happy International Women's Day" and shit like that. And I was like,
"Oh, what's the person's name?"
Oh Jesus, I have to look it up. I didn't even respond to him because what do you say to that? I mean, obviously most.
I guess you could just send me a link to the profile and I'll look at it.
For the young lady's name. Let me say. I thought you were asking about the black priest.
Oh no! I wouldn't have any interest in it.
I was about to say, the young lady. Actually, let me get this for you. I'll send this to you without naming her aloud. Her timeline seems real enough. So let me get that over to you, and I'll send this to Derek as well. The both of you can check up on this. I'd like you to cross-reference each other. And
just as long as she doesn't call you mate, like the person.
Oh, I'd know then. Yeah, I'd know then.
Yeah, like that. Like the person who I had to kick out, who was sending me these messages saying, "I thought you were a real person. I thought you were a real person, mate." And I'm like, "Whoa." Got an Australian accent there. Huh?
Yeah, that's probably Stephen Outram, for Christ's sakes. So in terms of anyhow, let me see if I can get this over to you. There we are. Okay. So there we are. Yeah, her timeline looks real, and but it could, of course, just be a great effort going into trying to make it look real. But the only reason I have kind of a fear here is because there was this one guy I knew who was also German Japanese. Now, obviously, I'm not half German, half Japanese. This guy was, and he was an idiot. His dad was Japanese. He was a doctor. His dad was a Japanese MD, and his mother was a German nurse. And he was borderline retarded. I mean, you know, that's a horrible term because it's an insult to the developmentally disabled. He was just really dumb. And this poor fucker, he got involved with, on the phone with a bunch of people in Black Africa who was a young girl who was claiming she was enslaved. And she was, you know, this was the avatar. Young girl claiming she was enslaved, send money so I can buy my way out of this. And he sent her money, and she asked for more, of course, and it just never stops. He sent her thousands and thousands of dollars. By the time his parents found out what was going on, he had sent something like $20,000 to Nigeria, and they got the FBI involved. And the FBI did what it could, but in the end, the FBI said, you know, it's in Black Africa. We have no jurisdiction. There's nothing we can do. We recommend you simply divest your son of his phone privileges. Bear in mind, this guy was like, you know, in his 30s. And so his parents put a lock on the phone in the sense that somehow they disabled his ability to use the phone. And he was certainly not allowed to use the phone in the home, and et cetera, et cetera. It's just this pathetic story. But it was just...
It doesn't seem like someone who's fake. They're not... I don't see where it sees anything like... it doesn't seem like there's any places pinged like Indonesia or something.
Well, the interesting thing is that it's probably real because she hasn't asked me for any money, which would be the first thing she'd do if it was along those lines. But
or they say some shit like, "Do you want to join the Illuminati?"
Yeah, I never gotten that.
I get that all the time.
Do you really?
Yeah. I got one that was really interesting because it had like a white guy. It had like his Masonic pictures and whatnot, and so I'm like, okay, what do you want?
But
I'm like,
doubtless you were simply entertaining yourself. I'm certain you were just you were basically
I was just playing around with them, and so they're like, hi. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay, hi. I'm like, how are you? I'm like,
that didn't last long. I take it this didn't last long before they just...
No, it did. It didn't, because I already knew. I was just fucking around. So I'm like, okay, get to the point. What do you want? It's like, would you like to join the Illuminati? So I looked at the profile and I'm like, how's the weather in Mabanga, Cameroon?
Holy shit.
This person's name is John Callington.
Why would they even come up with that as... Why do they think people would find that appealing? Why did they think people would respond to that? I guess...
And now what's hilarious is the content's not available anymore. It's like, so they close down the account, but it still has like the picture of some random dude's face. It's like, why would I want to join the Illuminati?
Well, I mean, but why would they think anyone would want to? Like, why would they think...
It's funny because on their profile, there were a lot of people asking, is this real? Is this real? Can I really join the Illuminati? And I'm like,
God. Oh my God. That's...
Are people on Facebook apparently that's stupid?
Yes.
And
oh my
God.
Well, I guess that's all of them. Well, you know,
after random adding people, and they just added me out of the blue. Like, okay, maybe this guy wants to join.
Yeah.
And as soon as I said something, they shut down the account.
Oh my God. You know, and oh, by the way, as for the half German, half Japanese guy, because people are asking me for more background on this because they find it so tragically funny. He was actually he worked for the like Department of Highways in California, where he was part of a truck. Get this shit, you know, basically what happens is that truck drivers, and by the way, Derek, you can confirm this or add your 2 cents on this, but basically truck drivers, apparently a lot of them piss in bottles and throw the bottles out on the road. And whenever this is done, by the way, what makes this so stupid is that urine is sterile. It's very, very seldom is urine got something in it that's transmissible. And so when they do this, it's taken as a hazardous waste product, as if it were like radioactive or something. And so what they have to send out are trucks with men in hazmat suits to pick it up with tongs and shit. And so this guy was involved with that. He was part of this California program where they went up and down the highways picking up bottles of urine and shit that were thrown out by truck drivers, keeping California's highways safe from, all that vicious truck driver urine, which just eats through the asphalt and shit and causes potholes. But being facetious, I hope people understand that. But anyhow, so this poor bastard, this is what he did for a living. And his dad was a doctor and his mom was a nurse. And it turned out at one point in his life, and I don't know whether this was contributive to his stupidity or just collateral thereof. Like, his stupidity was probably as much as a cause of this as it was a product. But he was in a car that somehow, in an accident, wound up flipping. And so he basically wound up with his neck bones compressed in such a manner that his father, who's an MD, was able to, of course, get him quality scanning. And they said his dad told him, your neck compressed in such a way that you'll never be able to move it normally again. But the absolute miracle is that nothing happened to paralyze you for life. That normally in an accident like this, your average person is paralyzed for life and cannot move from the neck down at least. Mostly they would die. And it's like, but no, not him. He was just like, fucking functioning. Well, obviously he wasn't functioning because he's giving all his money to people in Africa who claim that they're girls under enslavement and shit, when it's really a bunch of guys around a poker table who are, as soon as he sends his money over, they put that on the table and say, oh, I've got more in, put me in, deal me in. Yeah. And anyhow, so there you go with that. More on that. That's basically all there's plenty more to relate, but it just doesn't bear going into. It's just, more stupidity. But there you have that. And I met these people while trying to collect things that, I never had as a child. So I went into collectibles and trying to look for them. So I was trying to get people to find these things for me online because I still didn't know how to use a computer. And, honestly, but all of the people I was dealing with were all incredibly stupid people and just awful. I mean, just all of these people were so pathetic. You couldn't even describe it. And the worst part was, oh my God, when you went to visit them to pick these things up and they were like, they're just like living in fucking communes, stupid people living in the same house together, and I'm talking about, this is common, people are like this all over California because the real estate's so expensive. The only way they can afford to live is in communes. But it's like they have pets and then they have cats, and everywhere you go there's the stink of dog or cat's urine, and it's just, cat's urine in particular is just vile. And it's just, this is what they lived in. It's just, and they would have multiple cats that just, and I imagine Laura Lee Solomon had to have been something like this, which is why she was evicted ultimately, was because she had 7 cats, right? I mean,
damn, that's a lot of cats.
Oh yeah, at least.
Holy fuck. Three is a handful, and this little one here seems to want to jump up on the table, and I gotta kind of have her, get down. I mean, I don't mind her. I mean, she was able to stay up here the whole transmission last time, but sometimes she wants to get like really like, no, I want your time. You can't be doing this broadcast. So I gotta have her get down. But yeah. Well,
there you have it.
Well, there you have it. There's a lot of people in New York who should be going to California then, so that they could shack up. Because there's a lot of stupid fucking people out here.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. And
these people are fucking morons. I mean, when you're walking down the street and then there's a guy on like, now, so not only does a moron not have a mask on at the very fucking corner where you're supposed to cross over to, he's standing there and he's like just do his cell phone, like pressing buttons, like breathing all over the place. I'm like, oh my fucking God. This Staten Island sucks.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, and by the way, Mr. Sammy Romero says let's see exactly what he says. I don't want to misquote him here. And let's see. And let me dredge this up. By the way, is Derek with us? What happened to him? Like, did he like?
Yeah, he's still with us.
Oh, okay. That's good. Oh yeah, where was going on there? Sorry, Oi, Joe Zanino. I could have sworn I had responded to this sometime earlier. It's Salman Sheikh's wonderful post on myself, where he's going to be interviewing myself. And honestly, nothing, Salman Sheikh is wonderful, and so is Eric Lastic, and they both support myself as best they can. And with Salman Sheikh, of course, he's got a far larger following than I have, and this is of course he didn't get taken offline 3 times in a fucking row. I totally scrubbed from the internet, which is why my numbers, which were actually quite high compared to what I have on this channel, are so different. And of course I don't have a timeline in my own name anymore, thanks to Lena Shea doing her job for the cult. But you know what they say, better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. So sorry, Sammy Romero says, laughing my ass off. Peter Moon's response was great, Doug. Thanks for mentioning that question about the Royals. So aside from that, Sammy Romero, I have my own bit to say, not about the Royals, but really about what went down with Meghan Markle, which is what you were actually asking about. So I will have a little bit to say about that later tonight in Arc of Narrative when I go into monologue. One of the things I'll do first is finish this candy bar, and while
So
I'm
I have
doing
a very amusing story
yeah,
here.
I'll let you take that over for a second.
All right.
Before you do, what was I going to say? Is there something else? Oh yes, to Maria Gregorich. Honey, I hope you heard my story about the tea. I did try to deliver it, and Derek, are you there? Are you?
Yeah.
Good. He can pitch in on this. It was just, look, this is a very large crate of tea, okay? And this was like why the person was knocking on my door and then leaving it. Now it's raining cats and dogs. I can understand why they made a misdelivery. So I did my best to deliver this to the recipients. I'm not going to give their names up, but they are painfully Chinese names. So this is a Chinese family that was supposed to be the recipient of this large stash of quality tea. So I went up the block in the rain, and mind you, and I'm ringing their doorbell, at which point it's like, "Who you, white man?" And I'm like, oh, come on, well, look, really, I'm not white, okay? And then it's like, "What, you speak English like white man?" And I'm like, no, yes, that's so I won't be mistaken for a foreigner like you, right? It's like, it all went downhill from there. It's like, "Go away!" And I'm like, come on, seriously? Really? I'm trying to, your tea. And I'm like trying to hold up the box, which is fairly heavy. And they're like, go away! And apparently they think I'm being threatening, trying to hold something up. And then they are pulling the firearm out, at which point I said, okay, that's fine. I'll keep it at gunpoint. That's fine by me. So I'm set. So there's a little bit of that magic working. So there's a bit of that. What's going to happen is, thanks to my gang stalkers, the story's going to go out, and everybody is going to hear about this episode, and the way they'll remember it is, and then Douglas Dietrich had the pentagram, and he called up the demon, and it was the jackass, and then through all that smoke, he was asking for tea, and then he got the big box of tea. The guy just delivered it at his door, and that's how he wound up with all that tea. That's because he called on the devil. And this, it's just going to go down like that. I know this is how it's going to be misremembered in history.
I wish if the devil could give you tea like that, then I'd have like a scheduled delivery.
Yes, there we are. Thank you. So I'll leave it to you, gentlemen. I'm gonna go mute. And really, and the worst part is too, this happens to me all the time, of course, is that when I'm in black neighborhoods, I'm just too white. And it's just like, this is when I worked security in the Acorn projects, and people were describing me, I'd be described as one of the white, security enforcement agents. And that is like, I'm thinking, come on, really? And, when I'm among whites, it's just never anything other than the other. This is why I relate to an extraterrestrial like the Vulcan Spock. Okay, this is why I can relate. It's just there's no place that I fit in. So, the more people there are like me out there, the better. But then I run into guys like that German-Japanese guy who turns out to be a fucking idiot. And then you really wonder about the old downbreeding theories that, it's just...
There's legitimacy to it. And in fact, I'm at this point identifying with the hellspawn of Cthulhu because I'm just like, fuck it. No point. No point.
There we are. So I guess I look really white in the rain when I'm all wet and shiny. And so, all right, I'll go mute now before I get myself into any more trouble.
All right.
And cancer culture comes up on me, and they say, yeah, this is thank God I don't work for a network, or you can imagine the trouble I'd be in. Yes, there we are.
Oh God! Well, then you don't want me to read a poem that I wrote, which is really goofy.
I'll leave you to that. I'll go mute.
Okay. Well, I have created what I would call the most inflammatory shit I've ever written in my life. So, folks, this is going to have all types of racial expletives. All right, so this is not a rap, mind you. Cracker, nigger, spick, peckerwood, Jews, chinks. You're all here by law of accident. Less choice than you think. Any other derogatives I've missed, it doesn't really matter. My hate, you get the gist of it. The human race goes splatter, extinct and off the earth. The judgment that I made. Of all the simulations, this is the worst game that I've ever played. It's time I crashed the system on which the game of life is played. There you go.
That was good. Thank you. I'm trying to eat, so I'm choking. But other than that, yeah.
That was my venting my feelings today at the absurdity of, the human contamination that prevented me from even going into the city at some point. I found myself sitting in the ferry terminal, and I decided, fuck this shit. I'm going back home. I'm just going to load myself up with ungodly amounts of caffeine so I can feel the buzz of elevated muscle liver enzymes and feel like I'm tripping out on, what are unbelievable muscle spasms that never stop every few seconds because of toxicity.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing that. And I'll go back to chewing my candy bar. I'll go mute. Again, hold the stage. I'll be back.
All right, on to this groovy article. At Air Force One base, intruder given up by mouse ears. Washington. In a highly unusual breach of security last month at the air base that operates the Air Force One presidential aircraft, an apparently aimless intruder went undetected for several hours and walked on and off an airplane on the flight line before his quirky headgear gave him away. He was wearing what an Air Force investigative report released Thursday described as a bright red or pink cap that partially covered his ears and has distinctive balls on top that look like mouse ears. Yes, apparently this person was wearing some really wonked out shit, and they were able to get onto Joint Base Andrews, located in Maryland, just outside Washington, saw the man on a flight line and became suspicious, partly because of the headgear, and called security. Officials said he never got close to Air Force One. Yeah, these are the people who are securing your Air Force bases, your security. What do they call them? Security forces, I think. Yeah, security forces. Because I knew a lot of guys who were going into security forces, and I actually was. I actually was in the same flight as a bunch of bozos who were like saying, "Man, we're gonna get to go to Iraq and we're gonna smuggle some drugs, man." Oh my God! And and of course the sergeant was like, "How fucking stupid are you guys?" To which I give him credit because he was actually pretty smart for a person who was in the Air Force. But and I'm not looking down on the Air Force. Well, no, but this article gives me reason too. do so. The February 4th intrusion was reported the same day by the Air Force, which opened an internal investigation to determine how it happened and what can be done to minimize the chances of a repeat. The probe found 3 main security failings, starting with human error by a gate security guard who allowed the man to drive onto base even though he had no credentials that authorized his access. Hours later, the man walked undetected onto the flight line by slipping through a fence designed to restrict entry. How the fuck did he get through? Well, not even going to go there. And finally, he walked onto and off a parked airplane without being challenged, even though he was not wearing a required badge authorizing access to the restricted area. I'm guessing this guy had to be white. Just common sense telling me this. The day of the incident, the officials said that the intruder was turned over to law enforcement because there was at least one outstanding warrant for his arrest. Oh yeah, he's definitely white. His name has not been released. Yeah, that sums it up. The Inspector General's report said he had an extensive arrest record, but further details were blacked out. Oh, maybe he was actually part of the Air Force at one point. Security forces actually never saw him transition from the open gate to the aircraft, said the Inspector General. The Inspector General's name is said. Holy fucking shit. Okay. Aside from his odd hat, the intruder's clothing, dark pants, and a jacket and a black high-top sneakers could have made him appear to be a contractor, said, although he should have been challenged anyway, not least because he had no visible badge authorizing his presence. The good news is once alerted, security forces apprehended him pretty darn quickly. The minute he came off the plane. He got onto the fucking plane to begin with. Said the modified Boeing 747 that serves as Air Force One for presidential travel was never at risk and is kept behind more layers of protection at St. Andrews. This area is exceptionally secure, he said. Yeah. All right. I'm probably giving him too much credit by making him sound that smart. Unimpeded, the unarmed intruder got aboard a C-40, a transport jet primarily used by members of the cabinet, Congress, and military combatant commanders. He did no harm, and the Air Force investigation report, which was heavily censored by the Air Force before it was released Thursday, concluded he had no plan to cause harm to the Air Force personnel or equipment. His purpose could not be definitely determined. Okay. This is our Air Force, folks. This
he was just found
this dude just walked on the base, decided he would just go walk on board to a C-40 transport plane before he was apprehended. And nobody said anything until he walked off the plane. That's pretty bad. This is a military base. You're supposed to have security. And granted, the security at the security booth where they check people in and out did not even bother to ask for his credentials.
Yeah, that's like heard of when I was living on base. It's like every base was like
fucking shit. You talk about we talk about downsampling. Wow. The evidence supports the conclusion that Blank was simply wandering around base and did not enter the base to meet anyone, the report said. During questioning, Blank said he came on base because he wanted to see airplanes. Are you fucking serious? After driving through the Virginia gate at Andrews, the man drove to the base exchange, where surveillance camera footage later showed he spent about an hour before returning to his car. His whereabouts for the next 4 hours could not be determined. Personnel at the 89th Air Wing passenger terminal recalled him entering the terminal. Then he slipped unnoticed onto the flight line through an 18-inch gap in the security fence that was not fully closed because of a malfunction. He walked onto the C-40 aircraft, which was open to facilitate a communications training session. 2 aircrew members were aboard. The intruder walked to the back of the plane and left unchallenged. After a few minutes, as he walked back towards the security gate on the flight line, he was stopped and arrested. Said to his knowledge, Andrews has never before experienced such a lapse in security. I've actually been to Andrews Base because I was with my grandfather who was in the military, and I guess at the time someone in my family was also in the military, so I saw what that base looked like, although I vaguely remember it. I do remember on the trip there to that Air Force base, I felt nauseous because that Cadillac smelled like an old Cadillac, which is nauseating if you're a kid. But yeah, that's, folks. This is yeah. For anyone to say we have the mightiest military and that we, let alone add to that one, the war with Japan. That just says everything. And now for
I have a story here, and this is from a black farmer. A black farmer says, Lindsey Graham must apologize for racist comment about subsidies kept from farmers of color for years. So all the subsidies that they were giving out for to the farmers, they wouldn't give them to black farmers. Of course, when black farmers asked for them, the subsidies, they said, "Oh, you people just want a handout," and that's pretty much Lindsey Graham's position. John Boyd Jr., president of the National Black Farmers Association, called Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican, South Carolina, out for his claim that subsidies for communities are nothing more than reparations. Over the last century, black farmers have lost almost all of their land and have been blocked from federal programs often given to their white counterparts. I want to reiterate that since 1910, black farmers have lost 92% of their land and some 12 million acres, largely due to systematic racism, said MSNBC host Reverend Al Sharpton. For our viewers, what does this discrimination look like? Specifically, we're backing and excess federal aid are concerned. You and I have talked about this for years. You have been on the forefront of it. Explain what has happened historically and why this means something. White farmers have had reduction in land too, but only about 10%, according to Sarah Blaney, executive director of the Oklahoma Association of Conservation Districts. She told Raw Story that all the bill did was give equal access to their own government, which they never had before. She explained that the farmers of colors lose out on USDA FSA loans because local officials are the ones who decide who gets the loans, and it can result in nepotism. Those county electric systems shut people out from participating if they're not already in the system. So it seems like farmer is a job that if you're not already in, you can't get in, you know.
Yeah, they've been making that increasingly hard. And there's actually a documentary I was watching where I found out that another industry where they're trying to keep black people from rising is the CBD oil industry. And I remember seeing
Yeah.
something that they were interviewing two black entrepreneurs who were trying to get, funding and try to get help to rise up in the industry, and how, a lot of people were trying to either buy them out for like absurdly low prices, where they were like, no, we're not interested in selling, and these were people who were like, no, major white companies, or they just wouldn't get the, aid that they needed. So this is not a surprise, and the fucked up thing is that these are the first people to tell us, you people need to take accountability, stop asking for handouts. Meanwhile, they're deliberately blocking any capacity we have to go through the regular measures to be able to establish a business and keep it running as we're supposed to do. So there you go. That's the hypocrisy of the United States. And people wonder why I'm always, talking down. Why are you always talking down about America, man? You don't believe it. Well, this is why. And this is generational. This is not changed. This is not changed. Now, I found a story that...
I want to thank both of you gentlemen for taking us to the bottom of the hour. Derek, are you aware there's apparently a mass shooting in Chicago? Apparently, there...
Yeah, I had brought it up. 15
Okay.
people shot and 2 of them killed.
Okay.
And we read the story, but the story I had was kind of limited, and Jamo added a little bit more to it.
Okay, I want to thank both of you for covering that. I'm going to go mute for just a few more minutes. I want to thank both of you for helping me with this. Choking down this candy bar after running, 10 doors up, and then, I mean, we're literally, it's more than that, just so people know this. Again, pretty impressed myself, considering what a sedentary lifestyle I lead when I can pull out of my ass. But honestly, this being taken for white, yes, I'm getting some. Why didn't you talk to them in Chinese? Okay, I tried, you dumb fuck. I was speaking Mandarin Chinese, which is the national fucking language. They speak Cantonese, which is a different fucking dialect, okay? So they got
someone
more
actually
weirded
asked that?
Yes.
Wow.
So they got more weirded out apparently by the white guy coming at them with a different dialect. So this was, probably they are illegal immigrants or something of that nature, and possibly thought that this
could be it, and
Yeah.
they probably have some kind of fear, thinking, "Oh shit, some Chinese, some white
Agent.
dude who
Yeah,
speaks
yeah.
Chinese.
Yes.
This person wants to get us out of this country.
Yes.
He's an ICE
yes.
agent or some
so
shit."
it is best for me simply not to, just to do what I did. And of course I could open up the crate and maybe it won't be tea, but instead some smuggled dope, which should be even better. But I'll find that out
Yeah,
later.
I mean, you
And,
might even get some of the shit flavored with fentanyl, man. I
yeah.
hear that stuff's all the rage.
Yeah, there you
Well,
go. There you
I
go.
honestly get the feeling that it wouldn't kill you, though.
Yeah, that's my son tried.
I wouldn't want it to happen to you, but
Yeah, no, I
you know.
appreciate what you're saying. I was stupid enough. I tell people about stupid things that Michael J. Fox did. My son actually gave me 2 pills once and said, "This is stuff that's loose on the street right now. Don't ever take anything like this," which was fentanyl. Which, by the way, police were almost dying just by searching people and having that absorbed through their skin. By the way, for those of you out there who just
You need a hazmat suit to be
Thank
able
you.
to handle the stuff.
Yeah, thank you. Just so people understand this, don't think police use gloves. You can't feel anything with gloves, okay? So people don't search with gloves who are cops. That's anyhow. Maria says, "At least I don't ask you that stupid question, even if I am annoying sometimes." Oh, no worries, honey. And you're fine. And honestly, it takes a lot to really, truly alienate me. Is that the cat? Is that
Yeah, she just knocked my speaker down. It doesn't work a lot.
It's delightful.
She's adamant to lay behind the laptop as long as she doesn't decide to come walking on here. Now there's one more story that I am going to be keeping an eye on, and this is the what do you call it? This is the largest oil spill that happened at a crack pipeline in North Carolina last summer. We found out that it's actually worse than we thought it was. Now, this is the Colonial Pipeline, which leads oil all the way from Texas to New York. Apparently, from older articles I found, they have cracks all over the fucking. They have cracks leaking gas like literally all over the fucking place across multiple states. So this is an infrastructure problem that is causing a significant amount of problem in North Carolina. And, you know, of course the company's covering their ass saying, we have stuff that we have wells that are measuring the gas problem, but we can always keep looking at article after article and find out that things are worse than they're saying. They're downplaying the shit. So there you go. Rome is crumbling, folks. Dr. Doom does his thing. Yes, I have to leave people with a little bit of hope. Well, I mean, hopefully this is enough to fear. Sometimes does make people get up and try to, you know, cover their asses, and you know, maybe enough fear, people will actually decide to do something about this shit. I know I personally can't do anything about it. I'm not going to go there and expose my ass to fucking oil and, you know, wind up having neurological diseases and problems and shit for the rest of my fucking life. No. All right. And let's see. What else do I have? Oh, yes. This is the page that this is the official page where they're looking at the oil spill. The other article I had came from the Weather Channel, which was a recent ad. This one goes further back as of this is as of February 25th, 2021. But the Colonial Pipeline cites deficiencies in the North Carolina DEQ cites deficiencies in Colonial Pipeline's comprehensive site assessment, directs extension of a private well sampling radius. Due to the size and scope of the release of estimated in the CSA at 1.2 million gallons, DEQ also has directed Colonial Pipeline to extend residential private well sampling 500 feet beyond the edge of the current sampling radius. The approximately 6 additional wells in the expanded sampling radius, many of which were tested in the initial response activities, will be sampled once every 6 months going forward. To date, Colonial has reported no gasoline products in drinking water well samples with the sampling radius. Why the fuck would you trust the very company responsible for the spill to do the sampling? What the fuck? Holy shit. And it just gets better from here. Install at least, so the notice of continuing violation identifies 22 corrective actions needed to remedy the CSA deficiencies. By April 26, Colonial must complete the further actions, including but not limited to install at least 12 deep wells to fully define the vertical extent of contamination, supply pre-product volume estimate documentation, which they could cook, provide additional subsurface cross-sections to further develop the conceptual site model, technical shit, describe the waste profile of evacuated soil and permanent disposal location, which they could also cook the books with, provide a report that identifies the potential for vapor intrusion in residences, buildings, and utility conduits. Of course, they can also cook that. Why the fuck aren't these? Of course, the state isn't going to send their own people in because, you know, we don't want to waste the money. We don't want to waste the money. Okay, so there you go. They honestly they're basically telling us they don't give a shit. Now, this goes all the way back to, I think this originally started 2015. 2016, 2015, 2016, and this is the update as of February 25th, 2021, meaning that they still haven't done these 22 corrective actions needed,
Okay.
which are still violated.
Well, there we are. Well, thank you so much. And again, I thank both of you gentlemen and deeply appreciate your getting me to this point. We are going to start monologue soon, which means I have to do the solicitation, which I hate. And honest to God, and I can't save it to the end of the fucking show because then everybody will just turn off, right? So I'm stuck doing it in the middle of the show, and you know, I don't want to do it, but you know, give me a few minutes to get myself up to that. Oh God. So if either of you gentlemen, now Derek wasn't doing too much talking in the beginning of the program, so I'm trying to encourage him to speak more for tonight. And yes, if anything else comes up, Derek, just let us know. And I'm glad you covered what you could of the mass shooting. And I definitely want to hear. There must have been something you saw during your driving over the you know, over the past time since you've been on. Something that must be worth mentioning. All that driving, there's got to be something. Eh?
Well, you know what? The weather's starting to get better, so that means traffic is starting to pick up. So it's just got to be careful out there. That's all.
Come on. That's okay, that's nice. There's and there must be something else. Surely, anything else you can bring up? Like you know, anything interesting that you can think of? I know that. Okay, let's put it this way. You know, in the old days when people used to break up, Derek Talley would have come home to find the locks had been changed. But instead he came home and found that the password to Netflix had been changed, and he was really fucked over. Worse than homelessness. So the poor bastard was left without any entertainment. There must be something you can tell us about what you did after that. Maybe you're the one who committed the mass shooting? Or...
No, shoot. You know, the only thing I've been doing to whatever hate and anger and rage I've been having to deal with, I've been just doing it by running. You know, like under the water in the pool. Yes. Where I do the running in place and the exercises. I just get in there and I just kind of let off my steam.
Explain to people that this is on a treadmill so they don't have a vision of you as Black Aquaman or something. Thank you. Because running under the water.
Actually, the electronic treadmills that I originally started going to the pool for, those are broken. So what I do, I actually run in place, jumping jacks, stretching, froggy jumps, you know, all kinds of different stuff. Plus, they got different equipment there, hydroplanes that I use. I punch under the water, you know, as fast as I can punch. You know, it kind of helps. It helps me out on land. You know what I'm saying? Like when I do throwing the punches on land, because when you're throwing the punches underwater, you can't go as fast as you want to go. So you try to force
resistance. What you're talking about is water resistance in an aqueous medium. Thank you. As for the treadmills, you understand, you put me in a perplexing place now. I am so tempted to make a joke about how you broke the electronic treadmills by running on them. Tell us what happened with that and why they're not repaired. What exactly happened?
Well, there was four. When I first moved, matter of fact, when I was in Indiana and I was first moving to Murfreesboro, I had seen that they had a place that had underwater treadmills, and I said, "No, I got to see that. I had never seen that before." But apparently, they're just so expensive to maintain and to keep going. So the pool that I go to, at one point had 4. He took 3 of them out. 3 of them are totally gone. There's one there, and whenever they get it fixed, it'll stay running for a couple of weeks and it'll stop. So
that's awful.
I'm glad I got to see him get a chance to use them while I could,
Oh my God, that's so sad. That's that's just horrible.
And that's why I had stopped going for a while, because the electronic treadmills were broken. And then that's when I learned about all the different boot camp classes and different stuff they were going. So I ended up learning how to, lose even more weight by using my own resistance and doing my own exercises in the water, not using the treadmill, but just doing all the exercises that I do is like, and just like with that movie I had seen the other day on the Netflix, there at the pool, I'll put on the movie and I'll just run in place for about an hour, 40 minutes, however long the movie is. I'll just run in place while I watch the movie.
Oh my God, that's incredible. That's incredible. So how forgive me. So they get Netflix at the swimming pool.
Yes, that's why I was usually watching it at. So that's why when I put up that review for that movie on Netflix, I guess she didn't know that I was watching Netflix when I go to the pool. She just made sure I wasn't being able to put up no more reviews for no more Netflix. By snatching it out from under me.
Oh my God! I mean, that's just awful. That level of pettiness. But of course, the fact that you get Netflix at the pool, I'm surprised you haven't fucking moved in.
Well, the fact that there's cameras, he put up cameras and everything. I don't like that part. So.
Yes. Oh, I see. Okay, but. I mean, what? All right. I'm not going to go there. I mean, of course, with me, we know what the issue would be. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't move in to access their medium there because of the cameras, simply because I cruise for porn, and I just wouldn't want them to film me jacking off. But in your case, I'm not quite sure why does it bother you, because everything they film you doing is hardly, well, I mean, it's like, what could you be doing other than jacking off that would be more bizarre than watching you run underwater and punching underwater, etc.? I mean, all of that must be quite the cannon fodder. So I'm not quite sure why you care about the cameras seeing you. Otherwise, I mean, like.
Well, I mean, it's good for him. I mean, it's good for him that he got them. I mean, because there's people, he's starting to give keys out to, more than just a couple people. And, before he got the cameras, he was hearing stories about pool parties, midnight pool parties and shit. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay. There, now I get it. All right, there we are. Yes, that's there you go. I mean, I'll accept that. It's a rather an evasion of the question, but unless basically what you're telling us indirectly is that you were holding the pool party.
No, not me. I mean, there's nothing to be said. I just wouldn't want to. If I needed to move in there for some reason, I have no doubt that he'd let me. But that's not what I'd want to do.
Understood. I get it. Yeah, that's understood. And but by the way, I know most Americans are the way you are. Almost every American I met has been expressed, concern about being spied on at one point or another. Of course, I try to tell most Americans. I guess most Americans just haven't been exposed to what I've been exposed to, where basically nothing is private and you're just being doxxed all the time by gang stalkers. So you just don't bother to hide anything because there's no point in hiding anything. So anyhow, Jameson is putting the cat out of the room, and just so people know. And this is, of course, cats are so neurotic, and so are their owners. course, my father was a cat lover, but he was unable to own them around me because I was allergic, so he always felt I had betrayed him in that sense. But life is hard. Okay, so thank you, Derek. That was wonderful. I guess what I'll do now is, commit myself to the solicitation, and that's obviously a forewarning for everybody to raid the fridge or go to the restroom or something. Anyhow, say goodnight to everyone, Derek, because it's probably soon after this you're going to go to sleep, right? Are you working tomorrow or what?
Yeah. But good night, everyone, and if you need me, just hit me up. I'll be listening.
Bless you. And you are working tomorrow, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm working more.
Okay, well, good luck. We love you dearly. Stay safe. And let's see if anyone was responding to you. It may be Maria or someone saying goodnight to you as well. And so she does. And and of course, don't forget your shout out to the lovely Veronica Barrera. I did not see her in chat room tonight, but she sent sleepy time tea to how was that? How is that? The sleepy time tea?
That sleepy time tea was good, and it was right on time too, because I needed it at the point at which she sent it to me. So I'm still.
You say was? Is it all gone?
Yeah. Well, she sent me a little sample pack, and so now it's time for me to order some more. So.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm so glad you were able to share that. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that it helped. And so hopefully Veronica hears that. And of course, I'm assuming, of course, you'll send her a thank you in the Facebook Messenger or whatnot. And if you haven't done so already, right?
Oh yes, I have, and then I posted her website and everything.
Oh, wonderful! So. Oh, that's right. That's delightful. It's so good that you did that, and thank you. And so thank you so much. I love you dearly. And Chris Collins, shout out to Chris Collins, who says, I remember that shit show of an interview through no fault of DDD. And he's talking about the EA co-wedding interview, which I might recover briefly if Jameson ever returns from putting his cat out, which Chris...
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. Oh, yes. So what the point I was going to make, we didn't get a chance to go to it while our man Peter was here. Oh, by the way, Maria Gorgoric says goodnight. It's almost 1 a.m. where she is at, which is same time zone as you, right? Yes. And so,
yep.
So say goodnight to Maria. Yes. And love you dearly, Maria. Good night unto you. And yes, adore you. Thank you so much, honey. And oh yes, the young lady who is using the account of Bill Lyons. I haven't lost sight of you. Love you too. And Bill Lyons is actually his wife, I believe, or his significant other, but is female and is using his account. And she brought up Mr. Potato Head and Pepe Le Pew because those were brought up by who, Pac-1 Mireles. So I know he brought up Pepe Le Pew. I don't know if he brought up Potato Head, but somehow that came up. I know it was brought up. So I'll address that. I'll address cancel culture. I'm ready to address it this week. But by the way, are you kind of laughing, snorting, or sniffling? What?
Yeah, sniffling.
Oh my God! What happened? Is it the cat? It's the cat, isn't it? You're allergic.
Yeah,
to the
I probably do have allergies. Yeah, I put up with them though.
Yes.
That and the fact that it's freezing cold up here, and I was like just in like a regular t-shirt, so I probably got a little bit of a chest.
Dressed. Turn on the heat. Have you no heat? In your parents have heat. I know that, right?
Yeah. It's centralized, but it's not on right now.
Oh my God, turn it on.
Hopefully this is not like just a mild effect of the shot. I don't think it is. I would have gotten that a long time ago, within 15 minutes.
Yes.
Did
Peter Moon ever talk about that? The vaccine and the guy who died on air? I mean, did he talk about that? If not, who cares?
Yeah, he thinks that the vaccine, he said something about the vaccine causing, giving you a mild version of the infection, but that's not actually the case. You're just getting the parts or pieces of RNA so that your body can recognize
the
virus and fight it off without destroying you in a soup of fever and melting you from the inside out.
Yes. Oh,
if
by
you're
the way,
exposed to it.
so Veronica Barrera says, "Hola, buenos noches, Douglas, and everyone." So yes, hola, honey, buenos noches, and love you dearly. Thank you so much.
What is all this alien shit popping up as suggested for me on Facebook?
Yes, well, what
Oh
can I
my gosh.
say?
Everyone's been jumping on this, some
Mhm.
science thing, popular mechanics, all these other people now, they're trying to like just push back into that dead meme.
Oh God, yes. It's
And they
so
can't
what
just
was
can't die fast enough.
yes. By the way, just so people understand this, and I don't understand why there are so many people hitting me about the pandemic and the vaccine. It's like it's not even something I regularly talk about anymore. That's what's so
No,
fucking
no, it's not.
bizarre.
It's not. So I don't even get the point of bringing it up.
Yeah,
It's like, okay, someone died because they had a bad reaction. Fine,
yeah,
that
yeah.
happens.
It does
That happens
happen,
in
and
like
yeah,
maybe
yeah.
such a small percent of cases that it's not even worth documenting.
Right, and
I mean, this
everything.
happens with the flu vaccine. This happens
Right,
with every fucking vaccine that's out
right,
there.
right. And by the way, everything James has said is true. Theoretically, the vaccine should not be giving you a little bit of the disease per se. Rather, as he said, elements that comprise it, so that your body. You heard what he said. Okay. The reality is, there are any number of people, far higher amounts than the people who die. But there are people who actually contract the disease from vaccines, and in the sense that they get very sick, and they have all the symptoms of the disease, so their body is responding as if it were the real disease. In other words, since the body's connecting the dots, the body does oftentimes get sick from vaccines. Now, this is not everyone who gets the vaccine. It's like a percentage, but it's a far higher percentage than those who die. Just so people know that, yeah, that can happen. In which case, so fucking what? You would have gotten the disease anyway if you didn't have the fucking vaccine, and the chances of your getting disease would have been, orders of magnitude higher, and you would have gotten just as sick. As if you get that sick from the vaccine, imagine how sick you would get from catching it naturally. So
You'd be dead.
Yeah,
You'd
yeah,
be dead.
yeah. Thank
Basically,
you.
I mean, if the vaccine was enough to really make you really sick,
Yeah.
then that means you would die
Conceivably,
if
yeah,
you got
conceivably,
the
and
disease.
think of the number of people who do die from influenza annually is very high. So what Jameson says is not an exaggeration. It may not be a statistical certainty you would die, but you would probably come pretty close, or you would probably wish you were dead at certain points of your suffering the illness in a more organic sense. So just bear that in mind for everyone. So yes, I am pro-vaccine. Yes, I am pro-mask. Yes, I am pro. Caution, etc. So that just by saying that, I know people are just going to keep coming back with the bullshit. Like, oh yeah, you're pushing the fear report. I mean, who gives a shit? Yeah, I will speak of it briefly. Again, just to kind of arc of narrative shit, but we're going to go first with the solicitation, which, so do, Jameson, say goodnight to everyone, but of course you'll probably be back. I'll probably need you.
Yeah. While you do the solicitation, I'll take a quick break.
I knew that. Yes, I told you.
And I got enough energy drinks to cause me to get toxic over the next few hours, and stay awake
And just
with the jitters and have nightmares about
yeah, being abducted to North Korea and shit. And here's
nightmares of being stuck in a fucking ferry terminal during rush hour.
Yeah, that's bad. So Maria said, I know about a dozen people 70 and up that received the vaccine just on her street alone, and no one died, and and hardly any symptoms. My landlord is 84 and he did not feel a thing. So she says, love you bunches, good night. So mwah, love you, honey. Good night to you as well, and thank you, Jameson. We will start with our favorite solicitation in just a second. Sending her a sticker now, just because I'm just fucking doing anything to avoid going into solicitation. Oh fuck, I hate this, but such is life. And all right, got that for her. And with that, let me see if there's anyone else leaving any messages. I don't believe so. no incoming, and so here we go. Getting to this point is always a struggle. And yes, Jameson will be back soon. All right, let me check the live stream. Hate this so much. See how many hours we've taken. 5 hours. I've got 7 fucking hours left. 7 fucking hours. If I try to go the whole way, like I normally do. This is like a 12-hour shift, work shift, twice a week. So, so cute. Veronica says, good night, Maria. Sleep well. And, all right, this is how I earn my living. So, now I'm told there is still a $ that appears. I don't see it personally. Let me see if it is there. I don't see it. So I'll talk to our lady, Selena Khan, about this. She was convinced it's still there. And we've got money in the account that she and I will try and get over to my bank account, which we had to set up online because I really don't have one online. So we've got to set one up online or something like that. So we'll go over it. And aside from all of that, everybody, otherwise I would encourage people to put money in the PayPal. In the, the chat room, which was monetized for a period of time. I don't think it's monetized anymore. So we'll handle that and figure out what to do about that. Other than that, for people who did put money in the chat room back when it was monetized, thank you so much. And we do encourage everyone. Well, fuck, this is what the solicitation is for, right? So I'd best get into that. Getting to this point, much as I loathe it, is a struggle. And Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And of course, all due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Drix, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magateur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR, the Douglas Dietrich Maggot channel. For John Warrington, the man who made it possible, nigh all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. He also has my Coast to Coast AM interview up there. Do check it out. He may have more than one even. So you'll find that there as opposed to on my website. He is, of course, the man who took it on his own initiative to download into his personal hard drive much of what I had published on YouTube, and therefore only through him could we recreate my legacy online that was scrubbed from the internet no less than three times over the years. And in that sense, he acted as the bridge between the Akashic Records and the cyber matrix of the material world. And by enabling my virtual persona to interact with yourselves in context of a legacy at all, he is, in a sense, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help him, because if anyone on Earth deserves some fiscal assistance aside myself, or some level of sponsorship, it would be he. So do make certain to friend and follow John Warrington via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And if you wish as well to find another way to help him, you can send him money via PayPal. By the way, I have an old fucking solicitation up, so I don't have that listed. Let me go and find it. This is why I hate solicitation. Let me get up something from 2021. And let's see what we've got now. How did I do this? This was like I'm looking up something from March 2021. Let's look at what else I can find on the documents here. Oh God, 2021. And let's see what we got. Okay, post holy days. There we are. That will have it, the correct one. Okay, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance to John Warrington via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address at john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which be spelled Magggotaur. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether against the scrubbing of my legacy from the internet via the various cultists of the Herodian bent, who have been at me for, since time immemorial, no doubt, this struggle being eternal. Then you can, if you don't have them in mind, then at least maintain the struggle against the total annihilation of all life from the surface of the earth, which be their ultimate objective. Either way, your best bet to resist them, to defeat them, is to sponsor myself, who knows more about them than anyone else. While you're at it, of course, spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there, the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can access a footnote on mine biosire, which explains the meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man, and after enlightening yourself by such information in both cases, take it upon yourself to spread the word, far and wide, to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, convince all others to relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, emphasizing when you suggest such that they indicate myself as friends and relations. That is the only choice. You are not allowed to disambiguate via PayPal's system. You just say friends or relations so that the faggot who established PayPal does not take his cut. The man named Peter Thiel, who is he's the faggot who is the lover of Jared Kushner, who of course enabled him to get fat and juicy contracts for Palantir from the Trump misadministration. And he in turn still takes money from you via the PayPal, which you can eliminate when you simply indicate myself as friends or relations, because we are all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring me, and of course we're all part of an extended electronic family. And of course the reason you would indicate for other people to do the same is because people are forever asking Renegatus Humanus Arma ab Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button should you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friends or relations, and then you can use any debit or credit card of your choice to render your contribution without indicating myself as anything, and eliminating any middleman completely from, and therefore eliminate the need from worrying about needing to indicate myself as anything because no one's going to be taking their blood money out of your contribution. If you were to donate via PayPal, you would use the yellow donate button, the red donate button for all other mediums of contribution. You will have to press the yellow donate button after that anyway, so that you can reward yourself by registering on the showsdd.com homepage into our our archives, so that after that you can access our archives at your leisure simply by logging in, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my video, graphic, and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Lin Zuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich was murdered, assassinated immediately after Masan Juichi Senseme, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can friend at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage. That's DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Jameson Reese is back from cooking and eating his cat. And foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress, Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's our dragon's heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. He is, of course, he has, of course, there now, so you can see it when you go to the Barzar HD channel. You can see the fact that he has trailered his third video, currently in production, entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology, which I owe him quite a bit for in terms of work I got to deliver to him before he unleashes his production on the world. And I'll try and get that to him sometime in the near future. And what I have to do now is work on the book, of course, which is taking up all of my attention when I'm not sleeping. And it drives me to sleep for long periods of time, just really exhausts me. Believe me, writing a book is like fucking bleeding. It just sucks. Not enjoyable pastime. I mean, I can enjoy it to an extent, but it's still exhausting, and it is work. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. The text may as well be written in one's blood. At any rate, back to the point at hand. Our man, what's his name? The fellow that I owe so much to, Mr. George Knight. Yes, the man we adore. The gentleman who I will bring on at the end of the show, if he's around and available. He is the man who is, of course, bringing so much to you that I can only go so far, and he goes so far to extend what I say. For one thing, he's a heterosexual white male. Not that I'm homosexual, mind you, but I'm obviously someone who is rather neutral in terms of gender orientation, not really married to the role modeling. So I definitely, have presented myself as a female often enough where I really don't care about being mistaken for that. And in that sense, I just don't have the same sense of identity that other men do. But such being said, he's every bit the man, and he's every bit the man who deserves our support as well. Now, indeed, the last Dietrich, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tiavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself, and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language as well. Forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in thereafter at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on, every Sunday and Wednesday. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. Most importantly, above and beyond all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where you indicate yourself using the yellow button, the yellow donate button on my douglasdietrich.com website. That's what takes you to the PayPal page, and there you indicate myself upon your contribution as friends and relations. That is what they use. The term friends, ampersand, symbol, relations. You cannot disambiguate between one and the other. We are all certainly friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all part of an extended electronic family. And that's the only way to prevent them from taking their pound of flesh over at PayPal. So just make certain you give me the totality of your contribution by indicating myself as friends and relations. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. You do this by rewarding yourself by, of course, using the same yellow button, which would have brought you to the homepage of showsdd.com, to register at the archives and thereafter log in at your leisure. You will do this if you pay with any debit or credit card, which will by doing so, using the red donate button on the douglasdietrich.com homepage, you will eliminate the middleman and not have to indicate myself as anything. After which you'll use the yellow button anyway to reward yourself by registering into our archives and thereafter logging in at your leisure. All right, that finishes the solicitation. Oh my fucking God, I hate that. And a shout out to Eric Lastek, who donated 25 United States dollars by check that he sent via the United States Postal Service. Bless him. And, we have our, our dear friend Justin White just put a heart on one of my posts here. He's done that, of course, with a number of posts. Of course, he did that on the Salman Sheikh post, which I provided Salman Sheikh with a image of myself where I'm not looking that awful. I don't know why people use the other image. A lot of people like it, but it's the older image that was taken of me at the time I was working with Lorien and Fenton. And just so everybody knows, I really don't like that image. Frankly, I hate it because I'm completely bloated with antidepressants, prescription antidepressants I was using at the time. And of course, I don't recommend them for anyone. I mean, if they help people, then that's fine. They helped my parents. Both my parents were on antidepressants, and it helped both of them, prescription antidepressants. But of course, they can also kill you, and almost did my mother when she received a prescription from a non-psychiatrist and non-geriatrician. So the person who prescribed her that, just another general internal medicine practitioner who's a piece of shit. They should never be allowed to prescribe antidepressants or antipsychotics or anything of that level. General internal medicine practitioners or MDs are not psychiatrists. Only a psychiatrist should be allowed to prescribe anything like an antidepressant, an antipsychotic, or anything like that, because psychiatrists are trained in that. They would not, there's no psychiatrist in the world who would prescribe heart medications or anything that would be left to a generic doctor. So there is no doctor who should be prescribing antidepressants or anything effective. This is the horror of the situation that we live in, the corruption of the medical industrial complex. And my mother paid the price for that, and ultimately, many other people have. I paid the price when even though I had to go on antidepressants in order to prove that they didn't work. Okay, that picture is part of the proof they didn't fucking work, because it bloated me up to an unhealthy degree, and I gained fucking 200 pounds or whatever. So obviously I don't look at all like that off of antidepressants and have lost, just an incredible amount of weight not being on them. Water weight, which is what I was retaining, like I was a bitch. So this is it just, for that reason, that picture does not sit well with me. Everybody takes that without my permission and just uses it. So please don't do that. And, I know he meant well, but just so everyone else knows, I don't want it happening again. I'm just sick of it happening. And so I sent him an older photo of classic Douglas Dietrich from whenever anyone was being introduced to me, that when I was working with Lorien Ann Fenton. And for some reason, everybody takes those photos as, it sticks them out there, okay, and at least the other one was before the antidepressants, so I don't look all hyper bloated. In fact, I look downright skeletal and malnourished, which is what I was. Of course, I was still that way on the antidepressants, but they just bloated me with water retention, like I said, as if I were female or something like that. It was very bizarre. By the way, it happens to all men that take that shit, and again, unless it's helping you, don't take them. And they're very hard on you. They're bad for you. I wouldn't say they shorten your life or something, but honestly, tell you the truth, they may as well. If they help you, then it's worth it, right? So just bear that in mind. Anyhow, they cause ED. What's the ED? You're welcome to talk, James.
Oh yeah. It's it's like erectile dysfunction.
Oh, they can. Yes, no, they do. Yeah, that's right.
They can cause your inability to be able to hold an erection. They can fuck up your ability to actually ejaculate.
What happens is they kill a lot of men's sex drives. They never bothered me any in that sense. But then, that's almost unimaginable that anything would bother my sex drive. But in terms of, with many men...
Well, it depends on, it also depends on the dosage. But, for me, that would, I guess,
that would kill
technically, that would technically be a good thing. Because, I'm not out there screwing anyway, so...
No, but you don't understand. It's like gunpowder, which, they used to put into the troops' food. They called it gunpowder. I know it's not gunpowder per se.
Oh, yeah, the saltpeter
that
they were using.
Yeah, and it's like that in the sense that, all these you have then, they give this to troops basically because they don't want them fucking each other. And all you have then is the inability of men to produce erections. You still got a bunch of guys looking for knot holes. They just can't do anything to them once they find them.
Yeah, that's psychologically damaging.
Yeah. Well, beyond that, what happens is the troops react by mass atrocities. They can't get it up, so they can't rape women. So what do? They kill them, and they go into murderous frenzies. So this is like part of the insanity of. Some might say militarism in general. Let's just say it's the insanity of the American military, because I don't think other nations do this. But
I'd say it's the insanity of having a Y chromosome.
Yeah, there we are. Well, it could be, but it's one of those things. Obviously, all troops are notoriously atrocity prone, but of any culture. But when it comes to the antidepressants. What they do to a man is not necessarily kill his sex drive. He just can't do anything to, females because he can't get it up. Or in some men, it does kill their sex drive completely. And
I find it kills it completely because it especially if you're using it to sort of spike or spike something that will potentially cause serotonin syndrome. If you're spiking it with it, you got to be careful if you're messing with dissociatives with it, though. I mean, you could do it deliberately, just sort of spike it to a point, but serotonin syndrome sucks, and you become a weepy mess. Yeah. And you have the hypothermia where it feels like you're gonna have a stroke, or someone's lighting you with a blowtorch.
Oh, delightful. Yeah, thank you. By the way, and the other thing about the photographs is so that people know, I've changed my appearance so much since drinking blood again, which I've told people about in the past, but I always have new listeners. And again, for that shocking people, then understand this. I'm Dampfire. Dampfire is an actual term. You can look it up. It is someone who is half vampire. So my mother was not a full vampire because full vampires are exclusively male. However, some of their offspring can be female when they rape females, which seldom, if ever, happens because people are food and they're not really a source of lust to actual vampires, which I explain in the book Vampirology, which you can order through Amazon. And as Peter Moon said, he will send everyone who has purchased it online the new book when we get it out, the new file for the new book for free. For those who have purchased a hard copy, obviously we can't do that, but we could probably do something. But certainly at least take heart in the sense that you have a collector's edition. We had to put something out immediately when that idiot, what the fuck was his name? That's the stupid, fat, short, ugly, bald, smelly guy that.
David J. West.
Thank you. I couldn't even. How do people remember this? Yes, thank you. Yeah, David J. West. Yeah, that freak. He was telescoping, meaning he was telegraphing before he punched. He rattled before he struck. He basically came out and basically signed his reputation on the line by going in with my gang stalker all the way. He committed all the way. He put in like a photograph, a signature, everything but a notarization, which I'm sure he's also done, and claiming that I had never been published. Which, by the way, to put in the absurdity of this man destroying his reputation by saying that, you can go online at Amazon.com and you will look up Red Undead. You will see an ISBN number, okay? There's no such thing as an ISBN number for a book that has not been published. That is like a social security number. You don't get one unless you pass between someone's vaginal lips out into this world, all right? Unless you pass out of this womb and get born to the point where you where you survive past a few hours, you're not going to get a social security number unless you do that, unless you've taken some breaths of oxygen out in this world. It's not issued to people in the fetus. It's not issued to, stillborns. It is something given to you. You have to earn it by surviving at least to a point where you're recognized as a human being. At that point, you get a social security number. That's the same with an ISBN number for a book. It has to be published for that to be issued. So for a published author like himself, for David J. West, to actually go all in and just throw his reputation on the line and say, I was never published in terms of the Red Undead. First off, he was fired from the project 2 years before it was published. 2 years. And he never had anything to do with it when the time it was published. And then when it was published, it was all destroyed immediately. And that's how Lorien and Fenton got the insurance and basically ran off with that. So it's supposed to be on its way to distribution. It never made it to the stores. It's like all the truckloads somehow got diverted and they put all the books in landfills. By the way, this sort of thing happens with books that are censored, books that are banned. This happens in all kinds of situations, which I'm aware of as someone who has been involved with libraries. A great example is old government textbooks or field manuals. They get thrown away by the warehouse load or the truckload. This sort of arrangement was obviously made to happen to my book by Michael Aquino and the government. He was still alive at the time. So this was something where she got the benefit of collecting the insurance on it because it was an insured product that never reached the market, and ran off with that. So in terms of David J. West, the only reason that he would try to risk his career to do what he did was because he had himself listed as a co-author out of respect, because he had credited myself with the short story that he had written that was published in Space Eldritch. And Space Eldritch is an anthology of short stories. And his short story in which he produced that on my consultation is the most popular short story in the fucking book. And he credited myself for that. And I'm the last name he credited, which is actually the most important. People pay attention to the first and last names when it comes to crediting. And so I credited him in turn for trying to help write The Red Undead because he was donating some time for free. Of course, what he did was just horrible. He's a professional writer, but he's a professional fiction writer, and he was trying to turn it into a story that it simply was not. It wasn't a story, it's history, and he's trying to add a romance to it when it's basically a physiology a set of physiological notes, which I added a whole lot of historical notes to. So we threw in all the physiology, and most of the history is missing, like how the original patient zero, the vampire, was identified by the Soviet Union so that they were prompted to study vampires in the first. So that is not in the book of Vampirology, the hardcover edition, or the electronic edition right now. We are going to turn that out later. The point is that we had to do what we did. It was take the notes we had, throw them out immediately, because that's the shit David J. West was going to plagiarize. So the reason he said what he said was because since he was credited with half the book, he could claim that it was his work and that it was fiction, and he could therefore publish it as fiction. So we had to preempt that. So this is what he was aiming to do. And by doing that, the only way he could do that would be to claim I never published it. So the only way to get past his theft, his plagiarism, was to publish it. So we had to publish it right away, so that that alone is copyright, along with the copyright that we've had on it since the time we published it. So, but altogether, that's how we preempted a plagiarist, a thief, so, and a liar. And so this is the individual that we're dealing with. And this is the kind of people that we deal with all the time. And what's the other passing factor of note? He's fucking white. So, you know, again and again, it's just, you know, you try to avoid drawing conclusions about people. But this is like, what are you going to do? I mean, it's just again and again, you know, you would think I, you know, can't friend any white because of what they're going to do. Of course, my father was white. You know, Peter Moon is white. You can't think that way about everyone. You just have to take your chances to a degree. And but many of these people out there just are really white trash pieces of shit. That's, you have to be aware of that. And they really are just worthless and beyond worthless. They're people who malevolently intend you harm. And again, David J. West is an example of someone who I never spoke ill of him until he did what he did. I had always spoken well of him. Anyone can attest to that who's listened to me for years. And Jameson, you must have remembered my speaking well of him in the past. It's like, this is what makes it so incredible to me, is that these people who I've said nothing but well of, and, you know, treat with respect, and, you know, try to promote them, they have nothing good to say or do. In the end, they just come back and try to destroy you. You know, what David J. West was trying to do is destroy me by saying, oh, he's a liar, and just add to the gang stalkers. And, you know, this is something that I really need to ask our man George Knight to do something about. This is something he can do something about. And this is what I'll ask him if he's able to come on tonight, and something that'll be important. So I'll say that publicly. Just everybody remind me if he's available. So let me remind him of that. Let me know if you can appear. Okay. All right. So when he sees that, we'll see what happens. And that will be helpful. And with that, we will go into monologue. Is there anything else you can think of, Jameson, before I let you kind of retreat into the background for a bit?
No, I'm good for the moment. I'm probably going to need some more blankets because being on the third floor with no adjacent.
I hear you sniffling. It's really alarming. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm catching all the wind because the houses next to us are two-story houses. Okay. And so the wind is blowing at approximately 30, 40 miles an hour up here in New York. And it is just cutting right through the fucking building.
This is just awful. I'm so sorry to hear that. And
no, it's not bad. It's just that, you know, I'm not what you would call reasonably altered to the point where, you know, my body's heating up and I can't feel it. So me being more coherent tonight than I have been in the past few weeks, and the past few months, past year maybe. Yeah, things are like I can feel the cold now.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's just terrible. And I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, definitely get yourself some, you have blankets, go get them. I mean, by all means.
Yeah. I'm probably going to get a small dumpster can and light a fire and burn some hobos over a spit.
God. Oh, that's just awful.
Maybe take some of that crocodile so I could feel really hot and
God, yes.
start eating people with some bath salts.
There we are. Yes. Oh my God. And yeah, I remember that. You might remember I was talking about David J. West. He was at some place where they were making some kind of drug. It was like what do they call it? That stupid incense that was, they sold it as incense, but it was like
I remember that stuff.
Yeah. And so
I've tried some of that stuff before. I remember this stuff called Supernova, which was pretty interesting. It was potpourri, but they were they were selling it as potpourri or as incense or some shit. But you smoked it, and I don't know, the stuff was really weird. It was really groovy. I wouldn't do it again.
Yeah. Yes. So there we are. So just a little bit of warning there, people. Don't. But anyhow, like David J. West was saying, it was these chemists who were Pakistani nationals. And so when I brought that up, I had said some things, I forgot it, there were minor inconsistencies with his story. And so he was telling me later that, because I had brought up bath salts, because they started producing bath salts at that facility later. So I was bringing it up in such a manner that sounded like he was producing the bath salts. And so he was like later telling me that, oh yeah, which by the way, he wouldn't have, there should have been no problem with my saying that, because it's not like, you can relate stories like that and they're not something anybody can be charged with. You can't charge somebody for somebody relating a story about them, producing bath salts, because it's like one of those things where, people can't charge you unless there's evidence for something like that. It's not like saying he murdered somebody. And so, but he later on was saying, hey, I didn't say that. And I was like, saying, oh, you're just pissed off because everybody started knocking on your door hoping you were a source. And, it was like, there was this relationship that I had with him for years that you never would have thought somebody at that level of a relation with you would just turn on you like that. It's just, incredible. And anybody who's ever seen my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole, would know automatically if you were contacted by him. It wouldn't matter if you didn't know him. If you were contacted by him, you would see this man is nuts. And especially since all he does is talk about me and ask you to do things, to say things about me. The first thing you'd wonder is what trouble you would get yourself into by saying something about this person named Douglas Dietrich, especially if you knew me, because it's like Jameson said when he was suddenly approached by Elena Shea, and she was basically seducing him and basically offering him her body for saying shit about me and turning against me, and he didn't even go for that because he knew it just wasn't worth the trouble to do something like that. I mean, not only that, it was just wrong.
I knew it was blatantly untrue.
Thank you.
I've listened to you long enough and have held email correspondences with you, and I've spoken to you numerous times to know it's not your character to go like to all of a sudden go unstable and be a threat to anyone.
Thank you. And you knew that.
And unless we're talking about people who are like butchering children or women, then then you'll go supernatural on their asses. Understandably so. I mean, those would be assholes who you would deserve to, to be ripped apart.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's, that was what's so heartbreaking about what she was attempting. And so, just like that, most people, if they're approached by anybody with that kind of thing, they would just know there's something wrong here. Just the fact that being approached by, especially a stranger who comes out of nowhere and presents themselves the way Richard K. Cole does, which he's completely psychotic. he presents himself as a military man, offering no real photography of himself. There is, he'll offer you just only his graduate photograph from the Marine Corps, because every other photograph of him is pornographic. And, the other photographs he offers are not himself. And first off, you can tell this because they're not identifiable, because they're so blurred. They're blurred and unidentifiable. So he's obviously hiding his identity because he is a criminal. He is protected only because he is a cultist of the Kingdom of Edom and under the protection of Michael Aquino. Exactly what we were talking about with what happened with, who's the fucker again, that with the throat?
Well, yeah, because multiple, curse attempts to fucking send his ass to oblivion didn't work, and it seemed to have worked with John Victor Liliate quite well.
Yes.
So he's protected.
Yeah, and who was the other idiot that Sean David Morton? That was it. Sean David Morton, as Peter Moon observed. You're talking about somebody who's made criminology textbooks because of the level of crimes that man committed, and stole millions of dollars, was wanted internationally, and had the U.S. government consistently out putting out arrest warrants for him, and never spent a day in jail until finally was taken in and put on trial, and then got out of jail, because he's obviously, as Peter Moon said, he's protected by the cult. What the man did was so outrageous. He claimed immunity, diplomatic immunity from prosecution, because he was a diplomat from the sunken continent of Lemuria. I'm serious. This is what the man claimed, and that got him off. That got him off for years. For years. So it's like the sheer, the audacity, the as the Jewish people would say, the chutzpah of this individual. So there you go.
In any sane world, they would have gotten him off for back taxes and said, okay, well.
Yeah. And also, as Peter Moon said, which this is completely true, the guy's got that throat condition because of all the lies he's told. He's choking on his own lies. And there's truth to that.
The fact that they were probably like ripping his throat raw in prison.
The only reason I'm skeptical of that is because he's so fucking homely. It's hard to imagine anyone even, taking that meat. It's like, it's like reject meat. Like, who would want that?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we're dealing with people who have a completely different mindset when it comes to attraction. You and me, being heterosexual males, would be like, we look at something that's just repulsive and be like, no. But someone in prison rape culture, it's like, oh yeah, I'm violating something. They don't give a fuck what they're violating.
It's true. What you say is
they would violate a corpse and get off on it. If the thing was like, if all you saw was like a freaking, oh God, like just something horrific that you wouldn't want to see.
Yes, it's what Jameson says is true. What they're getting off on is the dominance. It's the sheer fact of dominating another male is more exciting to them than heterosexual sex. So that is that there you have.
And you could probably find videos online of them like beheading people and doing all kinds of things like that. So it's not, I'm not exaggerating at all.
Yes, thank you. And so with that, I'll try and go into monologue. I'll start off with some fairly just innocuous shit. I'll probably go into, first off, people were bringing up cancel culture. Now, I'm sure that Bill Lyons, or the lady who uses his account, is not with us right now, but hopefully she'll hear this later. And, so I'll go into the cancel culture bit about, Mr. Potato Head and all that. And, hopefully our man Jameson will be here to hear that for a while. Just let me know if you have to take off. And do you need to go to get blankets?
Yeah. I'm just going to call American culture cancer culture.
There we are.
So, I'd be more than happy if we were to cancel culture, cancer culture, because that's exactly the level of depravity that this culture is. There is no civility here. There is no honor. There's no sense of Japanese honor like you would see in manga and shit, and you'd be like, wow, that's pretty fucking cool. So, you know, American people like me reading that, it's like, holy fucking shit, why the fuck was I born here?
Thank you. Yes, and you know, we had that one man whose name I can't remember, lived in New Zealand, and he was saying the same thing. He so much wished he had been born in Japan, preferably, you know, before, well, probably around the Middle Ages is what he preferred. But you know,
Yeah, I wouldn't go.
yeah, you wouldn't go that far, yeah.
Nah.
Just the creature comforts of today would be fine enough. Yes, yeah, I get it. So, do you need to get blankets or something? Because I'll hold off a bit on getting into analysis if you need to do that. So I'll occupy the time with some trivia while you get them. Let me know when you're back.
What I'll do is I'll probably just put this on mute, and you could start
talking. Yeah. Okay. So I'll do that then. Thank you. So basically, let me get this straight with all of you who are worried about cancel culture, and especially Mr. Potato Head. And, you know, let's forget Pepe Le Pew for a minute, because we're getting into sexuality at that point. Because for those of you who don't know Pepe Le Pew, Pepe Le Pew was basically a really horny skunk. So he was a lusty skunk. He was into wooing the ladies. And, of course, he's a skunk. So this is the kind of thing that you have going on with that cartoon. But aside from that, let's get into something people were silly enough to take seriously, which is Dr. Seuss and Mr. Potato Head, which is basically brought up in the chat room by the lady who uses Bill Lyons' account, and brought up by other people as well, including our man Pac-1 Morales, who has addressed this. So, you know, even though he wasn't tripping off it, he was talking about something completely different, just so people understand. But so for people who are worried about this, no. Dr. Seuss and Mr. Potato Head have not been fucking canceled. Okay, now, Dr. Seuss Enterprises said on Tuesday, as dated the 2nd day of this month, that 4 titles have been, well, they'll no longer be published. And there's 4 titles they cited in particular, as well as Scrambled Egg Super and The Cat's Quizzer, which I don't even remember any of those, so they might be new and part of people who have taken on the writing after his death. So let me tell you the difference here when it comes to Dr. Seuss and Mr. Potato Head in particular, so that will get us into the reality of cancel culture, okay, which I will articulate. Basically, real cancel culture has existed throughout the history of these United States, and much of what we witness now is meaningless by comparison. So again, to take us back to the petty ass shit that people have written myself about, on Tuesday, as dated the 2nd day of this month, the estate of Dr. Seuss decided that it will cease publishing 6 books, 6 of them by the beloved children's author, which contain offensive depictions of non-white characters. Now, a week before that, yestermincies, the last week of last month, Hasbro, the manufacturer of Mr. Potato Head, announced that the toy will henceforth be known by the non-gendered moniker Potato Head. For a solid reason, they have bits and body parts that make him fucking female. And there's no reason to call him Mr. Potato Head when he's obviously bi-gendered. He can be of either fucking sex because he's a fucking potato, which, by the way, you can look this up. Potatoes are also, if I'm not mistaken, rather non-gendered. You know, there are male and female plants, but I think potatoes are actually fucking non-gendered. So let me look this up. Do potatoes have sex? No, gender, because I know if I ask, do potatoes have sex? That's going to come out the wrong way. Do potatoes have gender? Gender. There we are. And I know people. Potatoes have no gender. Unlike there are plant species that have male and female plants, potatoes reproduce asexually. So there you fucking go. There you have it. Potatoes. Seriously, don't blame Mr. Potato Head, because potatoes, just so you know this, all right? I mean, the fact that I have to educate you on this is rather bizarre to me. I mean, I shouldn't even be talking about this, not because there's something obscene about it or something that you just, shouldn't know or something. This is hardly forbidden information. It's just, come on, man, give me a break. This is not something any of you that we should be bringing up in this kind of, how do I say it? In this light of fucking stupidity, where I have to address this and get you guys up to speed about this. First off, you've got the Mr. is being dropped because it's biologically accurate to drop it, and that's based on nature. The outrage and the culture wars are just taking advantage of this to produce an outrage over something that is really trying to educate children to the actual science of potatoes. So what Hasbro is trying to do is emphasize to children with little booklets that come with the gender-neutral potato head that the ancestor of the modern-day potato first it evolved in the Americas and then was developed into the food crop we know today by ancient indigenous Americans in what is now Peru and Bolivia. This is also Native American history. So I spoke of this at Thanksgiving, which is how I knew about it, was because I was speaking about all the food that Native Americans throughout the hemisphere have given to the rest of the world, like potatoes, which feed the fucking world. Jameson Reese says genderless clones, but, it can be looked on as such, but that's really kind of an inflammatory title in and of itself. So let me try and give you the geographical background, which also gives you an opportunity to annoy all your friends by pointing out the common historical inaccuracy of Europeans eating potatoes in movies set before the 1500s. It's just so, in case you didn't fucking know, anything before the time of Dracula in Europe, there's no potatoes, okay? In Europe. And potatoes themselves, of course, are tubers, rather than calling them clones, which sounds very inflammatory. They are tubers. And Jameson says vegetative propagation, as they call it. Well, as I said, there are male and female plants of many plant species. But potatoes, the part of the plant that we eat, forms a part of its roots. While above ground, the plant consists of a stem and leaves and flowers. And these are, the whole set. What's beneath the ground as well as what's above it, they're self-pollinators. Meaning that every individual potato plant possesses both male and female flowers for reproduction. When they reproduce this way, they produce a potato fruit, which resembles a green cherry tomato. You cannot eat that. It's poisonous. So don't do something stupid. Inside the fruit are what folks in the business call true potato seeds, which are what's used to develop new varieties of potatoes. However, the seeds produced this way can often be quite genetically different from the original plant. That's why you can't call them clones. And, all of which makes farmers wary about using them during planting season. So hopefully that gives you just a little bit of background, but fortunately for farmers, potatoes can also reproduce asexually, much like the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. This is the main process through which potatoes are produced around the world, because of what I've just said about the seeds. The tuber, which is the part of the potato that you eat, can be planted itself to sprout new plants. Particularly healthy tubers that are disease-free are sold to farmers as seed potatoes and produce new plants that are genetically identical to their parents. That's how you get the clone concept that Jameson is emphasizing. But of course, we can't emphasize that because that's too inflammatory. It's too triggering. So it's this property, however, of the potato that saved Matt Damon's life when he was stranded on the red planet in the movie titled The Martian, which is about the only real bit of science you had in there. And you know, when we go back to the original controversy, which this hot potato issue has sprouted, to use a pun, well, in science, whether you're talking about potatoes or people, gender is more complicated than simple binaries, particularly when it comes to potatoes, which are actually male, female, and asexual, all at the same time. So, in one very important way, Hasbro has always gotten the concept of the toy exactly right. Scientifically speaking, like its earthy ancestor, Potato Head has interchangeable parts. This is why calling it Mr. Potato Head was actually fucking sexist. And why, you know, they finally said, you know what, let's just go real with it and call it Potato Head, which I fully support and think we should do. And of course, the right wing says, no, we want it male. We want male, even though you can make it female, which is like, you know, I mean, like, what does that tell you about the right wingers? I mean, for God's sakes, they've been taking a male and making it female, you know, all these years. What does that tell us about them? It means they're all like J. Edgar Hoover. They're ugly as fuck and they still cross-dress. Well, but since he's actually changing his gender, it's more like they're transsexual. So it's worse than it's worse than that. so there we have that. Being able to interchange parts and be all genders at once. Yes, our man, you know, Jameson Reese says there.
I kind of envy that because, you know,
yeah.
No, honestly, I mean, imagine one day you can, you know, I could be my beautiful masculine self, and then another day I can be this hot flaming chick, and then maybe one day I can be both a guy and a woman. What would that be like? Okay, now I'm thinking like Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah, and you know what they did to him? Yeah, changes gender, changes race. Yeah, you're talking about from The Watchmen, right?
Yeah.
There you are. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing that. That takes courage to even say that. And obviously, I'm cool with it because, you know, everybody knows what I do. But anyhow, you've got this army of defenders that has now risen to protect the sanctity of Mr. Potato Head and Dr. Seuss, the flaming racist, who I think should be censored in his entirety for producing all the World War II propaganda he pushed out. Social media and the conservative personated reactionary news outlets have been consumed with memes and hot takes declaring the dangerous overreach of cancel culture, which they define as the process of punishing a person or product deemed offensive by some vague set of modern moral standards. You know, and for those of you who are just not familiar with Dr. Seuss, he was a son of a bitch, just a really evil, racist person. He's someone who doesn't deserve any sympathies, or he doesn't deserve, of course, exposing your children to. He's basically you know, someone who deserves no mercy. So he, of course, responded to critics who called out his racism, and basically talking about what a patriot he was to help Americans, you know, quote unquote win the war by showing all the Japanese and Germans as inhuman people and all this shit. So, this is like something which, he can live with it because he's an evil psychotic person. This has nothing to do with what you want your children to grow up into. So even the Dr. Seuss estate sees what a piece of shit that Dr. Seuss is. So he's definitely someone who is not worthy of even going into in depth. But because I'm forced to by circumstance, basically, you can look at some of his cartoons from World War II, and then remind yourself that his real name is Dr. Theodor Seuss Geisel, or Getzel. Anyhow, Geisel, it's like diesel, but you pronounce it with a G. He not only wrote children's books about one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish, he illustrated political cartoons on topics ranging from tax exemptions to racism. And one of his most controversial cartoons was published in March 5th of 1942. And that was a caricature of a Japanese man, or what we're supposed to assume is a Japanese man, next to Hitler. And that was published in the newspaper PM. I can't remember what PM stood for. But basically, what have you done today to save your country from them? And, of course, the Japanese man in the cartoon is portrayed with a pig snout and a mustache very similar to Hitler's mustache, along with buck teeth and glasses and squinted eyes. So basically, the American people's disgust and hatred of Hitler was used to fuel and transfer their detestation of Hitler into the Japanese people, which were represented by this unrecognizable caricature that was supposed to actually represent Emperor Hirohito. So the depiction of Emperor Hirohito as the quote-unquote typical Japanese man also causes the Japanese to lose their identity as individuals. They're seen instead as a collective group of enemies. So then you had, of course, his war savings bonds and stamps, buy your war bonds, in which the Japanese man portrayed there, again, Emperor Hirohito as everyman. Basically, you've got this repetition of characteristics on all Japanese portrayed in all of Dr. Seuss's cartoons that eliminates all concept of individuality. And, in cartoons like the one on buying war bonds, Dr. Seuss would go so far as using the caption, "Wipe that sneer off his face," which is basically calling upon the characteristic sneer that Dr. Seuss uses in his caricatures of the Japanese. It calls on Americans to act against the sneer, to wipe it off every Japanese man's face by buying war bonds. Now, these portrayals of the Japanese are all the same. And they're just members in a group of bees. They're bees in a colony that promote dehumanization for easier extermination. So, rather than in World War I, where the Germans can be portrayed as innocent by some propagandists, but led by an evil ruler, the Kaiser, by the time of World War II, all distinguishing of the population from the leader is gone. Basically, the Japanese are all equally seen as evil, in particular from the common citizen to the emperor, and those distinguishing characteristics were also seen in all Japanese Americans, which caused the hatred and the racism to extend from the Japanese themselves to Japanese Americans. So Dr. Seuss wanted to promote the attitude that classified all Japanese as the enemy, that allowed internment camps to not only be, implemented, but accepted by all Americans. And it's something that this was ongoing despite the fact that the American people had been propagandized about inhumane concentration camps in the Third Reich. Now, bear in mind, as I said, the Germans themselves were unaware of any extermination program. But the world knew about internment camps. You hear them talking about that in the movie Casablanca, where you see, the main star, what's his name, Humphrey Bogart, says, yeah, a woman's got a right to stay out of an internment camp. I mean, yeah, I'm being sarcastic here, one of the greatest lines in movie history. I mean, how romantic, right? A woman's got a right to stay out of an internment camp. Since everybody knew about it throughout World War II, Casablanca being a World War II propaganda film, everybody knew about internment camps in Europe, and the Americans perceived them as evil and inhumane. But they set them up here because the Japanese weren't human, and therefore the Americans were not inhumane. So that means the Germans, seeing the Jews as not human, should not be considered inhumane, since the Americans don't consider what they did to the Japanese as inhumane. Do you see my logic? If you don't see my logic, there's no fucking hope. So, even though the idea of classifying the Japanese as non-distinguishable members of a group may not have stemmed from Dr. Seuss's cartoons exclusively, Dr. Seuss did everything he could voluntarily to exacerbate the dehumanization of Japanese through his political cartoons. He spread the racism already present against the Japanese in all his illustrations, while he tried to raise awareness to stop prejudice against Jewish people, because he's Jewish. So, there you have it. An individual who, again, of Jewish descent, finds it entirely acceptable to promote genocide against anyone who's not Jewish. I'm just sick of this shit. I'm sick of these Jews being given a pass on everything. It's time for that shit to stop. They have to be called out. And this has nothing to do with Judeophobia. It's the fact that so many of them who have so much influence abuse that influence towards dehumanization and mass murder. The man who runs Facebook, the idiot we know as Mark Zuckerberg, is responsible for mass murder and extermination of the Rohingya Muslims in particular, as well as other groups. Because Facebook was the main promotional venue for the hatred of Muslims throughout Myanmar, and promoted the conspiracy theories that they were out to kill everyone else, which led to mass murder, as well as the murder of scores of people in India who were Muslim when rumors about them trying to kill Asian Indians was spread throughout Facebook, etc. And Mark Zuckerberg is totally cool with this, and he's a Holocaust denier. So all you can say is the majority of Jewish people who are in power are quite evil, and they are out to kill everyone else who's not Jewish, and they want you to feel sorry for them. Fuck them. It's time for it to stop. So that's cancel culture. That's your real cancel culture right there. And yet, Fox News dedicated much of Tuesday, as dated the 2nd day of this month, to proclaiming the end of Dr. Seuss at the hands of liberals. And one Fox News host, Brian Kilmeade, of all people, isn't that an appropriate fucking name? Brian Kilmeade. I think that fucking says it all. And name spelled Kilmeade. He exclaimed, "The cancel culture is canceling Dr. Seuss. It's out of control!" And during a congressional debate, the Republican Californian Congressman Kevin McCarthy somehow worked the Seuss controversy into an argument against a bill that would expand voting rights, saying, first they outlawed Dr. Seuss, and then they want to tell us what to say. Voting rights, mind you, he's applying this anti-logic to. The Congressman, Matt Gaetz, a Republican from Florida, lambasted the rebranding of Mr. Potato Head during a speech at the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, which represented Donald Trump, blatting, "Look out, Mr. Potato Head, you're next. I'm sorry, I think now he's going to be going by Potato X. He can't be Mr. Potato." Well, he can't be Mr. Potato because of everything I've just explained scientifically, people. As is usual with outrage over cancel culture, the discussion is completely devoid of all facts and aimed at a phantom left-wing mob that mainly exists in conservatives' reactionary minds. Dr. Seuss and Mr. Potato Head are not being canceled. They were never going to be. And if anything, the exact opposite is happening. Real cancel culture has existed throughout the history of these United States. And much of what we are witnessing today is completely meaningless and inconsequential by comparison. First and foremost, neither Dr. Seuss nor Mr. Potato Head are being canceled, as I've explained in depth. Dr. Seuss's estate decided to voluntarily stop producing 6 of his books because these books contain racist imagery so painfully blatant. Nigger here, nigger there. Everybody got some nigger hair. That Dr. Seuss, whose real Jewish name is Theodor Seuss Giesel, may too have been ashamed of himself in context of today's environment. Just remind yourself that during the Second World War, this kike, because I'll call him a kike, published anti-Japanese cartoons and vocally supported the establishment of concentration camps for Japanese Americans. Yet years later, he sought to apologize for his actions by writing the book Horton Hears a Who to reflect his changed views. Now, that's like Dr. Goebbels coming back to the surface world and publishing a book called, I can't think of an equivalent, some German guy, Eat Some Matzo. And we're supposed to say, thanks, Goebbels. That makes everything okay. You wouldn't stand for that, but you stand for this because the guy writing it is Jewish. I'm sick of it. Now, the Dr. Seuss books that will cease publication are nowhere near his most popular works, and it is doubtful most Americans have ever even heard of them. Because no one ever bothered to read to the kids out loud, nigger here, nigger there, everybody got some nigger hair, when they wake up with bedhead. Those books will not be burned. They were not forced to be removed from library shelves by a horde of liberals. And the rest of his catalog will remain untouched. The tale of our favorite Spud is much the same. Mr. Potato Head is not ceasing to exist, nor is his wife and assumed lover, Mrs. Potato Head. Hasbro, the owners of the Potato Head family line of toys, is simply changing the brand's name to Potato Head, which reflects the reality that it covers the Mr., the Mrs., and a growing family of potatoes that they seek to sprout in the near future. You know, plastically, the way we do it organically. That plastically is not a real word, but you get my point. And quite the opposite of cancellation is on the horizon. Dr. Seuss books are seeing a boost in overall sales, and the books pulled from the shelves are selling for up to $5,000 United States dollars online. last time I checked, which was just now. Hasbro is expecting a similar bump to their sales. Its CEO has said he expects double-digit growth in the next year, and the rebranding and expansion of the Potato Head line is simply part of that equation. Whether or not these were calculated marketing strategies is unknowable, but they fall into a well-established pattern in which corporations try to clean up their past and appeal to the public in a way that won't negatively affect their ability to reap profits. What we perceive as cancel culture is just a fundamental function of capitalism playing itself out. Companies must adapt with the times to make money on a perpetual track of constant and infinite profit. This is why businesses engage in practices like greenwashing, packaging or repackaging their goods and services in at least superficially environmentally friendly ways, while doing little to change their real environmental impact. And pinkwashing, the annual tradition of turning products pink for breast cancer awareness, even for products that actually cause cancer themselves, like cigarettes. These corporations don't have morals and don't care about taking political or ethical stances. Their bottom line is just that, their bottom line. This is how an oil company like Chevron can pat itself on the back for investing $100 million United States dollars in lowering emissions while simultaneously investing $20 billion United States dollars in oil and gas. Or how Baker Hughes, one of the world's largest oil field operators, can proudly distribute 1,000 pink drill bits across the planet while using known and possible carcinogens at their hydraulic fracking facilities. Go figure. Real cancel culture has existed in these United States, and it is worth remembering what it means to be truly canceled. The multiple Red Scares in these United States involved socialist and allegedly socialist actors, directors, and musicians being spied upon and blacklisted by production companies and studios for their political views. People as famous as Charlie Chaplin, you know, the guy who always played Adolf Hitler because he had the same mustache, were accused of subversion and banned from these United States, while everyday Americans like the Massachusetts schoolteacher Anne Hale had their lives completely and utterly ruined. Think of Axis Sally or Tokyo Rose, both of them American citizens, who spoke for the Axis, who spent the rest of their lives in jail. This wave of cancellation involved institutions like the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples, and America's largest labor federation, the AFL-CIO, pushing out communist and socialist activists, as well as your government imprisoning fascists speaking their mind. No freedom of fucking speech. It doesn't exist. The idea that you're fighting for freedom of speech is obviously a lie based on the fact that Axis Sally and Tokyo Rose spent the rest of their lives in jail. While Jane Fonda, who went to Vietnam and manned an anti-aircraft battery attempting to shoot down American planes, which thereafter was named after her. There is a Jane Fonda anti-aircraft battery battalion in Vietnam. She roams free as a cockroach because of America's liberal leanings. But you never see anybody complaining about cancel culture regarding her because they would have to shut up about everything else, because that would prove cancel culture does not exist. Rather, it exists through government programs like COINTELPRO, an acronym for Counterintelligence Program, arguably an extension of the Red Scare. involved in the harassment and sabotage of socialists and other left-wing activists, including the notorious assassination of the 21-year-old Black Panther leader, Fred Hampton. Million-dollar corporations in the United States can hardly be canceled. They can simply rebrand or wait until the storm is over. They can afford to hunker down in place. Shelter in place, as we would say in the pandemic age. Real cancel culture has the power of institutions behind it. In an era in which corporations like Amazon.com are on one hand launching smear campaigns against black workers for labor organizing, even while celebrating Black History Month on the other, it is important for the public to understand the difference between cancel culture and corporate PR, or public relations. We can cancel corporations only through actions like boycotts, strikes, and seizures of their property for the sake of the public good. But no one is canceling Dr. Seuss, and no one is canceling Mr. Potato Head, despite Hasbro's history of allegedly profiting from child labor and other abuses. Instead of focusing on the outrage of the week, we need to focus on toxic employers who mistreat workers here and abroad, and consider using collective action to punish industries and corporations that have essentially canceled the futures of entire generations. And Gina Carano's Mandalorian exit proves cancel culture doesn't exist at all, despite what her fans say. The controversy hit star of Disney's Star Wars spin-off is being held up by the radicalized right as a victim of cancel culture, as writ by Louis Chilton, whose column I read on which to base my analysis. But the phrase is all too often used to avoid accountability. Gina Carano has been through the wars lately, of both the star and culture variety. And the actress who played the no-nonsense mercenary Cara Dune on the Disney Plus Star Wars spin-off The Mandalorian has parted ways with the series after sharing a social media post in particular that compared the experiences of contemporary right-wing Americans to those of persecuted Jewish people during the Holocaust. Isn't that Dr. Seuss-like? Now, that post was shared in a now deleted Instagram story. But someone listening was kind enough to send me a screenshot. Jews were beaten in the streets, not by Nazi soldiers, but by their neighbors. Because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? Now, Star Wars production company Lucasfilm denounced her social media posts in a brief statement, calling them abhorrent and unacceptable, denigrating people based on their cultural and religious identities. The company also announced that it had no plans to work with Carano again, including, it is presumed, on future series of The Mandalorian. Now, shortly after the announcement was made, hashtag cancel Disney Plus began trending on Twitter, though the hashtag was soon taken over by people using it ironically, with the actor's defenders threatening to boycott the streaming service over a perceived cancellation. You see, Carano, in their eyes, is a slain innocent, and the inky fingerprints of cancel culture can be seen all over the murder weapon. But, of course, they're wrong. Carano's departure from The Mandalorian isn't just a shoddy choice of case study for itchy trigger finger cancellation. It's proof that cancel culture, as they themselves, the radicalized rightists, construe it, simply does not exist. Carano's political views are well documented, They can be understood via a quick scroll through her Twitter page or by Googling her name, possibly alongside the word backlash. Since first appearing in The Mandalorian in 2019, the year before yesteryear, she has faced calls for removal from the series on more than a few occasions. Last September, there was a minor uproar over posts in which she seemed to mock the trans-inclusive practice of putting pronouns in social media bios and accused trans people of having abusive online representation. Imagine that. Imagine that. I mean, really? Really? Like, a sexless potato. Which is just so offensive, right? I mean, because, we all love to eat those potato vaginas and potato penises, right? I mean, okay, really? Before I get too deep with that, Carano later deleted one of those tweets about, those trans people who are so overly represented on social media. Because everywhere I turn, I see them, right? I mean, give me a break. And she said that her Mandalorian co-star, Pedro Pascal, let me read what she wrote here, helped me understand why people were putting pronouns in their bios. I didn't know before, but I do now. I stand against bullying, especially the most vulnerable, and support freedom to choose. And then, months later, she faced further condemnation for sharing anti-mask memes during the pandemic and for repeating Donald Trump's false claims about voter fraud. By the laws of our supposed cancel culture, she should have already been pariahed months ago. She wasn't even made to apologize. In an interview this January, she simply said, "I'm going to stick around, and if my presence bothers you, okay, I bring the fire out in people. I'm not sure why." Oh, yeah. Yeah, right, bitch. Going around and saying the most stupid and offensive things in the world has a tendency to do that. It's a testament to the sheer offensiveness of her social media activity and possibly the cumulative stigma of several different controversies, like radiation, that Lucasfilm finally saw fit to draw the line. The insensitivity of likening her own situation, being criticized online for spreading demonstrably harmful disinformation, to the Holocaust, was perhaps exacerbated by the American far right's relationship with Judeophobia and neo-Nazi ideology. Duh? Duh? Carano's implicit support for Donald Trump calls to mind the former president's own history of Judeophobia and his refusal to disalign himself with white supremacist supporters. So it certainly seems to me there be little reason to give this bitch the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the Judeophobic implications of her post. It seems, at the very least, amusingly misguided for the people crying cancel culture to turn their anger onto Disney Plus, as if the streaming service were some kind of ultra-progressive force for left-wing social justice. Star Wars itself has a checkered history when it comes to racism and Judeophobic tropes. The character of Watto, the hook-nosed merchant alien from The Phantom Menace, seems almost plucked from a Nazi propaganda playbook of my father's time. The other aliens, the Neimoidian Trade Federation, Jar Jar Binks, anyone? Have also faced, the fire for their racism and stereotyping. Yesteryear Star Wars star John Boyega criticized Disney's handling of his character, and that of co-star Kelly Marie Tran, whose last Jedi character, Rose Tico, was sidelined almost entirely in The Rise of Skywalker. The franchise's White Stars, as proven by Boyega, received all the better storylines and much more nuance. And after making the comments, Boyega discussed the matter with Lucasfilm president Kathleen Kennedy in what he described as a transparent, honest phone call. Now, Kelly Marie Tran in particular has been assailed all over the internet by the white supremacist boys and would be more than justified in feeling aggrieved. She bore the brunt of a racist and sexist online backlash after her prominent role in The Last Jedi, and the near removal of her character in the sequel was seen by all with any eyes to see as the franchise's capitulation to the abusers. And yet, when people talk about cancel culture, it is never the case of Kelly Marie Tran that is mentioned because, you know, she's just a gook girl. But because Carano is a Cauca cunt, a Caucasian whore, she, of course, has never replied to my request for comment. And, oh God, when was it that, well, it was sometime this month, I'm sure, around the time the Mandalorian news broke, well, it had to be yestermincy, so last month, she tweeted that she was going to record a podcast interview with right-wing Christian satire website, the Babylon Bee. So if you want to truly know what cancellation sounds like, listen out. It sounds like 680,000 Twitter followers. It sounds like 1.5 million Instagram followers. And it's available soon on all good podcast providers, if it hasn't been published already. I'm sure it has, as a matter of fact. She's certainly not been canceled out like she should have been. Because white voices everywhere have resounded in their support for her as their version of Joan d'Arc. And never has a comparison been more grotesque. Now, before we go into the royals, because Meghan Markle's experience brings us back to racism and, of course, white supremacy and all the rest of that, we're definitely in a case of horror story at that point. I'm just taking a look at the input on my Facebook timeline here by a wonderful human being, Tony Trevino, putting in his upvotes. Deeply appreciated. Michaela Nastasia, of course, is wonderful as well. And so I think it was Lena Shea was going to share some of her, an article she had sent to myself on the website, but I don't think that happened after the final severance between Elena Shea and myself when we tried to experiment with just being friends for a short period of time, which Crystal River says was a complete mistake. And of course, Crystal's right in that regard. Honestly, never say never. You never know what's going to happen in the future, but we really can't evade what needs to be said. And basically, the first thing that I can observe about the Meghan Markle and her little prince is not so much about them. Really, the first thing that struck me was Piers Morgan. By the way, I know Piers Morgan sounds like a bank, like J.P. Morgan Chase. And every time I hear the guy's name, that's the first thing that comes to my mind is, you know, I don't even think of a human being. I think of a facility or some kind of, financial institution. But that's not the case. Piers Morgan is a guy who I actually Well, we all liked him because he was on, he was up there with Simon, and when he brought us the that wonderful human being, who of course is now richer than God. Oh my God, what was her name? She was on the talent show for Britain, and she was able to sing, and she surprised everyone. She's this poor fat dumpy chick. Well, I shouldn't say that because she's doing so fucking well. I'm only sad I didn't gigolo her, once she got what she did. Boyle, thank you. Susan Boyle, I could never have gotten that out. Thank you, Jameson Rees. How the fuck did you remember that? Oh my God. Anyhow, she suffers from clinical depression. So she's, how can I say this? She wound up marrying her MD. I think the guy, correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think the guy's a plastic surgeon. And so she probably went to see him to get an uplift. So Jameson Reese says, I was forced to hear about her in college. There we are. Yes. Oh, that's delightful. College class. Yeah. So Susan Boyle, the one of the judges who was there to hear Susan Boyle and responded so supportively was Piers Morgan. So, now he considers himself a defender of free speech, which brings us all the way back to the radical right again. He's got a real problem, and I'll tell you what his real problem is. But this brave defender of free speech, he is not. But that's how he's spinning his recent exit from Good Morning Britain. Because, of course, he's claiming cancel culture across the Great Pond. That's following his attacks on Meghan Markle, Duchess of Sussex, earlier, last week at this point, and all the outrage that rightly followed. Now, on my last transmission, the latest transmission that I did before tonight's, on Wednesday, midweek last, Piers Morgan tweeted out a photo of Winston Churchill, and someone is full of shit and downright evil when they quote Winston Churchill and they bring out Winston Churchill as their shield. Everything's wrong. And he put out the photo of Winnie, and he wrote the words, "Some people's idea of it is that they are free to say what they like, but if anyone else says anything back, that is an outrage." And now that quote is part preening, part trolling, because just the day before, Piers Morgan had stormed off set when a colleague criticized him for his comments. Because, saying anything back, you get outraged, and that makes you a snowflake who's melting in the sun, right? Which is what he did. But he's saying all the liberals are doing that to him. It's a fitting end, in a way, for the latest controversy, which has very little to do with free speech and a whole lot to do with hypocrisy. For all his talk of Meghan Markle and her husband Harry, the Duke of Sussex, manipulating people emotionally, that is precisely what Morgan is trying to do, which is, of course, why he parades Winnie Churchill. Morgan's latest implosion began with the interview, the 2-hour chat between Meghan, Harry, and Oprah Winfrey. That fat black chick that I personally dislike intensely, with the passion of 1,000 suns. And that aired on the day that I was transmitting my Sunday episode before tonight's, meaning the Sunday before tonight's, the episode before midweek Wednesday, when he basically, walked off the set. Now, nearly everything Oprah Winfrey touches is turned to gold by the infrastructure. So it's no surprise that Winfrey plus royal family was a ratings bonanza. In the interview, the couple opened up about the challenges that led them to resign from the royal family and move first to Canada and then the United States, to escape from the Commonwealth of Nations, which the British dominate to a degree. And in its own way, you could call it a quintessential Oprah interview. She's the country's confessoress-in-chief, and has been so for a quarter century. And the way it's perceived is that Oprah Winfrey's chief gift is her ability to draw out people's emotions and vulnerability, which she presents as the core of their authentic selves. So those words, vulnerability, authenticity, emotion, they're the core of the Winfrey brand. I, of course, reflect instead upon her interview with Michael Aquino, where she simply gave him full control over his victims and aided and abetted him in their abuse, on national television, no less. But Meghan Markle and Harry, the Duke of Sussex, are particularly well suited to an Oprah interview, precisely because they had recently rejected the, our stiff upper lips are sealed culture of the British monarchy. Now, even setting aside the content of the secrets they revealed about their experiences of racism, neglect, and control, the very act of sitting down for one of Winfrey's emotional, revelatory interviews underscored how thoroughly they had discarded their former lives. And Piers Morgan's dismissive comments, especially about Meghan's openness about her mental health struggles, betray himself to be suspicious of that very kind of emotion in a manner that feels familiar. So much criticism of contemporary culture, particularly conversations about racism, sexism, and fairness, is rooted in the notion that it's too affective, too thin-skinned, and subjective. The politics of empathy and fairness are rejected as the politics of fragility, a sign of either weakness or manipulation, or both. And this has been Piers Morgan's line of attack against Meghan Markle for years. He is, in effect, a form of stalker. Dismissing Meghan as a grasping social climber, he called her a shameless piece of work. And after the couple announced they were stepping down from the royal family, he labeled them grasping, selfish, scheming, Kardashian wannabes. And after the Winfrey interview, he criticized Meghan for not merely for showing emotion, but for manipulating it. You see, by refusing to believe any of her emotions to be genuine, he argues that they are all part of a grander manipulation. That she be playing the mental health card, the race card, and even the pregnancy card, all to shield herself from criticism. And so on Good Morning Britain, which I can't even imagine a good morning in Britain, the day after the interview, he went further, dismissing Meghan Markle's claims that she was suicidal and was denied help during her first pregnancy. In fact, I can quote what he said, calling it up now on screen. "I'm sorry I don't believe a word she said, Meghan Markle. I wouldn't believe it if she read me a weather report." Now, he later backpedaled like the cowardly bully that he and all the right-wing white supremacists are, and then doubled down on Twitter, like they all come back to do. Kind of like the Holocaust denier, what's his name again? The guy who's, help me out here, Jameson. Who's the Dilbert who made a career of it? I'm forgetting his name now. He's Ian or something, or what is his name? Oh God, Holocaust Denier. Come on now. He was sued by that woman in Britain. Okay. He sued her. Lippisch. How am I remembering her name, but not his? Lippisch. Deborah Lippisch. Deborah. So let me get this fucker's name out. How the fucking thing won't move here. Deborah. You know, he's an example of David Irving. David Irving is an example of this kind of guy who, when he was caught in Europe and was going to be given jail time, he backpedaled and said, well, the Holocaust really did happen. And so he has no courage for his convictions. He wasn't willing to do jail time for them. So then later, of course, back when he was out of Europe and free in America, then he said, oh yeah, the Holocaust was a hoax and shit. So this is how they all are. He's British too, by the way, in case you didn't know. So none of this should come as a surprise from Piers Morgan, because like David Irving, like all the white male supremacist bullies, they mistake cruelty for honesty. Like all bloviating bullies always do. Yet, in this case, it is ironic, given that Piers Morgan's whole shtick is rooted, as with all these white supremacist male bullies, in emotion. No, not the kind of emotion you find on Oprah. Empathy and vulnerability are not their strong points, but rather a deep well of grievance and anger. Piers Morgan's attacks on Meghan in particular, rooted at least in part in his belief that she snubbed him after she started to date, Harry, the Duke of Sussex. They cometh not from a careful investigation of any of her claims, but from his prickly anger over a long-ago slight. Because Piers Morgan's attacks are built on this rickety emotional scaffolding, he was quick to scout out firmer ground. He found it in his free speech claims, which were bolstered by that other white male supremacist, CNN's Jake Tapper. But Morgan is no free speech warrior. Back in 2011, the year my latent saintess Cyrus, my womb matron Diana Dietrich, died, Piers Morgan banned the actor Hugh Grant from his programs because Grant criticized the tabloid press. Nor is Piers Morgan interested in doing the work to cultivate any environment that welcomes any open exchanges of ideas, like all of these hypocritic right-wing white supremacist gang stalkers who misquote everything I say and, of course, tell absolute lies and then project it onto the victim. All of this is reflective of the same test tube bred personality type, the dysfunctional and ultimately dangerous psychotic white male, as demonstrated in its personification in Piers Morgan when he marched off the set in response to a colleague's measured criticism. Morgan doesn't want a debate. None of these white boy supremos do. Like all of them, he wants a safe space for his explosive anger and bullying. He wants you to have no safe space from him. He also wants the moral high ground. So he's eager to posture as a defender of a more abstract, more noble right. And so, after his departure from Good Morning Britain was announced, and there finally was a Good Morning in Britain after that, he tweeted, "Freedom of speech is a hill I'm happy to die on." Thanks for all the love and hate. I'm off to spend more time with my opinions. Yeah, they're the only company you got, motherfucker. But really, it's his feelings he's off to coddle. As for Meghan Markle herself, Meghan Markle's plight also reveals the strength of black kinship bonds. Prince Harry and Meghan, Duchess of Sussex's story of racism, mental health struggles, and the tearing apart of a family did highlight that one bright spot, the strength of black kinship bonds. Consider producer, director, and screenwriter Tyler Perry's role in the at times grim fairy tale. In early 2020, not long after they announced that they were stepping back as senior royals, Harry and Meghan decamped to Canada, but their newfound peace was short-lived. Harry recalled to Oprah Winfrey during their 2-hour interview that aired last weekend, 1 week ago, precisely, last Sunday on CBS. She said, I'm going to read this, I'm calling up a transcript here that my son is sending me. She said, while we were in Canada, in someone else's house, I then got told, short notice, that security was going to be removed. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Hang on a second. The borders could be closed. The world knows where we are. It's not safe. It's not secure. We probably need to get out of here. Now, Declutter takes in all kinds of tech and refurbishes it in terms of the security sense. So I actually heard this from other sources in my old security network that relayed to me from Canada. Now, this is an exclusive. You won't get it anywhere else. But she was given some warning, and that's why she said what she said on Oprah Winfrey. This has been shared with no one else, but I can tell you from somebody who is speaking anonymously, this is not my son. This is someone who was in the security networks I maintained from my old contracts, that pretty much they were setting her up for the kill. And so they gave her fair warning as security specialists. And she's only saying what she's saying to Oprah Winfrey as true British understatement of what the situation was. They were going to do a Princess Diana on her. Salvation came from Tyler Perry, that producer, director, screenwriter I mentioned, who offered the Duke and Duchess of Sussex his Los Angeles home and security, private mercenary security, for 3 months as the couple figured out a plan. Because at this point they knew the royal house was out to take them out permanently before they talked. Now, Tyler Perry's generosity is touching in its own right. But the act is all the more moving for its cultural and political context. Many factors contributed to Harry and Meghan's decision to put distance between themselves and the palace. But the miasma of racism that hovered over Meghan was certainly one of the chief factors. In one of the most jaw-dropping moments of the interview, Meghan revealed that someone in the royal family had expressed concerns over how dark her son Archie's skin might be when he's born. And Harry also discussed how his family routinely failed to support Meghan when the press pilloried her. The British tabloid press. You know, calling out that nigger bitch who thinks she's such hot shit that she can give birth to the next king or queen of England. And Harry himself said, this is back to my son's writ here, the transcript. I guess one of the most telling parts, and the saddest parts, I guess, was over 70 female members of Parliament, both Conservative and Labour, came out and called out the colonial undertones of articles and headlines written about Meghan. Yet no one from my family ever said anything. That hurts. Now, Serena Williams, who has publicly enjoyed her own share of sexism and racism, posted a message on Twitter in support of the Duchess of Sussex, who is, of course, her close friend as well. And for those of you who don't know, Serena Williams is the black tennis phenom, the phenomena. And it was Sunday that she wrote, while the Oprah Winfrey interview, of course, inspired her to do so. She said, I know firsthand the sexism and racism institutions and the media use to vilify women and people of color, to minimize us, to break us down and demonize us. We must recognize our obligation to decry malicious, unfounded gossip and tabloid journalism. It's no little thing, then, that it was a black person who provided sanctuary to Meghan and her family as they fled for what I know was their very lives. On top of so much else, Britain's abiding colonial legacy, built on white supremacy and the exploitation of the colored. Even the interview itself felt like a collective act, a way for one black American to prop up another. And that's why Meghan said, I've always valued independence. I've always been outspoken, especially about women's rights. And that's the sad irony of the last 4 years. I've advocated for so long for women to use their voice. And then I was silent. These days, when so many people can speak for themselves, the concept of telling your own story might seem insignificant. But as the Oprah Winfrey interview made clear, authorship still holds great consequence. In giving the Black Duchess of Sussex a platform, Oprah Winfrey helped Meghan Markle move closer to reclaiming her authority from a sclerotic institution. Or, as a friend put the communal feeling in a group chat, y'all two black women about to take down the entire royal family. And I think that's probably the best line on which to end my analysis of what happened with Meghan Markle and the royal family as requested by Sammy Romero. So, Sammy, I do appreciate it if you could provide a response to that, either tonight or at some point soon if you're going to listen to the replay. And that will, of course, bring us to a human security issue. And that, of course, is the commemorative date of 3/11, Japan's version of 9/11. That happened 10 years and, 72 hours ago, 3 days ago at this point. And I didn't even want to speak about it on the eve day thereof because I was going into the history of the Mongol Empire's deployment of biological weapons and how that backfired to take down the entire Mongol Empire, ultimately killing members of the Mongol dynasty themselves. A true example of historical blowback, if ever there was one. In terms of the triple threat of the earthquake and tsunami and nuclear meltdown that happened in Japan 10 years ago, it's hard to do that monumental impact any justice. Exactly how does one approach such a topic? What does one... It's the reason I didn't bring it up on the eve day thereof. It's something that just doesn't... it's not easy to talk about. So, this kind of triple disaster, if you went back to the day itself, it is, as I said, Japan's 9/11, a terrorist attack on 3 fronts in which Japan found itself at the center of its most dramatic crisis since World War II. Now, this is no criticism of the imperial dynasty, rather of Japan's secular government, wherein its secular governance betrayed shortcomings that imperiled its own response. Now, at the time that it hit 10 years ago, when the Japanese Empire was hit by this devastating mega earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear disaster triage, it took weeks back then to fully assess the human and physical toll of those calamities. Officials immediately knew the death toll would exceed 10,000 people. Hundreds of thousands were rendered homeless and without electricity, heat, or clean water, with a high risk of radiation spreading over vast areas, including where the homeless sought shelter. So, Japan has had, in the secular sense, again, entirely distinct from the Yamato dynasty or the royal family, the monarchy, only in the secular sense of what we can call mundane governance, Japan's has been satisfactory overall, but in many ways, I'll be the first to admit, it's far from model. And when you look back at the deadly 2011 Tohoku earthquake, as it is formally known officially, the Great Northeastern Japan earthquake is actually referred to as the Tohoku quake and tsunami. It killed nearly 20,000 people, 18,000 immediately, and the rest who died collaterally thereafter of various after effects. And as Japan today hastily navigates the logistics of hosting the 2021 Summer Olympics Games in Tokyo amidst a global pandemic, the people of the island empire took a step back on Thursday, but 48 hours are gone, 72 hours are gone by now, to honor that tragic moment in recent Japanese history, when 10 years ago, on the 11th day in March, in the 2011th year of our Lord, a week or so before my mother's death, the 4th largest recorded earthquake in all human history struck Japan's Pacific coast, triggering a 128-foot tsunami wave that swallowed villages whole and triggered the biggest nuclear disaster since Chernobyl, which collapsed the Soviet Union. Nearly 20,000 people died, 18,000 instantly. 500,000 were forced to evacuate. And 138,000 buildings were completely destroyed. While the empire itself suffered the most expensive disaster in all recorded human history, with 360 billion United States dollars in economic losses, according to an estimate from the Brookings Institution, which actually predicted their downfall as a society at that time. So on the day of remembrance, midweek last, on Thursday, as dated the 11th of this month, the Japanese government held a small memorial service at the National Theater in Tokyo to mourn that which the empire had lost. This was, of course, small because of the pandemic. All the Japanese are still obeying quarantine orders, and they take them seriously in a nation, an empire that believes in science. And as Japan marked this decade since the triple disaster that killed 20,000 people, when huge waves swept across swaths of the northeast coast of the Japanese archipelago after one of the strongest quakes ever recorded, triggering a nuclear meltdown, Japan observed that moment's silence to mark that 10th commemorative anniversary of that earthquake and tsunami that it triggered, killing nigh 20,000 people, and in turn causing a nuclear meltdown in Fukushima province, the prefecture, as they're called in Japan. On Thursday, as dated the 11th date of this month, at 2:46 p.m., the moment that the Japanese Empire's northeast coast was struck by a magnitude 9.0 earthquake on the 11th day in March of 2011, people attending private and public service across the affected region bowed and fell silent, clasping their hands in prayer. In Tokyo, the Prime Minister, Yoshihide Suga, and our Emperor, Naruhito, offered their condolences at a socially distanced ceremony at the National Theater. Now, much of the coastal towns and villages swept away by the tsunami have been rebuilt at an estimated cost of 30 trillion yen. That's 280 billion United States dollars. The reaction in collateral has manifested in the Great Wall of Japan. You see, after the Fukushima earthquake and tsunami disaster of March 2011 killed about 20,000 people, the Japanese authorities embarked on a radical plan and decided to build a gigantic 15 meters high anti-tsunami wall across 500,000 kilometers of length to forever divide the land from the ocean at a cost of 12 billion United States dollars. Roads, train lines, housing, and miles of protective seawalls have mostly been completed. But large swaths of land remain empty, and many communities struggling to restore their populations to pre-disaster levels, especially with an overall demographic drop in population, simply due to the aging of Japan, with less and less people at higher quality levels of life, even wanting to bother with children. So 10 years on, more than 40,000 people are still unable to return home, most of them from areas near Fukushima Daiichi, where the triple meltdown forced the immediate evacuation of 160,000 people. And while the plant's operator, Tokyo Electric Power, acronymous as TEPCO, stabilized the damaged reactors at the end of 2011, work has barely begun to locate and remove melted nuclear fuel, a complex decommissioning operation that is expected to take at least 40 years and cost billions of United States dollars. TEPCO and the Japanese government must also decide to do, well, they must also decide what to do with 1 million tons of contaminated water being stored in more than 1,000 tanks on the site. TEPCO says the tanks' 1.37 million ton storage capacity will be full by the autumn of 2022. The most likely option, slowly releasing it into the Pacific Ocean, is opposed by neighboring countries and local fishers who say the move would ruin efforts to rebuild their industry and livelihoods. This anniversary came as just a fortune, but 14 nights, 2 weeks before Fukushima hosts the start of the torch relay for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, billed by Games organizers as a showcase for recovery efforts there and in the prefectures of Miyagi and Iwate, where most of the tsunami deaths occurred. The global pandemic also turns 1 year old. It turned a year old that same date on Thursday, March 11th. So 48 to 72 hours ago, it's been 1 year since the World Health Organization, the WHO, declared the novel coronavirus to be pandemic. And that came way too late. As Jameson Reese can attest, he started masking up, hooding up, helmeting up, back when I said, this shit's really bad. Bio-Fukushima coming out of Wuhan on the Chinese mainland. It was in the last days of December of the year before yesteryear I said that, and it took them till March 11th, bribed as they were by the communist Chinese to keep their mouths shut and to keep saying, oh, this is cool, it's all under control, before that Ethiopian house nigger who runs the World Health Organization was finally forced. And by the way, it was his motherfucking vote that prevented it being declared pandemic in the beginning. That bastard finally took the Chinese hand out of his back pocket, pulled the Xi Jinping's fist from out of his ass so that Xi Jinping could finally stop feeding him one-liners, and came out and said, this is a pandemic, people. This is really bad. And since that day, 29 million cases have been reported in these United States, and 529,000 people have died. Across the world, at least 118 million people have been infected, as officially admitted by all governments who have bothered to contribute statistics, and 2.6 million have died that we know of. Again, only per government admittance. The past isn't always a foreign country. Sometimes it's more like a funhouse mirror, reflecting the present in ways both recognizable and strange. Consider the United States in December of 1942, a year into a world war. Different and yet not so different from the United States in March of 2021. They had blackouts, sugar and gas rationing, and war work. We've had lockdowns, yeast and toilet paper shortages, and Zoom meetings. They had anxiety, grief, sacrifice, boredom, and a strong sense of unity and national purpose. We have all the worst of those things and none of the best. In late 1942, the AP, the Associated Press, reported a total of 8,192 American deaths during the American Empire's first year at war. The true number was most certainly higher, and by war's end, more than 400,000 American lives had been lost that the U.S. government was willing to officially confirm. During the first year of this pandemic, about 500,000 Americans are known to have died from COVID-19, and that number is most certainly higher by orders of magnitude as well. And while many bad things happened during this year of pandemic as officially recognized worldwide, some good things happened as well. One being brought to attention by my son via his husband, anonymously referenced as Sugar Daddy because, of course, we're not going to compromise his privacy. And what was brought to my attention was a PwC survey of 5,000 CEOs around the world, including Sugar Daddy. And these are chief executive officers who were interviewed by the PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is a multinational professional services network of firms operating as partnerships under the PwC brand. For those of you who don't know, PwC ranks as the second largest professional services network in the world, and is considered one of the big four accounting firms, along with Deloitte, EY, and KPMG. Indeed, that's one that my gang brother Beaver thought he was going to work for when he was young, because his own big brother became a CPA, a certified public accountant, which for those of you who don't know is like a superhuman version of a normal bookkeeper. Only that just wasn't destined to happen. He got into, something more profitable and far more interesting. And thereafter, PricewaterhouseCoopers limit liability, firm just, their LLP just didn't have the charm it did in the past as some kind of stable platform. I mean, who needed that when you could basically take yourself to greater heights of both excitement and profit? And by the way, I'm getting some input from the people at our Facebook. And so Sammy Romero has replied, God bless him. He did hear me. And he said, let's see what he said. Sometimes people put a reply and then they remove it. That may have happened because I can't seem to open his reply. So hopefully it was positive. Definitely I get these notifications sometimes for replies that I look up, and they're just not there when next time you check. But he says, oh yes, he says, well said, Doug. Thanks for your great revelation on Merkel. Danger to her life at the hands of the royals. So thank you, Sammy Romero. Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate it. And God bless you. Hugs. So wonderful human being, Sammy Romero. Thanks so much. All right. Back to, our analysis of some of what I got from my son via the Sugar Daddy as one of the people interviewed by the PricewaterhouseCoopers surveyors. And it's basically, as I said, 5,000 CEOs were interviewed around the world. And it was out fresh just a few mornings ago. And what it found was they are more optimistic about the economy than they've been since the company started asking the question 9 years ago. Really, I mean, since the first time they've, since they started this kind of survey, this is really the first time that that people have been this positive about what's to come. And so I am definitely heartened by this survey, and I'll try and relay what I know about the responses and contextualize them as best as I can for you. Now, one of the things that I want to look up is some of these statements by a number of these people, so that we get a better understanding of it. But I'm not going to read any personal statements, because I think that just, most of these people are specialized in terms of the companies that they run, of course. So you're just not going to get the kind of how would I say it? You just it's too specialized for most people to make most sense of. I'm looking at some of these and they're saying, this is good for a specific industry. It's a terror. I mean, it's not exactly what you'd call helpful for most of the common listeners out there. So what I can tell you instead is that, well, let me try and put it into context after I tell you the results of the survey. And basically, 76% of these 5,000 CEOs interviewed all over the world, one of them Sugar Daddy, is that they predict economic growth will improve in 2021. That 76% predict economic growth will improve in 2021, and that's compared to 22% last year, which was pre-pandemic. Before the pandemic was recognized, only 22% predicted economic growth would improve. Now 76% do. And in 2019, the year before, it was 42% that predicted the economic growth. And that's because, they were probably counting on some of Trump's tax breaks. And then by the time Trump truly went off the rails throughout the pandemic, everybody just gave up on it. Now, optimism is particularly strong in the American empire, within these United States, where, Sugar Daddy among them, 86% of CEOs foresee economic growth. And moreover, the United States was selected as the top market for growth by 35% of all CEOs interviewed all around the world, widening our lead over communist China's, which was chosen by 28%. Last year, the United States was only 1 percentage point ahead of China. Not, almost 10, like it was this year. Now, some other takeaways. Nearly half of the 5,000 CEOs interviewed the world over are planning to increase their digital investment significantly. That means more than 10% over the next 3 years because of COVID-19, doubling down on gains made during the pandemic. And the concern over cyber threat is on the rise, cited by 47% of CEOs, up from 35% yesteryear. That makes cyber terrorism and cybercrime the number 2 concern of global CEOs after the pandemic, and the number 1 concern of CEOs above the pandemic itself in North America and Europe. Yesteryear, overregulation and trade conflicts took the top 2 spots on the concerns list. And the final takeaway in my analysis, concern about climate change is rising, with 43% of CEOs saying their company needs to do more to report on it. But 60% admit they have not yet factored climate into their strategic risk management. Those who have not will pay the price for that. But otherwise, what they all see is a kind of coming global boom. So you are entering the first year of the 2020s. You can prepare for the roaring 20s of the 21st century. Like we had the roaring 20s of the 1900s, the 20th century. The 1920s of yesteryear, gangsters, flappers, the Gilded Age. The human desire to socialize will survive the pandemic. When confronted with disaster, believing that everything will change is all too easy. How is it possible to write poems after the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, as so many Japanese did? Or to enjoy a Sunday stroll like Jameson Reese did in Lower Manhattan following 9/11? Or indeed to dine in restaurants after a pandemic kills hundreds of thousands of people in the span of a few cruel months, like Peter Moon and his lovely wife Paula so often do. In 1974, the sociologist Jib Fowles coined the term chronocentrism, the belief that one's own times are paramount, that other periods pale in comparison. The past few weeks have, understandably, confronted us, well, all of us, with an especially loud chorus of chronocentric voices claiming that we are on the cusp of unprecedented change. Academics, intellectuals, politicians, and entrepreneurs have made sweeping pronouncements about the transformations that the pandemic will spur. And after surveying a number of prominent economists and historians in the month of May, but yesteryear, the New York Times declared that we were about to witness the end of the world economy as we know it, proclaiming then the demise of the neoliberal era, wherein one left-wing writer argued, whatever you might be thinking about the long-term impacts of the coronavirus epidemic, you're probably not thinking big enough. And a right-wing investor at Bloomberg View asserted that the pandemic is driving the last nail into the coffin of the globalists. Yet other writers were even then claiming that our social lives will never go us back to normal, and drawing from experiences in Wuhan. A psychologist warned yesteryear that some people may be so scarred by the pandemic that they will be simply too afraid to ever leave their home again. And others have been predicting the end of hugs or handshakes. According to The Economist, that London rag of liberalism, young people will engage less in casual sex, as if anything would ever stop the fires of lust. And reflecting on the impossibility of practicing social distancing in bars, United Germany's biggest magazine, Der Spiegel, I believe, even announced the end of the night. Now, COVID-19 will undoubtedly cause some important shifts, but the sensationalist predictions that now dominate the world's opinion pages are likely to be highly inaccurate. That the pandemic will radically alter the course of globalization is far from certain. And it almost certainly won't stop people from enjoying any active social life, even at bars, parties, and restaurants. In the last months of World War I, a novel virus sped around the world because that war was ended by one, weaponized by the American Army and Navy, and infecting hundreds of millions of people, actually billions. The 1918 influenza ultimately killed 200 million of them. At the time, it must have seemed as though life could never go back to normal. Why would anyone ever again risk contracting a disease just to share a drink with friends or listen to some music? But the devastation of World War I itself and the 1918 influenza pandemic, weaponized and engineered and disseminated by the Americans to end that war, was quickly followed by a manic flight into sociability. The Roaring Twenties saw a flowering of parties and concerts. The 1918 virus killed orders of magnitude many more people than the deadliest war humanity had hitherto experienced had. But it did not reduce humanity's determination to socialize. Because throughout history, humanity has again and again experienced pestilence. And though these bouts of infectious disease have had all kinds of long-lasting consequences, including, according to some historians, the abolition of serfdom in parts of Western Europe, as I articulated, was resultant the Black Plague in the episode preceding tonight's, they never stopped people from seeking out one another's company. Pandemics are not the only tragedies that demonstrate the human determination to congregate at all cost. In the 2000s, the aughts of this century, the zeros are known as the aughts of a century, when suicide bombers regularly attacked cities such as Baghdad and Tel Aviv, Yafo, the financial capital, and as far as the sane world is concerned, the legal capital of the State of Israel, which is not recognized as a nation by anyone but America under Trump. People nevertheless insisted on going about their daily life. And when terrorism came to France, on my Executrix producer Laura Lee Solomon's birthday, my Executrix producer at that time, cafes and clubs did not lack for customers there either. The number of armed soldiers walking the streets of Paris may have gone up, but the number of patrons at the city's dining establishments did not sink to nearly the same extent. Similarly, plenty of countries that suffer from high levels of shootings or kidnappings, such as Brazil, Guatemala, and Mexico, nevertheless sustain a vibrant nightlife. No one can say how long the acute phase of this pandemic will last, but what is virtually certain is that its impact on the extent of human sociability will prove to be temporary. 5 or 10 years from now, there will be about as many mass gatherings as there were before the coronavirus, simply because we're human. Predictions about the pandemic's political and economic impact, well, based on the survey I've just related, are also quite off base. As a rule, they focus too much on the perceived irrationality of present realities and too little on what would need to happen to put something better in place. And so the pandemic, as some would argue, has shown the need for single-payer healthcare and demonstrated the lunacy of relying on a just-in-time manufacturing process that makes the global production of essential goods vulnerable to shocks in faraway countries. But many institutions persist, despite deep flaws, because those who would benefit from change can't work together effectively or even agree on a replacement. Just about everybody agrees that the United Nations Security Council is, in its current form, incapable of keeping the peace in the world's most imperiled regions, such as Syria. But because different governments have different views, well, different visions of how the Council should be reformed, and because those that have a permanent seat are reluctant to dilute their influence, the system keeps trudging along. These same problems of collective action also makest an abrupt end to globalization or neoliberalism unlikely. Let us suppose, for example, that the pandemic has shown that large companies would benefit from bringing production back to the United States because they cannot rule out another global shock 10 or 30 or even half 100 years from now. Even companies that recognize long-term risks will continue to face stiff competition over prices in the short term. And if a maneuver that reduces substantial risk down the road also increases the chances of losing a large number of customers right now, executives and shareholders are unlikely to pursue it. Likewise, although the American empire's failure to deal adequately with this pandemic shows how depleted the country's state capacity has become, big government won't necessarily make a comeback. I, for one, believe America ought to reinvest in institutions such as the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. But others, like Peter Moon, are likely to take a different lesson from the pandemic, that government is simply incapable of doing a good job, for example. Well, I know that belief is certainly that of Crystal Rivers, who, if you didn't hear it, honey, Our Lady Selena Khan definitely wanted you on tonight. Now, moral philosophers like to warn about the natural fallacy. Just because something is the case does not mean that it ought to be. Similarly, those who makest bold predictions about the future should be aware of the predictive fallacy. Just because current circumstances providest reason to thinkest that something ought to be the case hardly means that it will be. Now, none of this is to suggest that the pandemic will leave the world completely unchanged. It may change in small yet significant ways. Governments, for example, may push to expand capacity to produce more crucial goods domestically. Because these crucial goods makest up only a tiny fraction of the overall economy, however, this would barely serve to slow, much less reverse, globalization. The pandemic could also accelerate existing trends. Well, in a recent article, comparatively recent, written by Roberto Stefan, FOA, it showed how authoritarian countries are, for the first time in more than a century, starting to rival the economic might of liberal democracies. As the Communist Chinese Empire now seemingly emerges from the worst effects of the pandemic, while many democracies still struggle to master it, power could shift away from democratic countries even more rapidly. And I wouldn't rule out truly historic transformations, just our ability to know what they will be. The Black Death did not lead to a weakening of feudalism because medieval masters recognized the irrationality of an economic system that left a huge portion of the population malnourished, then acted in a concerted manner to remedy that systemic failing. Rather, the death toll so depleted the pool of available laborers that malnourished serfs were finally put in a stronger bargaining position, a consequence that contemporaries, unsurprisingly, utterly failed to predict. Now, in terms of what I know from Brendan Zoget, who studies Die Vaterland, the fatherland of Germany, assiduously, he says that Munich has a technology museum in the center of the city with old cars, a giant ship, and a nightmare-inducing Faraday cage, and that a few times a day, a man sits inside a metal container while his colleagues direct tens of thousands of volts of electricity in his direction, miraculously sparing him, even as a giant flash of lightning strikes a few inches from the faces of visitors. Now, that would be the exhibit that stands out most vividly to an online investigator like Brendan Zogett is rather plain. But you've also got, from my own pursuits, based upon his suggestions, a freestanding wall that represents the growth of the human population over the past millennia. And starting low, near the ground, it ascends more and more steeply as it approaches the present. And only at 2 points dost that upward curve tarry, around the 14th century, and again at the beginning of the 20th. The primary reason for those temporary declines in the world's population, as explained by a sign on the wall, was pestilence, the Black Death, and the 1918 American Army and Navy influenza pandemic, the weaponized mass destructive agent unleashed by the Americans to end World War I. And even then, what strikes me most about that wall is what it does not show. World War II and the Holocaust, in which entire families perished, they be invisible. And so are so many of the other disasters and diseases you might have learned about in school. The coronavirus pandemic is a tragedy of historic magnitude. It may well be remembered as the most significant global event since the fall of the Soviet Union. So I myself do not in any way mean to downplay either that magnitude or the suffering it will continue to cause for many years. But even so, let's avoid the temptation of chronocentrism. Sooner or later, this bout of pestilence will come us to an end. Humanity will survive this pandemic, and in its aftermath, as after so many other disasters, we will learn to thrive anew. And although the world we then inhabit will be different, it will not be unrecognizable. And in that, you should take great comfort. Now, if anything, the coronavirus is demonstrating the value of globalization. What we are experiencing is a painful introduction to anti-globalism and its consequences. So, let me try and articulate that before I go into domestic issues about what Biden has told us concerning his virus Independence Day, so to speak. You see, to fight a pandemic, governments are erecting barriers to the movement of people and goods unlike anything seen since the end of World War II. In some ways, the new barriers are even tighter. America's borders with Canada and Mexico remained open throughout the Second World War, but they are closed now. These interventions have been introduced as temporary measures. Globalization is suspended only for the duration, as governments insist. But if we are not very careful now, during this crisis, the duration will extend itself indefinitely. In this crisis, even the ideal of global cooperation is dying. The Trump misadministration did not consult with European allies, if allies even remains the right word, before effectively suspending transatlantic air travel. The United German government accused the Trump administration of trying to gain exclusive rights to United Germany's vaccine research, again, without consultation. France and Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, both forbade the export of protective medical gear to Italy. Hungary and Poland unilaterally closed their borders. Back in January of yesteryear, really, when I think about it, was when we saw, well, how do I describe it? Just quite a few consequences that began to hit us that still impact us. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, he told Fox Business of a silver lining to the epidemic when he interpreted such on behalf of the reactionary and radicalized right wing of our population, that it will help accelerate the return of jobs to North America, he said. What we are in fact seeing is a collapse of world trade on a pace and scale never before seen in peacetime. Shanghai, the world's largest port, suffered a 20% drop in traffic in the single month of February compared with the previous year. America's second largest port, Long Beach, California, suffered an 11% decline in February of yesteryear. When I was checking the statistics, and at that time, March was poised to be much, much worse than February. I didn't bother to follow up after that because it was just, well, you know, too depressing. Now, during the crisis, it's hard to think of the long term. But during a crisis is precisely when you must think of the long term. Otherwise, we may stumble into a future of perpetual national selfishness. Against the short-term preference of so many of today's national governments, it's vital to bear in mind the future we should want: the fastest possible return to open trade, travel, and investment. Now, in September of the year before yesteryear, before anyone ever knew about the Wuhan Kung Flu, President Trump declared at the United Nations, "The future does not belong to globalists." And we are now experiencing a painful introduction to anti-globalism and its consequences. Autarky, or national self-sufficiency, was an ideal of the authoritarians of the 1930s. And by that I'm referring to Winston Churchill, Joseph Stalin, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who had empires to render themselves self-sustaining. It failed then, and it is failing again now. This pandemic is daily providing evidence and thereby proving that border guards and travel restrictions are futile protections against pathogens. Post-coronavirus, the world will need stronger international organizations and closer international cooperation. As so often, the worst offender against the ideals of global cooperation has been the government of Communist China. Before this crisis, Red China manufactured half of the world's medical masks. The Communist Chinese Empire has expanded production since December of the year before yesteryear, but hoarded its supply and banned exports. China's cover-up of the outbreak itself, of the disease costs. In China, behind the Great Wall, has cost all other countries on earth an unbearable price that renders Communist China a rogue state. And those other countries that have suffered because of Red China's covert nature, even countries governed by more responsible leaders than the American empire had under Donald Trump, were deprived precious days and, yes, even weeks of preparation. Because through December, the Communist Chinese police harassed and detained doctors who shared information about the virus. The Communist Chinese had mapped the virus by the 2nd day of January yesteryear, but did not publish that information until the 9th day of that month, which opened one of the blackest years of human history. As late as January 24th, well, January 14th at the earliest of yesteryear, Red China insisted to the World Health Organization that the disease could not be spread from one human to another. Information that the CHICOM, the Chinese Communist authorities, knew full well to be false. And it was the very next day thereafter, the 15th day of January, the Ides of the opening month of yesteryear, that the first person is known to have departed Wuhan for these United States carrying the disease that would ultimately kill 500,000 Americans, more than all Americans who have died in all our wars put together. And yet, Red China found its ready imitators. The European Union also embargoed exports of medical gear, cutting African nations off from their previous suppliers. And with characteristic self-harm, the American empire under President Donald Trump had already embargoed itself. As Chad Brown of the Peterson Institute for International Economics had writ, in the first months of yesteryear, the Trump misadministration imposed tariffs on communist Chinese medical products in early 2018 and more so throughout 2019. And those higher prices on imported equipment resulted in lower purchases and completely depleted inventories. So the reluctance to buy Chinese was partial explanation for why the Trump misadministration ignored advice to increase stockpiles of protective gear well in advance of any crisis, leaving us completely stripped of any ability to protect ourselves when the Chinese virus struck. The risk is enormous that today's emergency measures will harden into tomorrow's institutionalized rules. Enduring barriers to travel, trade, and investment, countries may decide they dare not rely on imported medical equipment or imported antibiotics and vaccines or other people's air carriers. Soon we may revert to the day when each country tried to do as much as possible for itself, regardless of cost and rationality. By the way, I'm getting an incoming message. Just checking this out. Oh, okay, that's our man George Knight saying fingers crossed he can come on. So I'll just tell him, just tell me when to call. Just tell me when to call and to call if you become available. There we are. Okay. Now, going back as much as I can onto wrapping this subject up, because obviously it's not the most stimulating in the world to many people, but it's a necessary thing to educate oneself in. A fenced-off world will be a poorer world, but the economic costs are the least of the dangers ahead. A fenced-off world will also be a more mutually suspicious world, a world more prone to conflict. Perversely, it will also be a world more exposed to pandemic disease, because a fenced-off world will also be a world of diminished cooperation and censored information. If the Communist Chinese Empire had been a freer country, the ruling regime would not have been able to suppress the news of the outbreak as long as it did, and we would all have been spared this unspeakable experience. Free and independent media are among the most important tools of disease prevention. Yet in the direction we be moving, authoritarian governments are trying to exploit the pandemic to assert greater control over the media. Trump himself obviously would have preferred to do so if he could. Compare and contrast the coronavirus pandemic with the Ebola eruption of 2014. The 2014 Ebola outbreak is thought by experts to have originated with a bat bite in the West African country of Guinea. The World Health Organization declared an outbreak on March 23rd of 2014. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention deployed teams to West Africa in July. The outbreak was swiftly limited. By September of 2015, it was almost entirely eradicated. Ebola is not as contagious as the coronavirus, but it was different in another way as well. It first appeared in countries that are small, poor, dependent. Well, they're dependent on international help. It simply was not feasible for Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone to defy the rest of the world in the way that the Communist Chinese Empire defied the world per the coronavirus. That novel coronavirus appeared in Red China in early December of the year before last. The disease was raging virulently by the end of that month of that year, yet only in January of the next did China agree to admit international medical teams into the country, and not until early February did China even honor that promise. And although Chinese scientists had successfully mapped the virus by early January of yesteryear, they delayed sharing their information with the world for an entire deadly week. Communist China is simply too big and too powerful to be constrained by any other country, even the American Empire. But it's not so big and so powerful as to evade all constraint entirely. If the United States could have acted jointly with the European Union, the Japanese Empire, the United Kingdom, South Korea, Canada, Australia, and other partners, that assemblage of states might have swayed Red China. If, for example, all those countries had cut their air links to China when China began stiffing the World Health Organization in mid-December, that might have shocked Red China into more cooperative action that would have spared us all. But the pressure would only have worked if it was multilateral. And the only way a multilateral group of nations can act fast is if they have their multinational organization in place in advance. Instead, the only multilateral health organization is the World Health Organization. And the WHO is an agency of the United Nations, thoroughly contaminated by the usual United Nations vices: over bureaucracy, over spending, and over deference to corrupt and dictatorial regimes. In 2017, the WHO named the former Zimbabwean ruler for life, Robert Mugabe, a goodwill ambassador. Even as Red China brushed off the WHO in December and January of yesteryear and the year before, the WHO's Director General obsequiously praised Red China's cooperation and transparency. Money taken house nigger, that Ethiopian be. But of course, there was no multilateral response. The Trump misadministration had poisoned American relationships with almost every historical American ally, to the point where it became a question of whether those relationships can still meaningfully be described as alliances at all. The Secretary of State Mike Pompeo conceived of leadership as barking orders at other countries and then complaining on Fox News when his orders were disregarded. The American approach to the coronavirus has been nearly as dishonest and selfish as Red China's own. Trump-led America did not even try to cooperate with former partners until it became doubtful that the former partners will trust any offer of cooperation, even extended by Joseph Biden. Trump and his media partners at Fox News, mid-year of yesteryear, pivoted from denying the crisis to blaming it on China. They want Americans, of course, to call the coronavirus the Chinese virus, their motive being obvious: to shift blame from a negligent, criminally negligent president onto sinister foreigners. Trump and Fox's preference for Chinese virus over China virus subtly shifts the blame from the state of communist China to the ethnicity, the race of Chinese people, including people of Chinese descent living in these United States. At any given moment, the world is either moving forward to cooperation, trade, and peace, or regressing toward protectionism, isolation, and conflict. We have experienced cooperation and know its benefits. We have experienced isolationism and have suffered its miseries. The circumstances may change. The choice does not. Let's choose wisely. But let's also face facts. To convert our choices into reality, we must take into account the adverse truths revealed by the present crisis. There be three of them that immediately come to mind: the paranoia and secretiveness of the Communist Party rulers of mainland China horribly worsened the pandemic, and the Western world's dependence on Red China for medical supplies made Western countries more vulnerable to the pandemic when it escaped China itself. The Trump administration wanted to exploit the first of these facts as a political excuse for its own indifference and incompetence. It hoped to use the second as a justification for its inward turn and its selfish economic policies. Trump's bad abuse of facts did not, however, alter the facts, because they are facts. And if you want to build a better world than Trump intended for you, you must yourself account for those facts in all your plans. So we must face the first of these facts. The West cannot change Red China. Red China is too big and too strong. The West should wish those Chinese people, including many in Hong Kong who seek a freer future for China, well. But as they wish them well, Western countries need to bear in mind that the present communist Chinese state is not like the former Soviet Union. It is not as aggressive, not as expansionary, and not as ideological. The communist Chinese state is more dangerous for the harm it incubates inside itself than for the harm it schemes against others. China's currency manipulations and predatory trade policies were adopted to protect the state from its own people. They are only incidentally harmful to others. The same is true of Red China's pandemic cover-up. That was an act of self-preservation of the communist regime. The harm to the rest of the world was collateral damage, not a malign plot. But we must also face the second of the facts emerging from yesteryear. When the West bought cheaply from Red China, it did so to help itself. If a Chinese-made antibiotic costs 50 cents a unit and a locally made antibiotic costs $1, that difference liberates half a hundred cents for other important purposes. Substituting $1 biotics for 50-cent antibiotics may create jobs, as the Trump misadministration promised, but those jobs would be, well, they would have been bought at the expense of severe consequences just beyond the frame of vision. The difference between the insecure Chinese antibiotic and the more secure alternative could, however, be shrunk. The more widely we trade in medical goods with nations other than Communist China, the better the price of those goods will become, even if we do not rely on the Communist Chinese. Made in USA will cost a lot more. Made in the NAFTA zone will cost less. Of course, Trump did away with NAFTA, but we're operating under its equivalent. Made in the NAFTA zone, the European Union, the UK, the Empire of Japan, Australia, or other trustworthy Indo-Pacific nations. Yeah, that's a hell of a long label, but it will cost a lot less than any of that I've mentioned so far. By widening the zone of non-China medical sourcing beyond America First to a billion-person market of proven and trusted partners, we can capture almost all the benefits of secure supply at significantly lower cost in wasted resources. We can then use some of the saved resources to create stockpiles in advance of the next crisis, as the Trump misadministration was urged but neglected to do. Finally, here is the third fact to face. The concept of globalization joins together many forms of international connection, trade, investment, health, the environment, travel, and immigration. Some of these are more difficult for democracies to accept than others, most especially mass immigration. Some of these are less essential than others, again, especially mass immigration. To revive and preserve the most essential forms of international cooperation, wise leaders must recognize that mass immigration belongs to its own political category. If we are to return rapidly to international cooperation and trade, mass immigration must be treated differently. The lesson of the present crisis is exactly the opposite of the America First approach urged by the Trump misadministration. It is the need to lower barriers between trusted partners, to build stronger international health organizations outside the moribund structure of the United Nations, to encourage European unity as the American empire did from 1946 until 2016, and to return to the Trans-Pacific Partnership jettisoned by Donald Trump as his first act in the office of the executive. Instead of reviling the Communist Chinese empire, or worse, stoking bigotry against people of Chinese descent, we should work around Red China, not only on medical safety, but on climate change and other issues as well. We need more transnational agreements, not fewer. Wider zones of trust, not narrower. If we build a world of trust that's efficient and attractive enough, we may find that we can inspire better behavior from Communist China as well. Great nations do not react well to threats, and they react even worse to insults and name-calling of the empty Trumpian kind, but they do sometimes respond to positive incentives. Just as the European Union sways would-be members to act more democratically and liberally in order to join, so a partnership of trusted partners in global health might inspire better behavior in the Communist Chinese Empire. The CHICOM, the Chinese Communist State, by virtue of its size and power, is inherently a problem, a challenge, a rival. In the early part of his administration, Trump treated the Chinese state as an adversary, and In the latter part of his misadministration, in political desperation, Trump treated the Chinese nation as a racial menace. A return to World War II, Dr. Seussism. And had he remained in power, we would have found that Trump would have goaded the communist Chinese empire into outright enmity. Meanwhile, Trump was alienating all our former friends and pushing many of them in communist China's direction. Trump sought to taint the American empire with his own lonely malice, making us a friendless giant in conflict with other giants as friendless as we. Amid the devastation of the Second World War, Secretary of State Cordell Hull looked backward at the path to ruin. He said, nationalism, run riot between the last war and this war, defeated all attempts to carry out indispensable measures of international economic and political action, encouraged and facilitated the rise of dictators, and drove the world straight toward the present war. Hull was 70 years old when he spraketh those words. Old, even by the standards of his time. Some of the younger New Dealers dismissed him as an anachronism. His ideas about free trade, they said, should be consigned to the dead past, not the exciting new future of national planning and state control. The old man was right, however, and the bright young New Dealers were wrong. Hull's memory of how things had been proved the opposite of reactionary. Adapted to the new conditions of the post-war world, the old ideas delivered even more abundant prosperity and an even more secure peace than they had before. We need Cordell Hulls for our time. Instead, our recent leadership hurtled us toward a future in which nations self-isolate and self-quarantine, producing similarly miserable consequences for themselves collectively as today's pandemic imposes on us as individuals. A better future is possible, but it won't happen on its own. And it certainly won't be achieved, well, would never have been by the Trump administration, which always chose the worst option without even understanding the menu or the prices. Which brings us to the man in charge today, Joseph Biden. Let me check into my messages here. And our man, Mr. George Knight says, that's amazing. So much to talk about. Such a nice individual. He's so wonderful. As Maria Michaela Gregorich has said, the perfect gentleman. So in terms of taking us back to Joseph Biden, he's announced new pandemic ambitions. And in his first primetime address, the true president, the legal president of our United States, one legally elected as opposed to being hacked into power by the Russians like Donald Trump was, said all adults should be eligible for a vaccine by May 1st. May Day, Workers' Day, Labor Day, and wants to mark our independence from this from this virus. I almost said violence. It's like the same thing. By the 4th of July. In other words, Virus Independence Day, or an Independence Day from the virus. Let me take a look into our live stream here. We've been on for 8.5 hours, which gives us, let me see, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3.5 hours left. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It's just incredible. And certainly I'm glad to be here with all of you. I'm glad all of you are here. And I'm glad that we're maintaining audience, which of course I'm rather surprised at, only in the sense that, of course, I'm talking issues that, are often not that many people find too interesting. But I'm hoping to put the virus into context, since I'm so attacked by it by so many anti-vaxxers for reasons I don't quite understand. They think it's going to trigger me or something. But anyhow, here we are. Chris Collins says, I was actually referring to the General Stubblebine shit show. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Yes. General Stubblebine with Rima Libo. Chris Collins has been a long-time listener. God bless him. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God, that was just awful, that experience. I'm so glad Chris Collins remembers it. Honestly, it's... don't even get me going on that. We've covered that, but nevertheless, thank you, Chris Collins. Hugs. Deeply appreciate that. You are the man. Yeah, that was just awful. And Rima Libo, it's just like our lady Judith Eggert said about her. She's a black witch, and like Judith Eggert said, she probably poisons her so-called, water that she sells. God damn her, she's wretched. Yeah, and all right. Thank you, everyone who's provided an upvote. God bless you all who have. And so in terms of what our man Joe Biden, things may be looking up in the COVID-19 fight, but experts are warning that tens of thousands more people in these United States will die before we even ever get to a recovery phase, perhaps reaching a pandemic total of 600,000 by the 1st of July, according to one prominent model, which is probably the most accurate among all of them. The figure has risen from previous forecasts due to declining mask use and all the more contagious variants. Now, in this context, Joe Biden took the stage for his first primetime speech to the nation, which was the Thursday, I believe, on the anniversary of 3/11, the terrorist attack. We should say the nuclear terrorist attack on the Japanese Empire, because it led to a nuclear meltdown through a cyber attack using Stuxnet. And, of course, the 1-year anniversary of coronavirus as a officially recognized pandemic, a belatedly declared pandemic on the part of the World Health Organization. Now, in taking to the stage in his first primetime speech on 3/11, just as 9/11 is remembered in the United States, that's how it's remembered in Japan, that infamous date, asking Americans to do their part to keep coronavirus dangers at bay. Joseph Biden also directed all states in union to open vaccination opportunities to all adults by May Day, the 1st of May. If all goes well, Biden declared the nation could start to be back to normal by the 4th of July holiday, that holiday weekend, in which case we might all go barbecuing and hug each other under the sun. Even then, one vaccine expert predicts that if we don't reach a high rate of herd immunity, we could risk another outbreak in the winter. So, like the American Army and Navy influenza, that second outbreak was the real killer. Millions died in 1918. A billion died almost. Well, 200 million is nowhere near a billion, but you get my point. 200 million is pretty fucking bad. And they came hitting the floor in the winter rebound of 1919. But President Joe Biden has ringed 2 days, May Day and the 4th of July, Independence Day, May Day and Independence Day, the communist and nationalist holidays, the 1st of May and the 4th of July, on our calendar, well, the calendar of every American. By the first deadline, Joe Biden says he will force states to make every adult eligible for a COVID-19 vaccine. And if all goes well, sufficient citizens will be immunized and attend parties on Independence Day. Biden himself is taking, I hate to say this, an almost Trump-like gamble. Setting dates against which you can be judged is always risky in politics. Biden is sure to face a backlash if vaccination delays nix his timelines. The pandemic has long busted all expectations and its murderous hold on the world with the help of new viral mutations, no less. Incoming as we speak means no one can really know when it will end. And the White House's plan to set up a national vaccination booking website has some Democrats shuddering as they remember the glitchy portal that hampered the rollout of Obamacare. You might remember Glitch Girl, who kept appearing, telling people about, sorry, we're glitched. I remember someone photoshopped the face of Obama on that girl's body. And when I posted that, somebody thought that was a real woman and was telling me, yeah, older, hippie-like, darker female. That's what turns me on. And he wasn't joking. This guy was serious. And I was like, dude, that's your fucking president. My friend simply photoshopped his face under that girl's hairline. Jesus fucking Christ. It just gets to show you, man, this is like one time, as I said, when I'm called, like my gang brother Beaver says, he compares me to a cell phone. I'm that sedentary. He says if they ever made an action figure of me, it would be an inaction figure. He says you're like a cell phone. You just sit on the recharger until you're needed. And when I was called on one of those times when we were pulling people out, a lot of these Chinese emigres wind up in situations where they don't make it to their intended destinations. And many of them wind up effectively in slavery or sold into slavery. That's when certain families who find their relations under such circumstances pay Beaver and the boys to extract them. At times like that, I'm called in. And of course, as the man in drag, I'm in the vanguard. I go in before everyone else. There was one time when I was wiping the blood off one of my blades and I looked at the young individual we'd been sent to pick up along so many others beside them. And I said, you know why there's so few female serial killers? Chrissy said, why? I said, it's just too fucking easy. Honestly, just swing your hips and you just assume that stance and the men drop not only their guard, they drop their pants. At which point, well, it's hard to run when you've got your belt tangled around your ankles. It's really something else how men are slaves to their fucking dicks. And it's hard to hold respect for an animal that swings that low. Aside from that, trying to get back to the task at hand. At any rate, Biden may not be as far out on a limb as he appears here. His pandemic strategy has been noticeably un-Trumpian as he underpromises and overdelivers. With more than 2 million jabs going into arms every goddamn day, Biden's easily going to blow past his call to inject 100 million doses in his first 100 days. At least 69 million Americans have already had one dose of vaccine, and more than 37 million are fully vaccinated. Many states may have already expanded the eligibility for vaccines themselves by May 1st, or they would have without Biden making it official. At any rate, perhaps. And that alone would make it Biden's pledge, delivered in his primetime address on Thursday night, a neat line that makes him look good for little cost. After many years in the White House itself, as vice president, and in Congress, our legal president understands, our legitimate president knows that nothing gets the creaky machinery of the federal government moving like a public order from the executive commander-in-chief. So setting symbolic deadlines might well force the race to vaccinate to step up a gear. And after so many months of bad news, it's quite something to see the giddiness of people who have already got their shots in a new season of hope. If everything goes well, the long-awaited light at the end of the tunnel might just be the fireworks bursting in air at America's birthday on the 4th of July in this 2021st year of our Lord. Now, how old will America legally be? I just have to turn to a calculator because I'm just too fucked up in terms of processing. It's not like I used to be when I was young and I could do those numbers in my head. We'll be 245 years old. Well, I know this much. We'll make it that far. After that, well, that's the question. So, in President Joseph Biden's speech marking the one-year anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic in these United States and around the world as officially recognized, Uncle Joe offered a few words of encouragement. Those that stick out in my memory are, "There is hope and light and better days ahead." And, well, as I've said, based on the survey taken of CEOs the world over, he's largely right. And as CNN's Ryan Struik noted Friday morning, the United States is now averaging 1,482 deaths per day from coronavirus, which, as bad as that is, in any normal sense of the word, it's downright terrifying. It's still the lowest daily death toll since November 30th, which is according to data from Johns Hopkins University. Struik also calculates that the 7-day rolling average of cases is at 53,494 as of Thursday, less than half the total we were seeing in the United States just a month ago. All of the trend lines are going in the right direction. Biden's pledge to allow everyone to sign up for a vaccination by May 1st and his promise of a return to semi-normalcy by the 4th of July are consistent with the science, which suggests that we are moving very much in the right direction. By the way, what you keep hearing is the infamous tea pot here that I drink from. And people are starting to feel much better about where we are with the virus. Altogether, in a new CNN national poll, almost 8 in 10 Americans, that's 77%, say the worst of the pandemic is now behind us. The highest that number has been in the last year by a massive margin. So, we've been inside for almost a full calendar year, meaning that your Roman rambling clan of wanderers could be suffering from some serious cabin fever. And that's a good thing, but it brings us to the dark cloud hanging over all of this COVID-19 optimism. And this is where I have to get cautionary. See, here's the thing about rampant optimism in the face of a still contagious virus. It could well lead to behavior that we know could inhibit our ability to ever get back to normal. And, well, that's already fucking happening. Texas eliminated its statewide mask mandate yesterday, last week. And Republican Governor Greg Abbott announced that businesses could open at 100% capacity. And, of course, the southern state of Mississippi, which can't even spell its own fucking name, followed suit. Wyoming is set to end its mask mandate on Tuesday, the day after tomorrow. Alabama's mask mandate will expire on the 9th of April. Biden has described the ending of mask mandates as Neanderthal thinking. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has cast mask wearing as critical to slowing the spread of this virus, as it protects both the people wearing them and those around them from passing along the contagion. Aside from the mask mandates, there are other signs that people are eager, indeed overeager, to return to normal. CNN's Pete Muntian reported Friday morning into this weekend that TSA screened 1.28 million people at airports yesterday, adding a big number just shy of the pandemic air travel record. The Texas Rangers are planning to open their stadium at full capacity, more than 40,000 people for this year's baseball season. And Biden, to his credit, warned against letting our collective guard down. So on Thursday night, he said conditions can change. The scientists have made clear that things may get worse again as new variants of the virus spread. We've got work to do to ensure that everyone has confidence in the safety and effectiveness of all 3 vaccines. Now, it's possible all of our optimism and the moves that it's fueling won't cause another surge or even a major bump up in the case numbers in the states where rules are being significantly loosened. The New York Times' David Leonhardt made the case Friday morning into this weekend that we are actually too pessimistic in our assessment of what the next months will hold. He tweeted that the early coronavirus mistakes were mostly mistakes of excessive optimism, but that's not the only possible kind of public health mistake. And at our current stage in the pandemic, undue pessimism has become as much of a problem as undue optimism. Difficult truths can sometimes be a vital public health tool. But so can optimism. Optimism can help people to get through tough times and make sacrifices in the belief that better days are ahead. I absolutely pray that Leonhardt is right. But the past year has taught me to always temper my optimism when it comes to our ongoing fight with COVID-19, especially because so many Americans have been and are resistant to doing the few basic things we know help us mitigate the spread. Overconfidence is not our friend in this fight. Now, okay, that brings us to some other fights that come to my mind. Because, let me check the live stream again. Well, we've got fucking 9 to 10, 10 to 11. We've got 3 hours and 15 minutes to fucking fill. It's, holy shit. Let me go over to, let me go over to read my promotion for, the Baron Banastenius. Yes, can't leave him hanging. All right, let me see if I can find his fucking promotion. Yes, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com. Yes, there you can access excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book, The Unfinished Man. And you can see scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production, but other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire as showcased on theunfinishedman.com, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's Tucson spelled like Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it. The TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where you'll know you're in the right place once you see the young white blonde girl with a nice set of pins and her rack bearing up the green t-shirt reading Ace Hardware, after which you can regale yourself with the vision of the Baron Ben Estanius himself in his one piece as he, streams that sprint car racer. He used to be a sprint car racer. As a matter of fact, he's got his own trading card over the AstroTurf, which he recommends as the lawn you never have to water or mow. And, of course, after that, regale yourself with the footage of landscape architecture as being put into the ground, quite literally, or at least on top of it, by the men in brown, which our man Ben smuggles from across that border over the Great Trump Wall to bring you the greatest show on dirt. Yes, it's the men in brown who can undertake those chores, those tasks, those tours of duty, which, those men camouflaged in white just can't handle. Because, they all die of heat stroke and collapse from sunstroke and all that good shit within hours. Well, actually, within the hour that they start working. Yes, you can always tell white boys, they smile when they work because it's a new experience for them. That's quite unfair, of course. It's unfair to my father, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich. It's unfair to Ben Estanius, and it's unfair to the working white man. But, hey, put them out in that backyard to work under the sun, and they all drop dead. So the men in brown bring you that greatest show on dirt, which will improve all that landscape around you. The front and back and side yards you're stuck looking at in your little quarantine bubble all year round. So you may as well make it look good. And you can hire the Baron Ben to do it. Yeah, he needs more virus. It's bringing him the money because all the men with money, men and women, the moneyed families, are doing stuff with their landscape they never thought to do before because, they're stuck looking at it 24 hours a fucking day. And you can join in that activity of rehabilitating what you're looking at by going to the website manofthesoil.com. So hit that manofthesoil.com when you've got some free time after subscribing to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Don't forget your upvotes there as well. All right, back to the task at hand. I've got to sound more enthusiastic about this. Oh my fucking God. It's just, at least we've got an excellent connection, according to my online broadcasting services software. Well, actually, I'm looking at the YouTube studio, where we've got everything going. Let me take a look at our man, George Knight, and what he's messaged. And yeah, he's so cute and so enthusiastic. It's hard not to love him. All right. Our man Jameson Reese is back. Yes, we love him too. So let me give him a thumbs up here for his informing me that he's returned from whatever it was that he did. Probably ran out to see his dealer or something. And yeah, he's got to check with his dealer so that he can warm himself up. He can't warm himself up on the outside, so he's got to do it from the inside. Yes, life is hard. Oh, all right. It's funny, this Ryan C. Bailey guy who's got his photograph up here on my Facebook timeline, newly friended, decent enough human being. He's friends with Michelle Carmela Saldana and Peter Moon. Good man. And he looks like a young Art Bell. After everything I've described about Art Bell in the past, that probably comes off as almost an insult, but that's what he looks like. I'm certain he's an infinitely more decent human being than Art Bell could ever conceive of being, because Art Bell couldn't conceive of decency. But there you have that. And, oh my God. So we've got a lot of people still watching right now. Jameson Reese is giving me the smile about that. I want to thank everybody who's provided an upvote, because they've given us, as usual, 10 times the number of upvotes as opposed to the gang stalking downvotes. And by the way, what you see is what you get. The image of my photograph in thumbnail, embedded in the thumbnail of tonight's live stream, is pretty much, as I've been all night, on the bed on my stomach, just, doing my best to give you something, even though I'm really out of sorts and, just happy to go back to sleep sometime shortly after transmission. As I said, sleep for long periods of time, up for long periods of time. For me, life is fairly balanced out. But, all right, let's try and go back to the task at hand. Now, I'm reminded of the war in Afghanistan because of everything that's been going on lately. And it does bear addressing. And I think that we should do a bit more of these international geopolitics for a little while tonight before we go back to what's going on domestically. But I'm going to see if I can get some feedback on that, and because it just may be too much. I do know that a lot of people probably don't give a shit about what's going on in Afghanistan, so I'm not quite sure that a geopolitical analysis of what's going on there, despite the fact that it's been in the news recently, is really going to be something that anybody wants to hear. Basically, I've analyzed what went on with Armenia and Azerbaijan in the past, but I think it bears going into, and that would almost require going into Afghanistan first to transition us back to Armenia and their war with Azerbaijan, because this is a greater Southwest Asian kind of regional analysis that would be, most apropos to give you a truly balanced perspective. And America has been pretty invested. So I wish I could take a survey as to whether or not people were interested. Why don't you, the listener, respond to myself and tell me whether you want to hear foreign or domestic. Do you want me to go foreign, or do you want me to go domestic? Because obviously foreign is important, but domestic is as well. So we'll get our most immediate response from Jameson Reese. Jameson, what do you want? Should I go into kind of like Afghanistan and Southwest Asia, or should I go into domestic right now? What do you feel I should do in terms of,
Feels like it would be worth going into a slight segue into the international. I have to agree with WTF on that one.
Okay, so he's actually speaking. Oh my God, let me take a look. Where did he say
Yeah,
this in the chat?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, oh, good. WTF says, "Good evening, Douglas and all. Much love from Australia. Afghanistan info is great for me. Love my geopolitics." And also, Australian troops were outed in Australia, well, in Afghanistan, as committing horrid atrocities. So, yeah, I won't dwell on that. Not because I'm trying to favor our friend from Australia here, but because it's it's just it's just gross, and it's not necessarily going to expand. It's just the pornography of violence. So I'll go into that. Thank you, both of you gentlemen. Love you both, and deeply appreciate your very quick response. That was incredibly quick from Australia, because they're like what, 17 fucking time zones ahead of us. So it's incredible to get that feedback that quickly. I know it's all supposed to be simultaneous. Really, it's not. There is incredible fucking delay in transmission. It's you wouldn't believe how long it takes for the transmission to burn bandwidth in other parts. All right, so let's get into it. To try and put this into some perspective for you, America has already won the war in Afghanistan, but we missed the victory. It's just like Vietnam all over again. You see, America won in Afghanistan years ago, but the analysts in think tanks, the press, and the intelligence agencies all missed it. As a military historian, I have, of course, agreed with the thesis that was put forth most soundly in a book titled Unheralded Victory about Vietnam by a former Marine, that America won in Vietnam, but of course lost in the propaganda war. The communists won surely by convincing the American public that the military had lost. So the Afghan security forces and their leadership in this case have always been the key to victory, and the winner of the war was decided when the United States and NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, decided to make a long-term investment in a professional security sector. Now that happened in 2002 and 2003, but claiming an ultimate American or NATO victory has never been important to the war effort. So the victory is instead shown in the Afghan people themselves and the ANDSF, which is the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces. The Afghan people are the only ones who can truly assign victory or defeat to this war, and they do so by sustaining human rights and democratic principles while constantly building a secure environment for education, healthcare, and other societal advances to occur. And this is all enabled by the ANDSF, which is acronymous for the Afghan National Defense and Security Forces. The ANDSF is the foundation for a peaceful Afghanistan. It always has been. Now, I myself saw another headline. Well, I'll call it an evergreen headline. And I saw that recently. By evergreen, I mean you always see this sort of headline. It's repetitive. And it was like so many always have, celebrating the strength of the Taliban movement and its ability to outlast a superpower in Afghanistan. Now, this demonstrates clearly that the pundits never understood the mission in Afghanistan, and unfortunately, that has not allowed American citizens or even the Afghans to fully understand it. This has never been about America or NATO versus the fucking Taliban. It's about the Afghan people versus those who commit violence and crime within their nation. The war in Afghanistan was never America's to win. It has always been the Afghan people's victory to achieve. That's exactly why the Americans were in Vietnam. If If you don't understand that, you don't understand the war. Their purpose wasn't there to fight the goddamn communist army. Their purpose was to ensure that the Vietnamese could do so. The analysts and critics of that war and this war have been vainly trying to prove that America could never win the war in Afghanistan, as they were committed to sabotaging the American war effort in Vietnam. The war in Afghanistan was technically won by the United States the moment it decided that building the Afghan security sector was the path to helping the Afghans achieve victory. The United States is the supporting actor in this war. The Afghan National Defense and Security Forces, acronymous as the ANDSF, or the ANSF, ANDSF, are the lead actor and are the path to victory if it can be found. Analysts need to focus on the Afghan and Taliban efforts to determine the ultimate winner. Now, when did I realize that the key to victory was the success of the ANDSF? Well, back in 2002, when the United States started its first formally named security sector reform mission in Afghanistan beside the interim Afghan government and empowered by the United Nations. So let's step back in time. Back in 2001, when the United States entered Afghanistan about 6 weeks after the September 11th terrorist attacks on Americans, the mission was to find and destroy Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan and anyone that aided them. That goal was achieved quickly enough to be declared almost immediately. Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan was killed, hid, or ran towards other nations. The invasion and campaign against terrorists in Afghanistan clearly didn't stop terrorism worldwide, but it shut down AQ, or Al-Qaeda, in Afghanistan as a headquarters. But that wasn't the entire American mission in Afghanistan. America had three major goals: find and end AQ, or Al-Qaeda, in Afghanistan, ensuring they didn't use Afghanistan as a headquarters in the future; remove the illegitimate Taliban regime from power in Kabul; and assist a new Afghan government until they were able to lead their people and secure themselves. Now, headlines today seem to have added a fourth American goal that was never stated: the impossible objective of fighting the Taliban until the last Taliban member is dead. Kind of like the obsession with body counts in Vietnam. This was not, and is not, an American goal. The third American objective negated that idea from the very start. The American empire was clear they were there to help Afghans, to be able to help themselves to ward off the Taliban and any other anti-government or anti-Afghan enemies. The main effort in Afghanistan from 2002 onwards was the third strategic American objective. That third part of the American policy, to help the Afghans to help themselves, became the main effort in 2002, and although most failed to notice it, that was the only part that mattered when you look forward to how the war will end. The ANSF, or the ANDSF success is what has led to the Taliban peace talks. The Afghan security forces, which of course are referenced quite awkwardly as the ANDSF, have grown in capability and professionalism since the 1st Battalion was created in 2002. They grew so large and capable that in 2014, NATO agreed with the Afghan government and determined the ANDSF was strong enough to take over the full leadership role of the fight against Afghans' enemies in 2015. And since 2015 began, the NATO mission, with America making up the bulk of the force, has switched to a supporting role, while the Afghans themselves became the main effort. This is exactly in accordance with the original strategy for Afghanistan. If historians are looking for the moment when the American goals were met, it will be this handoff in the war, the passing of the torch in the relay race. Until this moment, the Americans and the NATO plus coalition on the ground had fought Afghanistan's enemies, sometimes alone, but often beside their Afghan partners. These U.S. operations were meant to give the Afghans the precious time they needed to build their force up. Now today, the ANDSF is confident and highly capable, and they are responsible for over 90% of the ground attacks against the Taliban and the terrorists in Afghanistan. Their air force is the last force the United States helped to create, yet they are now flying the majority of the attack missions. Historians can also mark in their notes the moment the Afghans, through their ANDSF champions, defeated the neo-Taliban movement that returned slowly after the American and United Front forces ejected them in 2001. That moment was when the Taliban publicly admitted they would enter a peace process with the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. That was the moment the Taliban quietly admitted to themselves that they cannot defeat the ANDSF militarily, so they better try a diplomatic strategy. And this, of course, is what brought us to decision time for the United States, because now that the American goals have been met in Afghanistan, we have a decision to make. It's much like the decisions in the early 1990s when the United States partnered with the Afghan Mujahideen to drive out a violent regime. Well, a puppet regime installed by the Soviet Union. The United States faltered after helping to force out the Soviet-backed communist regime from Kabul. The United States decided to leave the region and decrease the funding to the Afghans before the nation was even stabilized. And as the United States and NATO remove advisory and other forces, they must decide if they are going to continue to fund their ANDSF allies for the next few years at full strength so they can make sure the current peace process finds a durable peace. The risk of cutting all funding off quickly is that the Taliban, supported by Pakistan, may be able to gain enough strength to destroy the fragile peace that may appear in the next few years. Now, this is where we need to take a short detail so that people understand everything. Obviously, one of my best friends out there, the man who's going to interview me, and who's welcome to ask me questions about this should they arise, or should he feel the need to do so, or should he find it relevant, is Salman Sheikh. And Salman Sheikh is of Pakistani descent. He is, of course, a person who has visited Pakistan. It's basically his homeland. Now, Pakistan is the only nation on earth whose name is an acronym for Pashtuni, Afghan, and Kashmiri, all put together, P-A-K, Pak. So it's like Pakistan. It would be like America, if you had an acronym. All kinds of nations have acronyms for names, but they don't identify that as their nationality. In other words, you may have a nation which calls itself the People's Republic of United Democracies, but they would refer to themselves as ethnic Albanians or something. They wouldn't call themselves P-R-U-D-U-D as their ethnos, or Prudians. Pruds. They wouldn't say, we're Prudites. P-R-U-D, People's Republic of United Democracies. We're prudes. Yeah, they wouldn't say, we're prudes. But the Paks are the only people on earth that do that. Pashtun, Afghan, and Kashmiris. That is because Pakistan is, in a very real sense, an artificial nation created to house Muslims as they severed from India after the collapse of the British Raj. So what happened was Pakistan and India went to war. And because they did so, they were particularly fighting over Kashmir, which has a Muslim majority, but a Hindu king. And as a Hindu kingdom with a Muslim population, the Asian Indians absorbed half of it. Half of it was occupied by Pakistan. And this is like at the altitudinal level of fucking Tibet. It is part of the roof of the fucking world. And it's there at the highest degree that, well, at the top of the fucking world, that the Pakistanis and the Asian Indians strive to kill each other. And they fire off bullets that fly for miles in the thin atmosphere, and they fight each other wearing oxygen tanks. And now the Asian Indians are fighting the Chinese in the same area. Well, this is where all the problems begin, or one of the many places they begin. Pakistan therefore allies with Communist China against India, and Russia allies with India against Pakistan. So the Sino-Slavic synaxis, if it ever shatters or sunders because it's simply an alliance of convenience, will be sundered by an Indo-Pakistani war. And the Americans are now in the scene, and because America is now hostile to both Russia and China, both the bear and the dragon, that forces the Asian Indians into our camp by default. So, in terms of this war over Kashmir, it is relevant directly to Afghanistan because in order to attack India from the north and occupy Kashmir in its totality to liberate the Muslim population, which is now persecuted very savagely by the neo-nationalist Indian government under Modi. His first name, I've lost the pronunciation for, Narendra. Narendra Modi. Basically, the quickest trail or the easiest trail to do that is through Afghanistan. So, what people never understood, and which I explained obsessively since I first became a public informant and was transmitting out of Revolution Radio on that platform, everybody who remembers will remember I told people there's no such thing as Afghan Taliban. It just doesn't exist. Nobody in the Taliban was from fucking Afghanistan. They were all Pakistani. So, when the Soviet regime fell, which on reflection was one of the worst things to happen on Earth and should have maintained its power forever, honestly, the Americans did the worst thing in the world by funding Al-Qaeda and the Mujahideen to attack the Soviets and drive them out of Afghanistan. It was just awful. The results have been catastrophic. And the end result has been Islamic fundamentalism, Islamo-extremism that has overtaken the region. And this is sourcing out of Pakistan. So when the Soviet regime collapsed, all these Talibani invaded Afghanistan with Hind helicopters and fucking Abrams tanks and shit. You know, all this hodgepodge of equipment that costs billions of dollars that were purchased by the Pakistanis for this invasion. The very term Taliban simply means seminarian, which is the Muslim version of a Bible student. How do Bible students get billions of dollars to finance an armored, mechanized war machine complete with air-land mobile technologies such as air mobile helicopters that are capable of taking on the Soviet war machine? Obviously, this is a foreign intervention by a sponsor state. So the Taliban is simply a Pakistani invasion of Afghanistan. And what America has been fighting has been Pakistan all this time. What renders this so confusing, as with the politics of Vietnam, is just like the Americans were fighting the Vietnamese while they were supporting a Vietnamese republic. Just as the Americans were fighting in Korea while they were supporting a Korean republic. Just as the Americans were in Japan, all the while they were still at war with Japan, whose military forces were in mainland China. This is what America is doing in Pakistan. Americans are in Pakistan. The Communist Chinese are in Pakistan. The Americans and the Communist Chinese are both rivals who are both in Pakistan. And Pakistan is fighting the Americans with the Taliban. And this is while Americans are physically in Pakistan. This is the same situation you had in Vietnam. This is the same situation you had in Korea, except just a bit more complicated. And so that hopefully gives you some perspective behind this. And yes, the Taliban grow fucking opium. The thing that made me physically ill was to hear people try and make saints and just heroes out of the Taliban by saying, oh, they stopped all the opium. They were fucking invading so the Pakistanis could use that opium so they could process it to finance further war. Bear in mind, I've outlined this before, and this has nothing to do with racism or Islamophobia. And of course, Salman Sheikh is more than welcome to question me about this, but he knows it to be true. Ever since the collapse of the Vietnamese government, at the time when the Americans were forcing, as our man Jameson has pointed out in the past, as our man Brendan Zoget has pointed out in the past, as I pointed out forever, just because the Americans were in Vietnam, it was more than geopolitics. There was the narco-economics, the economy of drugs, which far outweighs, has a far larger budget than all of the other budgetary matters of the entire world put together, larger than oil, larger than all sources of energy, larger than all incomes from any industry in the world. Narcotics outnumbers all of that. It just dwarfs all of that. And at the time that the Americans were in Vietnam, as Brendan Zoget has found out through his anthropological studies of the Hmong tribesmen, they forced them to stop growing food so they could free up their land to grow opium, and therefore rendered them dependent on the United States, which flew in the food for them so they could keep growing opium, which then the United States processed into high-grade heroin by flying it down to Vientiane, the capital of Laos, where it was processed by the Pepsi-Cola bottling company facilities into opium, which was then turned from opium into high-grade heroin, which was then shipped all over the world. This is why heroin users in the movie Pulp Fiction are saying, I'll give you the Pepsi challenge when talking about high-grade China White, which is a heroin. This is why you hear the term Pepsi generation from that period of time in history, because that was a joke from the CIA itself that actually became the company's national logo for a period of time. We're the Pepsi generation. Yeah. And well, after the collapse of Vietnam, all that industry moved to Afghanistan. So all the opium poppies in Afghanistan, well, they're grown, and then their product is taken into Pakistan, where it's processed into high-grade heroin, and 70% of all the world's processed heroin sources out of Pakistan. So Pakistan has a narconomic economy where they are totally dependent on what's grown in Afghanistan. Therefore, they have to maintain occupation or their economy collapses. This is why Pakistan is in the fight. So you're fighting Pakistan over their national survival, and their economy is based on all these drugs which come towards you, which brings us back to David J. West back in the day when he was working for Pakistani chemists in the United States that were making synthetic narcotics that they were selling in the United States. They were making them right here and selling them here. And as I've said before, this is not Islamophobia. It's just the economy of the world. That this is just what made the Pakistanis money. This is why many of them became chemists, and this is why many of them went beyond the heroin to process various other chemicals into the type of so-called incense that Jameson Reese was smoking, and like he said, was one of the weirdest highs he ever got. I don't know if he remembers exactly what happened, but he's welcome to describe it if he does. I think it probably just made him feel funny. But at any rate, when this brings us back, of course, to the United States and NATO now. When they remove their advisory and other forces, they must decide if they are going to continue to fund their ANDSF allies for the next few years at full strength, so they can make sure the current peace process finds a durable peace. The risk of cutting all funding off quickly is that the Taliban, supported by Pakistan, may be able to gain enough strength to destroy the fragile peace that may appear in the next few years. So funding the ANDSF might also include funding a South or Central Asian regional counterterrorism and SOF, a Special Operations Force Center of Excellence in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan. That is another decision on the table for Afghan partners. So America can finish helping the Afghans win their war against the Taliban movement, or walk away and pay the price later if the terrorist groups in the region once again make Afghanistan their home base. The ANDSF has earned our trust. They have bled beside us, and for the last 5 years they have fought the Taliban until the Taliban movement did the unthinkable: enter peace talks with the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. Now remember, this was essentially a war that is also parallel to Vietnam in the sense that our Australian allies were in the fight with us. Australia had plenty of troops in Vietnam, and they paid the price mentally and physically with post-traumatic stress disorder and combat injuries. And the same is true in Afghanistan, only there is a critical difference. Something horrible has soured in Australia, and their troops in Afghanistan have committed unspeakable atrocities. So things have changed. The Australian men have changed. And that's a topic for another transmission. The choice seems clear for every partner of Afghanistan today, which is win the peace through long-term economic, security, and diplomatic engagement, or set the region ablaze again and pull too much support from the Afghan government and people, which will collapse them the same way we collapsed the Republic of South Vietnam when we did just that. So, in terms of what to assess to understand the Afghan war, when the pundits tell you the Taliban are just about to win the war, ask them, confront them, ask them why the Taliban haven't done it already. This is what they told you all throughout the Vietnam War. And it never happened until America pulled out. The Taliban and Pakistan will tell you, if they are honest, that the ANDSF is too large and too capable for them to win. The pundits might tell you that the Taliban have cities surrounded, as if that means they could actually take, hold, and govern the fucking population centers of Afghanistan. The evergreen analyst view of the Afghan war is that the Taliban are always building strength, and they always have the ANDSF surrounded. This is exactly the way it was in Vietnam with the ARVN, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. The South Vietnamese, which were some of the finest soldiers in the fucking world, were always derided as cowards. They are today the American military scapegoat for losing Vietnam. And, of course, they were always, on the part of the press, portrayed the enemy as eternally in victory. The ever-victorious army of the PLAN, or the People's Liberation Army of Vietnam. It's not that they didn't have their victories, but they were certainly never, ever victorious as an army. And nor is it the way with the Taliban. The analysts will tell you that they are. And that is stated as if it means the Taliban, in their surrounding the ANDSF and holding cities under siege, are some highly capable force that is well trained for urban combat and has the logistics capability and reserve fighting forces to take and hold a large city. None of which is fucking true. How would you assess a thief that has sat in his car outside of a mansion for 19 years claiming that he could break in and rob them blind anytime he wants to? You could say that he is a master thief, just waiting for the right moment. You might also have to admit he's an amateur with a good PR, a public relations firm that can't seem to find the will or capability to actually jump the fence and enter the fucking house. If you want to know who will win the war in Afghanistan, it's better to look at the indicators of long-term capability. Until a peace agreement is reached and a comprehensive ceasefire is enacted, these are some areas worthy of study. Areas of communications, training, and trust. The Taliban, like the communists in Vietnam, has an excellent propaganda machine. The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan is struggling to match them. It's like the Republic of Vietnam, which we fought to save, has no time on television equal to that of the communists, who had every progressive American liberal on their side. And as morale wins wars, this is a useful thing to study. Can the Republic convince the right number of Afghans to stop supporting the Talibani dream, which would be growing opium poppies up the fucking ass as the national crop so that the Pakistanis can process them into a drug that puts us all into an opium torpor? Only time will tell. The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan must at least improve its ability to make public statements in the Western press where the development funding comes from. I'm always dismayed myself by how quickly the Taliban can get its messages into the AP, the Associated Press, or the NYT, the New York Times, while the Afghan government struggles to quickly write and publish a simple op-ed column of opinion editorial. The ANDSF must continue to recruit, train, and deploy forces across the nation to stop Taliban, criminal, and terrorist activities, which are all the same thing. It's all the same phenomenon. The Taliban must also continue to grow and sustain its militias. And while many are angry that they cannot easily access the ANDSF numbers that might help see the future of forced generation, they should be working equally as hard to look at the Taliban data on this topic. At the moment, the ANDSF seem much more capable of turning civilians into proficient warfighters. In the end, the ability to stay on the battlefield will determine victory. It will be beneficial to the ANDSF to make their numbers more publicly available. Although some of the negative ANDSF statistics will be used in Taliban propaganda, the possibility of future foreign funding of the ANDSF will hinge upon their progress. The Islamic Republic of Afghanistan must open the books to show donors how they are doing. Earning the trust of the people is another critical assessment topic. Surveys about this topic by the Asia Foundation are very illuminating. At the moment, the Afghan people surveyed, and they surely didn't interview as many in the Taliban strongholds, trust the ANDSF much more than the Taliban. The constant focus of the ANDSF to respect their citizens' human rights and to be their guardians and not their masters has had an effect. If the Taliban continue their trend of daily war crimes against Afghan civilians and allowing other terrorists to target Afghan women and children, I don't expect the trust of the people in the ANDSF will be decreasing anytime soon. There are many other ways to assess the progress in the future and the future of the Afghan war. It's important to move beyond labeling the Afghan war as an American or NATO victory or loss, and it needs to be the first step taken in discussions regarding the war. Look at the ANDSF and Taliban force generation, where the Afghan people place their trust, and who is winning the public relations and propaganda battles daily. So if in the Vietnam era, the Americans had been educated by their government to perceive the war as not an American or ASEAN, in that case, the SEATO, Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations version of NATO. If they had been educated not to look at Vietnam as an American or SEATO victory, and instead saw it as simply an attempt to maintain a republic until it was able to maintain itself, then the process of nation building may have been successful. Now, the United States has a new peace plan, and the question is whether or not it needs Ghani's buy-in. Of course, for those of you who don't know, last week, an Afghan TV channel published a letter from the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken to the Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, articulating a new plan to kickstart Afghanistan's floundering peace process, in which Blinken's letter calls for ambitious steps, a UN-mediated effort to forge a regional consensus on Afghanistan, the establishment of guiding principles for talks between Afghan political leaders and Taliban representatives, a conference in Turkey to finalize a peace deal in the coming weeks, and a 90-day reduction in violence. By the way, we had Paris peace talks going on with Ho Chi Minh throughout the period of time we were engaging in the Vietnam conflict. This is simply wash, rinse, repeat. So the new plan reflects Washington's urgency to create better conditions on the ground for what the Biden administration officials have described as a responsible military withdrawal. But the strategy, which expects significant deliverables in a matter of weeks, not only asks for the moon, it also risks sparking a serious diplomatic crisis between the United States and Afghanistan, and a fresh political crisis in Kabul. The letter pressures Ghani to do something he opposes, to support the formation of an interim government, currently at risk of losing power, while threatening something he fears, the full withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan. Blinken uses other language Ghani doesn't like, noting that a similar message will be shared with Afghan Chief Executive Officer Abdullah Abdullah, Ghani's bitter rival, and suggesting that Washington doesn't consider Ghani's presence at the Turkey conference to be mandatory. You see, we're holding the peace conferences in Turkey as opposed to Paris, like we did during the Vietnam War, because Paris was the colonial power that had conquered and colonized what they called French Indochina, or Southeast Asia, back in the day when colonial powers did such things. And for that reason, after they withdrew from Vietnam, we held peace talks with the communists in Paris, which was almost conquered by the fucking communists, through an internal revolution that ultimately failed. Otherwise, there would have been a red star flying over the French Republic. Now, in doing what it does, the letter represents an abrupt shift from earlier administration messaging. The White House readouts of this call between the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and his Afghan counterpart on January 23rd, the one between Blinken and Ghani on January 28th, and one between the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Ghani on the 5th of February, all highlight a promise to closely consult with Kabul. Few world leaders received as many calls as Ghani in our administration's early days. And Ghani is reportedly deeply angry about the letter. Vice President Amrullah Saleh, one of his allies, said on Monday of Septimania, Monday opening last work week, that the government would never accept a coerced and imposed peace. But other political leaders have telegraphed receptivity. Abdul Sattar Murad, leader of the Jamiat-e-Islami party, which includes several of Ghani's top rivals, praised the letter's emphasis on trying to end the war. Ghani's own foreign minister, Mohammed Hanif Atmar, noted its focus on common American and Afghan interests. Pro-Taliban figures have expressed support as well. Now, these reactions could convince the Afghan president that Washington is circumventing him and aligning itself with his rivals and even the Taliban. This perception would bode ill not only for his relations with Washington, but also for the stability of Afghanistan's fractious political environment. Ghani's relationship with Washington could follow a similar trajectory as that of his predecessor, Hamid Karzai, who initially enjoyed warm relations with Washington and a strong backing from then-President George W. Bush. But by the end of his presidency, his relations with the Obama administration were downright toxic. American officials viewed Ghani, a former World Bank official, with many friends in Washington, as a breath of fresh air. And, by the way, Hamid Karzai, who I personally like, has expressed strong backing for Blinken's letter, he being the former president of Afghanistan. But 6 years later, with storm clouds hanging over Ghani's relationship with the United States, the Biden administration holds out hope that Ghani, faced with pressure at home and from abroad to endorse the Blinken plan, eventually agrees to play ball. If he refuses, and Washington attempts to work around him, an already ambitious peace plan will become even more difficult to pull off. So, regretfully, the American empire must prepare for the worst in Afghanistan. Because Afghan President Ashraf Ghani stands between the proverbial rock and a hard place, or as they say in prison, a cock and a hard case. The United States has lost patience with his government's talks with the Taliban, and Ghani now has little choice but to orchestrate a deal that will likely end his presidency, and almost certainly result in a destructive civil war. So in that sense, yes, in that sense, in Kabul, we have a strategic defeat for the American empire. The elaborate American draft, which is entitled the Afghanistan Peace Agreement, and its impatient letter to the Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, once again reveal the strategic defeat of the American empire in a country that has been the graveyard of empires, as Vietnam was always called. Somehow America just keeps whistling not past the grave, but diving into an open grave, in each case head first. It reminds me of the time that my father was once running through a graveyard as a child to get home quickly because it was a shortcut, because it was getting dark, and because it got dark, he fell in an open grave. And he tried to claw his way up, but he was a young child, basically, a young boy, and imagine being in a grave that's over 6 feet deep, and he just couldn't get out. He kept scrabbling to get out, and he just couldn't do it. And because it was not yet night, it was just getting dark enough, of course, for him not to see what was in front of him because he just was running too fast. There was a farmer who had been coon hunting, basically. I mean, I use that term, by the way, that's kind of a term for I don't know what the fuck he was hunting. And, but the farmer fell into the grave along with my dad. This being upstate New York. And raccoons. It's often said that, by the way, but coon really is a term that's used generically for I don't know what the fuck they're hunting. And they don't either, really. They're just going out to shoot at anything. And anyhow, that farmer dropped his firearm when he fell into the grave. And he was rooting around for it well, he's in the grave. At that point, that open grave was just pitch black. When my father ran up to him and grabbed him, saying, "I'm so glad you're here." And before he knew it, the farmer was gone, with a scream and sheer fear giving him the energy to catapult himself 6 feet into the air, over the edge of the grave, running out of the cemetery, screaming at the top of his lungs and leaving my dad with a brand new loaded shotgun, which my father was able to use to prop himself out of the grave and take home. There we have that. Kind of like the tea case I got today, you know. It's like people will relay that and say another deal with the devil or some such bullshit. There's a history of it in the family or some shit. Dad's, Douglas Dietrich's dad waited in ambush in an open grave to steal from some poor white honest farmer. Yeah. Anyhow. Yes, Jameson saying I should have used that method to acquire a firearm. What's your fucking equivalent in downstate New York? You'd have to wait in a morgue to steal it from a security guard at night by coming out of one of those drawers they keep the dead in. And saying, "I'm so glad you're here." Of course, these days people shoot on sight. The problem is you got to get them in the dark when they're going to drop that shit. Anyhow, the America's new desire to shift the onus of resolving the Afghan mess from its shoulders alone to a group of countries, including India, only starkly profiles its Afghan failure. The Joe Biden administration will doubtless justify this collective approach as part of its commitment to multilateralism to address international issues. This does not, however, disguise its ongoing desperation to extricate itself from a 20-year-long morass, much of its own making. The three-part draft containing ideas for a new constitution, the establishment of an interim government called the Peace Government to take the global mind away from the wheel turning full circle 2 decades after the Bonn Agreement in Germany to set up an interim administration, and principles for a permanent and comprehensive ceasefire are hardly realistic in many of their crucial elements. It claims to represent a variety of ideas and priorities of Afghans on both sides of the conflict, but reflects American concerns and aspirations for Afghanistan in their very selection and enumeration. In the absence of corroborative evidence, it is difficult to visualize how the Taliban and the Kabul authorities will take a giant leap of faith for peace, with the former abandoning fundamental sources of strength and the latter their current political offices. The Taliban's strength is derived from the success of its armed cadres, just as you had the Vietnamese cadres known as the Viet Cong, and aided by Pakistan, just as the Vietnamese were supplied by the Soviet Union and the Communist Chinese. The Taliban first demonstrated that the U.S.-led North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the NATO forces, could not crush it. And this also meant that NATO could not prevent the spread of Taliban influence and, in many cases, control of a significant portion of Afghan territory. A principal reason for the Taliban's strength lay in its bases in Pakistan, which, because of the American policy of self-denial, remained completely protected as it would be like the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which went through Laos into South Vietnam and Cambodia. It would be as if America were there in Laos and Cambodia, but not touching the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was definitely not the case in Vietnam, which makes our struggle in Afghanistan far more pointless and tortured than our experience in Vietnam. And later, as American forces withdrew, armed Taliban elements kept the Afghan security forces under pressure, preventing the Afghan government from ever achieving stability. So, would the Taliban now agree to the imposition of crippling conditions, including abandoning its foreign, which we must read as Pakistani bases, thereby, ergo, draining the effectiveness of its armed cadres? There's a reason they like the peace plan. It's because they have no intention of upholding it. This question is all the more pertinent if it is put in the context of the American proposal that the Constitution of the Afghan Republic is to be the initial template from which the future constitution will be prepared. Many Taliban leaders construe this as a way of the international community seeking to pressure them ab initio into abandoning the founding principles of the Islamic Emirate. Will the lure of becoming full participants in the peace government be sufficient to make many in the Taliban senior leadership consider pulling up their roots? The president of the peace government is to be decided by the two parties. Let alone the Taliban, it is most unlikely that even the Kabul political elite will accept Ghani in that office. As Jameson Reese says, America can't even maintain its own constitution. Thus, the American letter to Ghani virtually asks him and his administration to do the honorable deed of falling on their swords for Afghanistan's future. Ghani and his colleagues have given no indication of any desire to do so, despite the caution that if American troops withdraw by May, May Day, that communist holiday in which we're all supposed to become eligible for our shots here at home, the Taliban will irresistibly they'll gain all the ground, or gain ground enough where they actually render travel between the security force-held cities impossible, and thereby choke the cities off in a manner they could never do before. Vice President Amrullah Saleh is certainly not the kind of person who will fold up. His courage and his gairat, his honor, will never allow that. The fate of the American advance on them is therefore uncertain, even if Abdullah, the former President Hamid Karzai, and Professor Abdul Razul Sayyaf encouraged them to accept the inevitability of an interim government. Now, these imponderables are largely intra-Afghan. In addition, there are others which stem from the proposed group of countries: Russia, China, Iran, Pakistan, India, and the United States, all together to discuss a unified approach to supporting peace in Afghanistan. The United States wants the United Nations to convene a meeting of this group, believing that these countries share an abiding common interest in a stable Afghanistan and must work together if we are to succeed. Well, Iran's inclusion is because of Biden accepting the reality of the positive or negative role it can play in Afghanistan. Russia, China, and Pakistan will all welcome Iran. Reports indicate that India's inclusion was resisted by both China and Pakistan for obvious reasons, with even Russia conceding only India's eventual deeper involvement in dedicated dialogue formats. Their particularly obtuse vocabulary coming into play to betray their caution. So is the group's membership now a closed issue, or will the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire demand the inclusion of Afghanistan's Central Asian neighbors apart from Saudi Arabia? India is the only country of the group of six that has stubbornly and rigidly avoided formally and openly ever accepting the Taliban, because they recognize it as a Pakistani army out of uniform. Can India continue to do so any longer? Over the past few months, India demonstrated that it counted with the Kabul elite, even while it stressed its continuing support to the Ghani administration. The larger strategic aspects of the Indo-American relationship and India's utility to help move sections of the Kabul elite in a direction which the American empire would want is responsible for India's inclusion. But India's justified satisfaction over this development cannot mean that it should continue to turn its back on the Taliban, despite the unsavoriness of its ideological positions and violence that it perpetrates. It should use the opening provided by this American initiative to urgently invite a Taliban delegation and convey its own positions on Afghanistan and the region directly to it. Which brings us to Armenia, and how I must reemphasize that warfare has changed forever. Again. Inspired, as the Japanese were, by the British airborne attack, their aircraft carrier-borne attack on the Italian fleet at Taranto a year before, on December 7th of 1941, they modeled their attack on the British aircraft carrier attack on the Italian fleet that destroyed it at Taranto, when on December 7th of 1941, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto directed 6 Japanese aircraft carriers to launch an air raid against the United States Navy base at Pearl Harbor, where they would sink 6 and damage 3 battleships, damage several light cruisers and destroyers, all at a cost of only 29 aerocraft. Now, naval vessels are considered prohibitively expensive, none more so than capital ships like battleships. So, if you were not aware of the entire conspiracy behind having the Japanese scuttle all of these World War I dreadhulks, which would never have survived another fucking war, and the fact that America took all its useful assets and all its experienced sailors out of harm's way, no one could blame you for concluding that this was probably the most lopsided battle in human history. And even as the smoke was clearing, the world was coming to realize, via the propaganda of the moment as opposed to the actual moment, because if they had realized the conspiracy of Pearl Harbor, which is not officially recognized even today, they would recognize that all of the conclusions drawn were completely false. But everyone concluded, wrongly, that the reign of the battleship was over. And people insist today that never again will the pinnacle of naval warfare be one side's fleet maneuvering to cross the T, as my dad used to say, of the enemy's fleet, as the British Grand Fleet did twice against the German High Seas Fleet at the Battle of Jutland in the Great War. From that day forward, battleships were effectively relegated to be floating artillery in support of amphibious assaults on beaches, all based on an insane assumption based on a conspiracy that produced none of the results that were the objective. The Japanese were there to sink carriers and submarines, none of which were there That proved the total uselessness of the carrier, which had been proven by German submarines sinking British aircraft carriers. So despite the fact that British aircraft carriers could be launched to destroy enemy fleets in port, they were totally unable to defend themselves from the far more decisive weapon, the submarine, and therefore were nothing but floating concentrations of air power, the investment of men and materials in which was a monumental waste that has continued to this day. Subject for a completely different transmission in the military sense. Pearl Harbor, of course, was not the first great paradigm shift in warfare. Examples abound, from the use of stirrups by Mongol cavalry so that they could quickly maneuver their horses in a manner impossible for the European knight, to the English longbow at Agincourt, from the introduction of steam-powered ships in the early 1800s. In fact, our nuclear-powered ships today are powered by steam, to the first ship sunk by a cruise missile in the Falklands War. The world's militaries have just witnessed another such shift in the battle between Azerbaijan and Armenia, the Islamo-Christian war of the 21st century. The tank has ruled the battlefield for 102 years, from the last great battle of World War I in 1918 until 2020, but no longer. In reality, sans all propaganda, the U.S. Army is estimated to have just under 6,300 tanks, all of which have just been made completely obsolete. The one example of what now rules the battlefield, the fact that the cost of a Turkish manufactured unmanned drone is about 5 million United States dollars, while the cost of the newest version of the venerable M1 Abrams main battle tank is about 20 million United States dollars. Not counting the cost of the lives of the soldiers inside. And beyond what I've just articulated, in which the tank costs 4 times more than a goddamn drone, each drone can kill 2 tanks per mission. That means you launch that little fucker in the air, you take it out to kill 2 tanks, you can bring it back home, load it up again, and send it out again. And the entire mechanized armored cavalry is now extinct, with a mechanism that costs far less, by orders of magnitude, than each of the individual armored chariots. Research by Forbes magazine indicates that Armenian losses included nearly 200 armored vehicles and over 300 soft-skinned vehicles, all destroyed by unmanned drones. To be sure, the tanks destroyed by the drones were relatively geriatric Soviet-era T-72s, but the top armor of tanks is always the weakest, and that's where the drone's missiles always strike. Now, Jameson Reese brings up the shit that Popular Mechanics loves to claim. Look at America's newest tanks and the newest, most awesome armor. It's fucking hilarious how they placate ignorant World War II buffs. Yes, this is Jameson's words, and they are quite accurate. We also know that Turkey has used its drone force to destroy dozens of tanks and other armored vehicles and artillery in northern Syria, and has positioned itself as one of the world's major producers of armed drones and unmanned combat aerial vehicles, acronymized as UCAVs or UCAVs, UCAVs as in unmanned combat aerial vehicles. And just as the bomber pilot Billy Mitchell demonstrated in 1921 that battleships were too vulnerable to air attack, forward-thinking military leaders have known for years that they've known that the battlefield utility of the tank was drawing to an end. Of course, there are deniers who, in the words of Mark Twain, claim that the report of the death of the tank has been greatly exaggerated, but all evidence saith otherwise. To the drone operator, which is basically a kid with a fucking joystick looking at a video screen, literally back home, a tank is nothing but a big, slow-moving target easily seen in infrared. And throughout all military history, whoever holds the high ground has a big advantage. The war between Armenia and Azerbaijan was in fact a continuation of an on-off conflict that has continued since the late 1980s. What was new was the technology deployed and how both nations were being used as proxies. Armenia is Christian, the oldest Christian nation in the world outside of Ethiopia, and a Russian ally, though Russia sold its advanced munitions to both sides, proving itself unworthy as an ally to anyone, whereas Azerbaijan built close ties to Turkey and Israel. Most students of Asian history know that Russia, desirous of the Bosporus Strait that allows travel between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, has long wanted to establish control over Turkey. Even 20 years agone, one would think that in such a proxy war it would be no contest, that whoever mighty Russia, the all-white empire, backed against Turkey would win in short order. But Azerbaijan's sustained military successes enabled by Turkish drones immediately brought Armenia to the bargaining table and rendered it the first nation to surrender since Pakistan surrendered to India in the Indo-Pakistani Wars of the 20th century. Nor was this the only proxy conflict between Russia and Turkey. Just within the same week that crisis erupted into conflict, a ceasefire was signed between the warring sides of the Libyan civil war. The Turks had been supporting the government, whereas the Russians had been supporting the rebels. Turkey and Russia were also facing off against each other and still are in the ongoing Syrian civil war. But in any case, in all three conflicts, the unmanned combat drone is playing the major, indeed the decisive role, by economically providing crucial reconnaissance and tank-busting firepower. And right now, Turkey holds the advantage of the high ground. Now, Russian peacekeepers will be guarding access to both Armenian and Azerbaijani exclaves, areas geographically separate from their nations, similar to Danzig's separation from the Third Reich. If you might remember, there was no such thing as a Danzig corridor. The Poles separated the Germans from Prussia. And the Russian peacekeepers will be guarding all the exclaves, the micro-Prussias, between Armenia and Azerbaijan for the next fucking 5 years. So in that sense, Russia and Turkey both won the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but Russia is just barely hanging on by its fingernails, while Turkey has aspirations of empire. If you were to look at the original headlines, where during that period of time the conflict was being brought to conclusion, one of them reads, "On Monday, Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan of Armenia signed a settlement to end the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, surrendering the disputed territory and acceding to other demands to stop the devastation of Armenia's army by Azerbaijan's drone-heavy armed forces." So, well, okay, Armenia lost. Had to give up a disputed province, basically the eastern half of their nation, and stood down, taking time to lick its wounds while Azerbaijan consolidated its hold on newly won territory. Simple, right? Of course, life never is. No, it's anything but simple. The geopolitics of the region would give scholars of pre-World War I Europe a headache. Armenia gives up control of Nagorno-Karabakh, but is allowed a safe corridor for access to Armenian communities therein, and Azerbaijan is allowed a safe corridor for access to Nakhchivan, an Azerbaijani exclave, otherwise completely isolated from Azerbaijan itself, that happens to border Iran. So it's like Rubik's Cube. Both corridors are to be guarded by Russian peacekeepers for 5 years, after which Russia will ostensibly withdraw and leave the two nations to their own devices. This may also be termed kicking the can down the road, since the human desires for power and vengeance tend to flare frequently when two enemy nations share a long border. But to give the Russians credit, they did stop the fighting. At least for now, by offering themselves. It's basically Russia's effort to shore up their vulnerability. Because what the fuck did Russia really even do? First off, Russia is nominally an ally of Armenia, and one would think it unlikely that mighty Russia, the one white empire on earth, would simply allow Muslim Azerbaijan to have its way, especially given that Azerbaijan is closely allied with Turkey. But one has to bear in mind that Russia, for all its illusory military might, stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Black and Baltic Seas, is not a wealthy nation. Russia's gross domestic product is only 1.7 trillion United States dollars, significantly less than, say, Italy's 2 trillion United States dollars, and nothing against the Italians at all. But, man, if you're behind Italy, Russia's trying to compete on a global stage with the European Union, the Communist Chinese Empire, and the American Empire, while supporting an intermittent military rebellion in the Ukraine and supplying men and material to conflicts in Syria and Libya, whilst, well, it must keep units in reserve for instability in Belarus, White Russia, and other former Soviet republics. In other words, Russia's military is stretched paper thin, thread thin, across a significant portion of the fucking planet, which means it would have been difficult to provide sufficient military support for Armenia to fend off the Azerbaijani onslaught, even if they had wanted to. In contrast, while Turkey's gross domestic product is 754 billion United States dollars, less than half of that of Russia, because, you know, they're not as big and saturated as a big hole in the ground full of gas, which is all the Russians are, an empty hole in the ground full of fucking gas. Turkish sphere of influence, only including the geographical area from the Mediterranean to the Transcaucasia region, the smaller area of responsibility means the Turks are better able to support and maintain a relatively strong military on a local level. So the Russians decided not to do so, go all in to defend Armenia, to use their convoluted terminology. Instead, they pointed to the defense agreement they had signed with Armenia, where it clearly stated they would militarily defend Armenia if another nation, by which they meant Azerbaijan, were to attack the nation of Armenia itself, which did not include the disputed province of Nagorno-Karabakh, where so many Armenians happen to live and have happened to live for hundreds of years. Thousands. By agreeing to station peacekeeping troops as part of the resultant peace settlement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, Putin not only ensured continuing close cooperation with Armenia, but also, and especially, enabled close contact and cooperation with oil-rich Azerbaijan for the next 5 years, thus giving Moscow an opportunity to wrest influence away from Turkey. But Turkey is ascendant, because that may sound like a masterstroke of geopolitical maneuvering by the chess master Putin in the Kremlin, right? Well, not so much. After all, there's a good reason why, when it comes to complex diplomacy, the adjective Byzantine, meaning overly complex in this context, comes to us from the city we now call Istanbul, the effective capital of Turkey, even though it's not legally so. Turkey and Russia have been at loggerheads for centuries, mainly due to Russia's desire for unrestricted access to the Mediterranean, since all its other ports with routes to Europe tend to be frozen in the winter. Right now, Russia and Turkey are on opposing sides in conflicts in Syria, Libya, and, until the Armenian surrender in Nagorno-Karabakh. Turkey, under the leadership of their dictatorial president for life, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has been reasserting itself across the region, and many are raising the specter of a re-emergent Ottoman Empire. Erdogan has been consolidating his power by embracing Islamism in the Turkish government, though not the beliefs of the hardline Wahhabist sect entrenched in Saudi Arabia. The more tolerant Salafism found in Turkey was in part what enabled Erdogan to ally with the majority Shiite Azerbaijan against the majority Apostolic Christian and Russian ally Armenia. As a result, not only is Azerbaijan significantly stronger than Armenia, but Azerbaijan allied itself with Turkey, which, their particular region, is at least as strong as Russia, if we don't count nuclear weapons. Interestingly enough, Azerbaijan was also able to purchase about $1 billion United States dollars of armaments, mostly combat drones, from motherfucking Israel. Which, of course, tells you everything you need to know. The Israelis are allied with Azerbaijan because they were getting all their oil from Azerbaijan, but that all ended when they became allies with the Arab world around them, and now oil is flowing into Israel like a petrol tsunami. There is no reason for them to take the side of the Azeris against the Christian Armenians. But, of course, the Israelis under Netanyahu hate the Christians and seek their genocide. And their great national hero being Erad, the man who would have killed your God if you're a Christian. Oh, we've got a little less than 2 hours left. Let me bring this part of the arc of narrative back to our situation as it be most relevant to us. Now, all of this is about control of the Eastern Mediterranean, where there are enormous undersea gas reserves, to which Israel itself now has access. In other words, while Russia was able to stabilize tensions on its Caucasian flank for 5 years and maintain influence in region, the same settlement stabilized tensions on Turkey's eastern border at no cost to Istanbul. What's more, Turkey expanded its influence by being Azerbaijan's main ally in victory. And now that Turkey doesn't need to worry over much about its eastern frontier, Erdogan can now turn his lusty, greedy eyes back to the Mediterranean in general and Greece in particular, and the saber rattling over ownership of Cyprus has picked up once more, that being an island invaded by the Turks and half occupied. Greece and Turkey have never been on the best of terms, but the peace settlement between Armenia and Azerbaijan means that Erdogan can give his full attention to spreading neo-Ottomanic influence throughout the Levant, meaning the coastal region of Palestine and Israel, and all points north, like Latakia, which should be its own independent city-state, along with so many others. This does not mean Greece and Turkey will go to war immediately. They are both members of NATO after all, but Turkey may well end its membership in NATO, thus giving Erdogan an opportunity to initiate some level of aggression against Greece. But wait, there's more! Yes, the defeat of Armenia by the Turkish ally Azerbaijan was celebrated throughout Asia Minor, which is now the domain of the Turkish Republic. After all, in their eyes, they didn't just defeat Armenia, but also defeated Russia, right? Less well known is that the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict made headlines throughout South Asia, since Pakistan strongly supported Azerbaijan and India supported Armenia. Considering the increasingly complex range of alliances between major nations across the region, this is more than a little alarming. It is becoming reminiscent of pre-1914 Western Europe, with Turkey, Azerbaijan, Pakistan, and possibly Iran, and its effective puppet Iraq, all lined up against Russia, Armenia, India, and Saudi Arabia. While a general war across the region is considered highly unlikely by mundane experts, it is nonetheless quite possible. And should that happen, the Turkish alliance would most certainly win. And we will yet see another Ottoman Empire in our lifetime. And that's the importance of the virtual Quad Summit. You see, on Friday, going into this weekend, the President of our United States, Joseph Biden, joined his counterparts from the other 3 Quad countries, Australia, India, and the Japanese Empire, for a virtual meeting. This session followed another meeting, yestermensis, just last month, featuring foreign ministers. That 2 Quad meetings are taking place in less than 2 months into Biden's term underscores the new administration's support for this fledgling alliance, which gained new momentum in the Trump tribulation era. This forward movement also shows that the 4 countries involved are strengthening resolve to counterbalance the communist Chinese empire, as they each experience some of the worst tensions with Beijing in decades. Fears of antagonizing the Red Chinese once compelled this group, the Quad, to limit its meetings. It operates under no such constraints today. Yesterday, this Saturday, Biden joined a rare op-ed, an opinion editorial penned with all his fellow Quad leaders from India, Australia, and the Empire of Japan. The alliance wrote that it is trying to read therefrom, ensure that the Indo-Pacific is accessible and dynamic governed by international law and bedrock principles such as freedom of navigation and peaceful resolution of disputes, and that all countries are able to make their own political choices free from coercion. It goes on to say, after that allusion to Communist China, over the course of these past months, each of us has grieved the suffering that our people and the world have endured. But in this dark hour, our partnership offers a spark of hope to light the path ahead. That be the rationale and future of the Quad. Our American president, our legitimate American president, Joe Biden, is credited with taking the initiative for the summit-level meeting of Quad that took place on the 12th of March, but 48 hours ago. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, too, thanked Biden for taking this initiative in his opening comments at the summit. This is the second high-profile foreign policy initiative taken by Biden in his first 100 days in office. Earlier, he addressed the Munich Security Conference on February 19th, where he tried to win back European allies such as Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the French Republic, and the United Kingdom by proposing a transatlantic alliance to counter the Communist Chinese Empire. However, the mood in the European Union is not for confrontation with the Red Chinese. Both the United German Chancellor Angela Merkel and the French President Emmanuel Macron seemed less than enthusiastic about taking on Communist China directly. Biden's next step was Quad. Here, too, his focus was to contain Communist China, but he did not betray the aggression of his predecessor. The last time when the foreign ministers of Quad countries met in Tokyo, they could not even issue a joint statement, primarily because of the strident anti-China rhetoric of then U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. India was particularly since they face potential war with Communist China, a war they know they'll lose, they were particularly reluctant to agreeing with the Obama-time vocabulary of free and open Indo-Pacific, FOIP, the actual acronym used by the Obama administration. Instead, India insisted on adding another I, inclusive. India deserves credit that there was not only a joint statement this time, but it even stated that we strive for a region that is free, open, inclusive, healthy, anchored by democratic values, and unconstrained by coercion. The elephant in the room, Communist China, could not be ignored. India's insistence on an inclusive approach was in keeping with the sentiments of many smaller countries in the region, which may not take an explicit anti-China position. On the other hand, the Americans are clear about their containment policy. Both have met midway. The joint statement highlights maritime challenges in the region and calls for collaboration, including in maritime security, to meet challenges to the rules-based maritime order and in the East and South China Seas. It is a clear indication of possible future joint action by Quad countries in region, although India was never forthcoming about it in the past. Quad may not be a full-scale alliance yet, but a new minilateral is most certainly taking shape. Quad's immediate focus on vaccines and sharing of responsibility was welcomed by India. India is already supplying 60% of the world's vaccines. The initiative will further boost its vaccine manufacturing capacity. This could also pave the way for India to become the manufacturing destination for Quad countries, thus reducing dependence on Red China. Quad partners such as the Japanese Empire and Australia were unhappy over India's decision to stay out of the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. If Quad emerges as an economic powerhouse, it will be beneficial to the entire region. The region has had several multilateral and minilateral alliances in the past. East Asia Summit, the EAS, the ASEAN, or the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Security Forum, and the decades-old APEC, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation or Cartel, I can't remember which, I'd have to actually look it up, are some of them. But these forums have become lazy talking shops without any discernible results. If Quad were to not go down that path, it should be willing to take the bull by the horns. The Indo-Pacific is heating up. A new Cold War has already started. Xi Jinping, the supreme leader of the Chinese Empire, believes that time and momentum are on his side. He is flexing his military muscle aggressively. The grand display of military might on the streets of Beijing on October 1st of yesteryear, on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, the PRC, was intended to send out a clear message about China's military preparedness, I mean to say. China has built extensive infrastructure in the Indo-Pacific region, from Djibouti in Africa to Kyaukphyu in Myanmar, former Burma. In Southeast Asia, on the Indian Ocean side, its maritime Silk Road is as much strategic as economic. China's economic might is its potent weapon too. In order to tackle a belligerent Chinese empire, other countries are also actively upping their strategic activity in region. The United States has bases from Hawaii to Guam to Okinawa to Diego Garcia to Djibouti. Japan has a base in Djibouti and is increasingly seen patrolling in various Indo-Pacific sites. Australia has its outposts at Cocos and Christmas Islands. It undertakes surveillance operations from Butterworth Base in Malaysia and is also operationalizing its facility in Manus Island of Papua New Guinea. France has its bases in Réunion and New Caledonia in the Pacific. One of the largest islands in the Pacific, as a matter of fact, in Oceania. Britain has Diego Garcia in the middle of the Indian Ocean itself. India, too, is building ports in Chabahar, Chittagong, Colombo, and Sittwe. It has an agreement with Japan for access to its facility in Djibouti. So just so people understand, Djibouti is this little strategic African nation that is, well, it was established by France, and it sells port rights, or actually entire ports, within its national boundaries to the Americans, the Communist Chinese, and the Imperial Japanese. As a matter of fact, it is the major port outside of Japan for the Japanese and outside of China for the Chinese is in that little African nation of Djibouti. Both China and Japan have their major overseas ports there. In other words, their biggest ports outside of their own home nations are there in Africa. India is also building a military base at the North Agalega Island in Mauritius, off Africa. Militarism is, thus, very much in the air in the Indo-Pacific. Red China has dozens of nuclear submarines under the ocean. At any given time, India has its own Arihants. The US and others have their own too. Nuclear Armageddon is not an impossible reality. Avoiding it requires keeping the levels of engagement below confrontation. The two superpowers in region, India and China, have thus far avoided any military alliances. It is important to keep the competition non-militaristic, as suggested by the Australian scholar Rory Medcalf. Development, deterrence, and diplomacy should be the way forward for the Quad. And lastly, the Quad must keep in mind the warning given by the Singaporean Prime Minister, Lee Hsien Loong. Asia-Pacific countries do not wish to be forced to choose between the American and Communist Chinese empires. So, I'm not seeing any input from George Knight right now. Guess I'll continue to cover for the night. It's about the bottom of the hour. It is 10:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, meaning that we've got about, well, an hour and a half left. So, oh, yes, there we are. WTF says, yes, no better than USA military about the Australians. He says, haha, yes, 6:45 p.m. here. Yes, there we are. He was talking about the quality of the bandwidth that transmitted everything so quickly so he could respond immediately. And, of course, that's fabulous. So, So I hope that analysis, which brings us back to what's more important to us, brought us around the world in a manner that WTF and Jameson Reese and everybody else appreciate it. Let me refresh the page and see who's stuck with us through that arc of narrative thus far, and see if we lost anybody just over such a, hey, we've retained our number of viewers. Holy shit. So, people actually listened to myself through the entire analysis. We've actually gained viewers. I'm impressed by myself. Holy shit. Oh, I'm proud of you all. People who listen to this sort of thing are rare. There's very few people who can maintain the discipline, the attention to understand anything as complicated as what I'm talking about. I'm proud of all of you who have stuck with us. Those of you who support myself, God bless you all. And so let me try and bring this home domestically by including, of course, our British listeners across the Atlantic. What everything that I've just discussed in depth, it is, something that is, people just don't comprehend that these external politics, they, of course, take place in a context that is deeply impacted and deeply impacts, in turn, our domestic situation. So, complicating matters further than what I've already articulated, America already has a cold civil war happening at home. Unthinkably large swaths of our population believe Biden stole the presidency from Donald Trump with the help of the communist Chinese, Hunter Biden's laptop, and the ghost of Hugo Chavez out of Venezuela. Even church congregations are being torn apart by these divisions. As I said, Trump is out of power, but he's completely in control, because the cultic base is solidly behind him. So, when it comes to Britain and America, both the American and British empires are teaching the world how societies implode. They both be textbook examples of a new and gruesome phenomenon: rich nations self-destructing into poor, failed states. When I ask my European friends to describe us, Americans, Brits, who I'll call Anglo-Americans based on their World War II alliance, which they've still stuck with out of inertia, they all shake their heads gently. And over, three themes emerge. They say we're a little thoughtless. They say we're selfish and arrogant. And they say that we're cruel and brutal. I can't help but think there's more than a grain of truth. Indeed, that they're being quite kind. Anglo-American society is now the world's preeminent example of willful autodestruction. In other words, self-destruction. Suicide. Its jaw-dropping folly and stupidity is breathtaking to the rest of the world. The hard truth is this. America, well, the American and British empires aren't just collapsing by the day. They aren't even just choosing to collapse by the day. They're entering a death spiral from which there is probably no return. Yes, really, simple economics dictate that, just like they did for the Soviet Union. And I'll come to them in Arc of Narrative. And yet, what's even weirder and more grotesque than that is that, well, nobody much seems to have noticed. There's a deafening silence from pundits and elites and columnists and politicians on the joint autodestruction, the mutual suicide of the Anglo-American world. Nobody seems to have noticed that the only two rich societies in the world with falling life expectancies, falling savings, falling incomes, which be why there are no savings, failing happiness and failing trust, every single social indicator you can imagine, are Anglo and American. U.S. and British. It's not one of history's most improbable coincidences that the British and American empires are collapsing in eerily similar ways at precisely the same time. It's a relationship. What connects the dots? Well, let me pause to note that my European friends' first criticism, that we're thoughtless, is therefore accurate. We're not even capable of noticing, much less understanding, our twin collapse. Our entire thinking and leadership class seems not to have even noticed, like idiots grinning and dancing, setting their own house on fire. They're simply going on pretending it isn't happening, that the English-speaking world isn't fast becoming something very much like the new Soviet Union. So what caused this parallel collapse? How did the English-speaking world end up like the new Soviet Union? To understand that point, consider the fact that you yourself probably think that everything I'm expressing right now is overstatement for sake of drama. But it's not. I'm an analyst. All of my analyses in the past have always come true, have always been right. Anyone can tell you that who listens regularly. Jameson Reese would say so, but there's no need for him to say so because it should be self-evident. The Soviet Union stagnated for 30 years. America's stagnated for half 100. And Britain for only 20. The Soviet Union could not provide basics for its citizens, hence the famous breadlines. In America, people beg each other for money to pay for insulin and antibiotics. Decent food is unavailable in vast swaths of our empire, and retirement and paying off one's debt are impossibilities. Just like in the Soviet Union, basics are becoming both unavailable and unaffordable. What happens? Well, people fucking die. The same is true in Britannia. In both societies, upwards of 20% of children live in poverty. The middle class has imploded, and upward mobility has all but vanished. These are Soviet statistics, and they are lethally real ones. Politics, too, has become a sclerotic Soviet affair. Anglo-American societies aren't really democracies in any sensible meaning of the word anymore. They're run by and for a class of elites who could care less, literally, whether the average person lives or dies. In America, that class is a bizarre coterie of Ivy Leaguers pretending to be all shucks good old boys on the one side like Ted Cruz, and Ivy Leaguers pretending to be do-gooders on the other like Zuck the Fuck, Muckerberg, and Silicon Valley. In Britain, it's the notorious public school boys, the Etonians and Oxbridge set. What brings me to the arrogance thereof. What's astonishing about our elites is how arrogant they be, how ignorant they be, at precisely the same time. Pridefully ignorant. Finland elected a 34-year-old woman as prime ministeress from the Social Democrats. Finland is a society that outperforms ours in every way imaginable. Finnish happiness is way higher. And so is life expectancy. Way longer. Mobility is much faster. Savings are far greater. Real incomes are far higher. Trust, among others, is all pervasive. Finns trust each other. And yet, instead of learning a thing from a miracle like that, our elites profess to know a better way, while they've run our societies into the ground. And beneath the ground into the grave. What the? Hubris would be an understatement. I don't think the English language has a word for this weird, fatal combination of arrogance amidst ignorance. Maybe cocksure stupidity cometh close. And yet our elites have succeeded in one vital task, what an Emil Durkheim might have called social reproduction. They've managed to reproduce society in their own image. What does the average Anglo-American aspire to be, aspire to do, aspire to have? To be rich, powerful, careless, selfish, and dumb. Now, mostly dumb. We don't, as societies or cultures, value learning or knowledge or magnanimity or great and noble things anymore. We shower millions on reality TV stars and billions on investment bankers. The average person has become a tiny microcosm of the aspirations and norms of elites. They're not curious, empathetic, decent, humane, noble, kind, in pursuit of wisdom, truth, beauty, meaning, purpose. We've become as cruel, indecent, obscene, comically shallow, and astonishingly foolish people. Anyhow, our man Jameson apparently has a doctor's appointment. He's going to rest a bit. Oh my. Anyhow, everything I've just articulated, some would say, raved. It's not some kind of Jeremiad. It's all an easily observed truth. Who else in a rich society denies their neighbors health care and retirement? Nobody. Who else denies their own kids education? Nobody. Who else denies themselves child care and elderly care? Nobody. Who else doesn't want safety nets, opportunities, mobility, protection, savings, higher incomes? Nobody. Literally nobody on planet Earth wants worst lives, except us, on either side of the Atlantic, those wretched isles, and the darkest of all continents on the surface of the earth, America. We're the only people on earth, either side of the Atlantic, who thwart our own social progress over and over again and cheer about it. How did we become these people? How did we become tiny microcosms of our arrogant, ignorant, breathtakingly stupid elites? Because we are perpetually battling for self-preservation. Life has become a kind of brutal combat to the death for jobs, for healthcare, for money, for the tiniest shreds of resources necessary to barely live. We wake up and fight one another for these things, over and over again. That is what our lives amount to now. Gladiatorial combat. Meanwhile, the elites and billionaires sit back and enjoy not just the spectacle, but all the winnings. People who are battling for self-preservation cannot take as care of anyone else. If I ask the average Brit or American to consider paying for their society's health care, education, elderly care, child care, increasingly the answer is LOL. Laugh out loud. In America, it always has been. Why is that? The reason could not be simpler. People cannot even take as care of themselves and their own. How can they be even expected to take as care of anyone else, let alone everyone else? The average person is living right at the edge. Not at the edge of the middle class dream and an even better one, but at the edge of poverty and destitution. They struggle to pay basic bills and never make ends meet. They cannot afford to educate their children and retire, or retire and have health care, and so on. Let me say it again. The average person cannot take as care of themselves and their own. So how can they be expected to take as care of anyone else, let alone everyone else? A more technical, formal way to say that is, our societies have now become as too poor to afford public goods and social systems. But public goods and social systems are what make a modern, rich society. What's a society without decent health care, without schools, without universities, without libraries, without education, without parks, without transport, without media available to all, without life-crippling debt? It's not a modern society at all. But more and more, it's not America or Britain either. What makes European societies on the continent, which are far, far more successful than either of ours, successful is that people are not battling for self-preservation, and so they are able to cooperate to better one another instead. At least not nearly so much and so lethally as we are. They are assured of survival. They therefore have resources to share with others. They don't have to battle for the very things we take as away from each the other, because they simply give them to one another. That has kept them richer than us too. We are caught in a death spiral now, a vicious cycle from which there is probably no escape. The average person is too poor to fund the very things, the only things which can offer him a better life. Health care, education, child care, health care, and so on. The average person is too poor to fund public goods and social systems. The average person is too poor now to be able to give anything to anyone else, to invest in anything, or to invest anything at all in anyone else. He or she lives and dies in debt to begin with. So what does he or she have left over to give back, put back, invest? A more technical, formal way to put all that is this. Europeans distributed their social surplus more fairly than we did. They didn't give all the winnings to idiot billionaires like Zuck the Fuck and con men like Donald Trump. They kept middle and working classes better off than us. As a result, those middle and working classes were able to invest in expansive public goods and social systems. Those things, good healthcare, education, transport, media, kept life improving for everyone. That virtuous circle of investing, a fairly distributed social surplus, created a true economic miracle over just one human lifetime. Europe rose from the ashes of war to enjoy history's highest living standards ever. Period. That's changing in Europe, to be sure. But that is because Europe is becoming Americanized, Anglicized. It has a generation of leaders foolish enough to follow our lead. This side of the Atlantic and right off the continent. Right offshore, where they exiled all the idiots 1,000 years ago on the British Isles. Now remember the greatest lesson of European history, which is one of the greatest lessons of history itself, full stop. The lesson goes like this. 1. People who are made to live right at the edge must battle each other for self-preservation, but such people have nothing left to give one another, and that way a society enters a death spiral of poverty, like ours have. 2. People who can't make ends meet cannot even invest in themselves, let alone anyone else. Such a society has to eat through whatever public goods and social systems it has just to survive. It never develops or expands new ones. 3. The result is that an entire society grows poorer and poorer. Unable to invest in themselves or one another, people's only real way out is to fight each other for self-preservation by taking away their neighbors' rights, privileges, and opportunities, instead of being able to give any new ones to anyone. Why give everyone health care and education when you can't even afford your own? How are you even supposed to? 4. Society melts down into a spiral of extremism and Bolshevism, as ever-increasing poverty brings hate, violence, fear, and rage along with it. Then trust erodes, democracy corrodes, social bonds are torn apart, and the only norms left are Darwinian collectivist ones. The strong survive, the weak must perish. Let me spend a second or two on that last point. As they become poorer, people begin to distrust each other and then hate each other. Why wouldn't they? After all, the grim reality is that they actually are fighting each other for existence, for the basic resources of life, like medicine, money, and food. And as this distrust becomes hate, people who have nothing to give anyways end up having no reason to even hope to give anything back to anyone else. Why give anything to those people you are fighting every single day for the most meager resources necessary to live? Why give the very people who denied you health care and education anything at all? Therefore, you kill them all and redistribute the resources evenly for everyone in the most immediate sense of justice, collectivism, Darwinian Bolshevism. A society of people so poor they have nothing left over to invest in one another is dying. They give each other the equality of the mass grave. It all goes from prosperity to poverty, from optimism to pessimism, from cohesion to distrust and hate, from peace to violence at light speed in the space of a single generation. The span of a single seed. That's America and Britain's story today, just as it was the Soviet Union's yesterday. And that of colonial France's before that, which led to the first, most murderous of the republics, and the resultant Napoleonic Empire. You can see how a society dies with horrific, brutal clarity in the self-destruction of America and Britain. The hate-filled vitriol of Trumpism that has become as full-blown neo-Nazism, the barely hidden hate of Brexit. Why wouldn't people who have grown suddenly poor hate everyone else? Why wouldn't they blame anyone and everyone they can, from Mexicans to Muslims to Europeans, for their own decline? The truth, as always, is harder. America and Britain's collapse is nobody's fault. Nobody's but their own. They are in a death spiral now. But no opponent or adversary brought them there. It was their own fault, and yet they still go on choosing it. They don't know any other way now. Their elites succeeded at making the average person truly, fervently believe that battling perpetually for self-preservation was the only way a society could exist. And though it's too late to escape for they, let us hope that the rest of the world, from Europe to Asia to Africa, learns the lesson of the sad, gruesome, stupid, astonishing tragedy of self-inflicted collapse. Because the Trump tsunami is on its way. Trump is steadily completing his takeover of the Republican Party. You see those flashing red lights? Hearing that wailing siren? I'm declaring a red alert political emergency. Trump released a statement on, was it not Monday night, opening the work week of Yester Septimania, but last week, instructing his supporters to donate money directly to him instead of to the Republican Party or Republican candidates. Yes, he did. Okay, before I go into even fuller rant mode, from ranting into raving, let's step back for a moment and put this into context. When Trump was running for office in 2016 and 2020, he worked with the Republican Party via the fundraising. Small donations went to the Republicans' small donor program, and Trump sold MAGA swag. Trump has since formed his own PAC, Political Action Committee, called Save America. To fund that PAC, he came as to an agreement with the RNC, the Republican National Committee, or that 75% of his donations would go to his PAC, and 25% would go to the RNC. Still with me? He gets a full 3/4 of all income. If you're still with me on that, we're good. At the end of his speech at CPAC in February, the Conservative Political Action Committee, for the first time ever, Trump asked for donations to go directly to his personal PAC. According to subsequent filings with the FEC, the Federal Elections Commission, 90% of the donations that he receives will go to his Save America PAC, and 10% will go to his MAGA, his Make America Great Again PAC, which is his old Donald John Trump for President fund. I've looked, and I can testify, I have not seen any mention of the Republican Party's fundraising arms. And you're welcome to look yourself, and you will not find them either. And then it got worse. Trump instructed his attorneys to send cease and desist letters to the Republican National Committee, the National Republican Congressional Campaign, and the National Republican Senate Campaign, telling them to stop using his name and likeness to solicit donations. Two reasons were given for these letters. One is that Trump is very sensitive to who uses his name. He is accustomed to licensing usage of his name for money. The second reason given is that he doesn't want funds raised in his name to be used to support Republicans who voted to impeach him or otherwise have been critical of him in any way, shape, or form. All three entities refused to stop using Trump's name and image in their fundraising communications, citing the First Amendment and the fact that he is a public figure. And just to let him know that there were no hard feelings, the RNC was holding part of its April, or will be holding part of its April retreat at Mar-a-Lago, and will pay for it, as well as paying Trump to speak. Trump was apparently not impressed, and issued statement on Monday, opening this work week on Monday night, to his supporters, telling them to only send donations to him and not to the Republican Party or Republican candidates. His base, whose votes are coveted by all Republicans, is being told to ignore the Republican Party and its candidates and only donate to Trump. The two entities, Trump and the Republican Party, are now conflated, one and the same, with Trump as its orange pumpkin head. Now here cometh the rave. Trump is boldly taking over the Republican Party. He is literally merging his identity with the party. L'état, c'est moi. And all of that. Who does this remind you of? Lenin and the Bolsheviks. Mao and Chinese communism. Ho Chi Minh and Vietnamese communism. I'll stop there. I can go further. Napoleon Bonaparte and the First French Republic, which became exclusively his personal empire. Now you get the idea. Trump is setting up an attempt at one-man rule of our country. One-man rule for life. All of the leaders I cited effectively died in office, except for Napoleon Bonaparte, who died in prison. They didn't step aside after 4 years and make way for the next duly elected leader in any of these cases. Trump is now the most dangerous man in America. Remember my warning about him back in February? Look at how much has happened since then. Look at how he has tightened grip on both the Republican Party cult and all its members. Candidates for office have to get his blessing first, as if he were the godfather of the mafia. If not, then he selects someone to run against them. Donors can only donate to him personally, not to the party or individual candidates. I'm terrified, and not just because of who he is and what he is doing, but because no one seems to have noticed. The Democrats are busy enacting Biden's agenda and paying absolutely no attention to Trump. The Republican Party cult thinks that they can ignore him and still function as they always have. They are like people playing on a beach and ignoring the clear signs of a 3/11 tsunami inflicted with radioactivity that is about to engulf them. What will it take us to get them to look around and realize what is about to hit them? To overwhelm them with its radioactive ocean water, the bitter salt therein, and all the cadavers of the dead fish as they become engulfed. Do they have any idea what a Trump tsunami will even look like? Any Republicans elected in the 2022 midterms will be Trump Republicans, MAGA Republicans, and there will be a lot of them. Many traditional Republican office holders in both houses are retiring, not due to age, but because of what their party has becomest under Trump. And then there will be the 2024 general election, backed by a captive party and supported by all of the office holders who owe their seats to him, as well as his rabid supporters, the cultists of the kings of Edom, the Herodians of our world. Trump could very well steamroller his way back into office. Don't believe me? Name one Democrat that has the popularity and charisma of Donald Trump. You can't think of anyone, can you? Biden will be too old. Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, do you honestly think that the United States is ready for a woman of color as president? I'm not being biased, I'm being realistic. It's not about the popular vote. Whoever the Democratic candidate is will have to win the Electoral College, which gives more weight to rural states dominated by Trump cultists. Remember, Trump lost the popular vote in 2016 but won the Electoral College. It could happen again unless the Democrats have a strong candidate. Biden won because of his close association with Obama. He was widely viewed as Obama's third term. No other Democrat has those kind of credentials. And those are the kinds of credentials that will be needed to defeat Trump in 2024. Whoever the Democrat candidate is will have to be someone so compelling that voters will be willing to walk through fire to vote for them. Because the Republican cultists who dominate state governments are already busy gerrymandering voting districts and passing voting laws, making it difficult, if not impossible, for Democrats, and especially people of color, to be able to vote at all. So I ask you again, name one Democrat that has the popularity and charisma that voters of all ages, colors, and sexual orientations are willing to fight to vote for, because that is what will be needed to defeat Trump in 2024. Now, are you as scared as I? I am declaring a red alert political emergency. The Trump tsunami is on its radioactive way to engulf us all. And the Republican Party itself has an even bigger problem than its politicians. It's goddamn voters. We need to start admitting that the issue isn't just politicians. It is the bloody fucking people who vote for them. There's no question that Republican politicians, particularly those in leadership, find themselves in something of a bind. On the one hand, they've had to try to fend off attacks on Liz Cheney from the right, while also trying to keep Marjorie Taylor Greene, now infamous for her indulgence in conspiracy theories and threats of violence against her congressional colleagues. Though Kevin McCarthy has emerged from this whole scuffle stronger than one might have expected, the future for him and for the party itself is still very much in doubt. The reason for this is more complex than it might appear at first glance. It would be easy to say that the immediate crisis is over, at least for now, while Greene has been stripped of her committee assignments by a vote in the House. With only 11 Republicans crossing party lines to vote with the Democrats, she's still a congressperson. And even if she were to be expelled, a very unlikely outcome given the high number of votes needed for such an action, it's very possible, and indeed even likely, that her constituents would just vote her, they would just vote to send her back. Not only does she represent a staunchly Republican district, but there are many indications in recent interviews to suggest that her constituents genuinely approve of her and would be likely to vote for her again. And this, it has to be said, is the real crisis facing the Republican Party itself. It's often considered poor form for politicos and commentators to go after voters, since it's significantly easier and less risky to focus attacks on politicians. After all, no one wants to be the one to criticize people for what they think. It's time to do away with that, and it's time to be honest about what's going on. A recent piece of reporting in the Washington Post tells you all that you need to know about the state of Republican voters and how much of a problem we're facing. After she voted to impeach Trump, Representative Liz Cheney faced tremendous backlash, not just from her congressional colleagues, but also from her own voters, many of whom saw her betrayal of Trump as unforgivable. One Trump supporter went so far as to say, "If Liz Cheney is a Republican, I don't even know if I can consider myself a Republican anymore. When she decided she wasn't with Trump, it was all I needed to know." Among Republican voters, it's not enough to espouse traditional Republican policies. One has to be unequivocally and slavishly devoted to Donald Trump and only Donald John Trump. Nothing else fucking matters to a Republican. Or take a recent piece in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which does a deep dive into what Greene's actual constituents think of her. While there are some who see her as an embarrassment and worry that she's become ineffective in Congress as a result of her actions, there seem to be just as many, actually far more, who stick up for her. One supporter, asked about QAnon, which Greene has expressed belief in, simply states that the truth will come out, going on to make the usual claims that Greene is going to fight back against the Democratic agenda and that, in the end, she is doing what we elected her to do. That last one is perhaps the most common defense that one sees of candidates like Greene. And it's especially frustrating because it's so completely empty. All of her former comments, no matter how outlandish, no matter how dangerous, no matter because they're all in the service of owning the libs. Now, to be sure, there's blame to go around for this state of affairs. The Republican cultic leadership, particularly McCarthy, has been particularly feckless when it comes to the rise of people like Greene. They have, it seems, come to the unfortunate realization that they are now riding a tiger of their own making, unable to stay and unable to get off. They know that they need the votes of the Trump-Green wing of the party to motivate the base during primaries, even as they recognize that doing so both endangers their win in the general, except in solidly red districts like Greene's, and, just as importantly, tarnishes the Republican cult brand at a national level with consequences for purple and swing districts. Small wonder that congressmen like Adam Kinzinger of Illinois have started to take a stand, even though he, like other profiles in courage, such as Cindy McCain, who faced major backlash from the Arizona Republican cult party, has been censured by the county Republican cultists for his impeachment vote. Small wonder that so few Republicans have dared to buck Trumpism when the consequences can be so severe. All of this begs the question, what is to be done? Clearly, the leadership of the Republican cult itself isn't going to be able to do much to address this problem, even though they've faced some backlash from donors, many of whom have said they won't donate money to those who voted to decertify Joe Biden's Electoral College in. His legitimate win that makes him our legal president. Though it would be nice to people like McCarthy for them to grow us a spine and do something useful for a change. It's a pretty big boulder to push up a very high hill, and so there's not much hope there. Given that the problem lies with the voters, it seems to myself that the solution might lie there as well. Much as it irks me to say it, I find myself agreeing with those who have suggested that we need to reach out a listening and empathetic ear, even to those whose views we find repugnant, and yes, even to those who espouse conspiracy theories. Let me be clear, however. I'm not calling for queer people or BIPOC people and other marginalized groups to work overtime convincing people that they have a right to exist and deserve equal rights. By the way, for those of you who are not familiar with the latest acronym my son has acquainted myself with and are asking, BIPOC, what does that mean? It stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color, which is an acronym that's suddenly everywhere, though we may question whether or not it's doing its job. It is basically a person-first language to, it enables a shift away from terms that are awkward. Even more awkward than BIPOC, like marginalized and minority, which are disempowering, by their very definition. At any rate, what I am suggesting is that those who already occupy positions of privilege do more to talk to those on the other end of the political spectrum, that they do more to help them see their way out of the miasma of conspiracy theories and darkness of the internet. If the Republican cult insurgency's leadership will not do it, then we must do it ourselves. If we don't, if we continue to let this darkness fester, and if we fight it with yet more condemnation and condescension, the problem will only get worse. And ultimately, we will all pay the price. Now, goodness knows, this is pretty late in the day. We have 45 minutes left. Oh, this is right. We've changed our fucking time. We've lost an hour. That's why this is confusing me. We've lost a goddamn hour, which means, we've got 45 minutes left. Let me ask if our man is in position for any imposition of himself. Okay, just checking in. There we are. Just checking in. How be thee faring? Let's see what he has to say. So, if he's unable to come on, I'll give you some historical background in which we can contextualize whether or not the Republican Party can rein in these conspiracies, as based on what history says, in context of the fact that the cultic base is solidly behind Donald John Trump. Now, the Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, took the floor after Donald Trump was acquitted in his second impeachment trial and denounced the wild and unfounded claims of a stolen election spouted by the former president himself and all his U.S. Capitol rioters who scaled walls, shattered windows, and trashed congressional offices. Let's see what our man has to say. Oh, good, Douglas. I don't think I will be able to come on today, but fingers crossed I get the chance this coming Wednesday. Got so much to discuss with you. Okay. There we are. And, So let me respond. Love you. Hugs. Okay. There we are. Okay. And, honestly, the subject is simply so frustrating. On January 6th, well, when all those people did what they did to the offices of our public property, in reference to that, after Trump's second impeachment, McConnell said, "This was an intensified crescendo of conspiracy theories orchestrated by an outgoing president who seemed determined to either overturn the voters' decision or else torch institutions on the way out." Now, McConnell, in the end, did not dare defy the consensus in his party and was among the 43 Senate Republicans who ultimately refused to convict Donald Trump of inciting the attack that almost fucking killed them all. Which should pretty much tell you the shape the Republican cult is in. They are under threat of death that prevents them from doing anything constructive. They are lost, and it's all up to us who live in the light. But McConnell is plainly disturbed and angered by the rising power of conspiracists in his party. And he is right to be. The red Republican insurgency is increasingly a party of warring forces. The right versus the radicalized reactionary right, Trump and his followers versus everyone else, sense versus something so untethered from reality itself and most certainly from the democratic tradition as to be but representative of the Herodian cult of the anti-gods, manifestation thereof in the flesh. The Cthulhuites, if you will. And in describing that repellent phenomenon, the battle is almost sure to be the other half of the American political story during the Biden years, and the collisions ahead could well dominate the road to 2024. The widening ideological rift is the story of today's red Republican cultic insurgency, but it is much older than even that. For as long as there has been a Republican Party, it has had a conspiratorial strain. Often it has flowed on currents of conservative populism, racism, fear of black racial progress, and resentment over a dwindling white middle class, as observed by historians and political analysts. Yet history provides no real playbook for Mitch McConnell, Moscow Mitch, and other Republican leaders to stem the tide as they battle with rank-and-file members over the party's direction. Past flares of conspiratorial thinking on the right have been only seemingly tamed, including the squelching of McCarthyism and the purge of members of the conservative John Birch Society. The Republican Party never truly rid itself of this element, much as party regulars hope to confine it to the fringe. Those rearguard actions against conspiracist extremes also don't translate well in an era in which social media can amplify extreme voices. Local accountability news reporting has been shattered by the economics of the digital age, and Republicans have become increasingly beholden to a conservative media echo chamber. On top of it all, the party is bitterly split over fealty to Trump, one of the leading peddlers of conspiracies alive. Conspiracy theories, often mixed with racist and nativist politics, have been deeply ingrained in American history. They ebb and flow from the fringe to the mainstream, frequently tied to major economic pain or social change. In the mid-19th century, when hundreds of thousands of impoverished Irish Catholics arrived on American soil, nativists and xenophobes were spreading anti-Catholic falsehoods, claiming the new immigrants were out to take jobs and were more loyal to the Pope in Rome than their adopted nation. At the advent of the Republican Party in the 1850s, some of its members in the North believed there was a conspiracy among slave owners in the South to expand slavery to overwhelm free labor. At the same time, Southern Democrats claimed Northern abolitionists were conspiring to destroy their society, built as it was on chattel labor. The paranoid beliefs, rooted in white supremacy and spread by some of the most powerful players and institutions in either the North or the South, helped fuel the Civil War. But in recent decades, experts have observed that conspiracy theories have become more prevalent on the right because Republicans, overwhelmingly white and almost exclusively male, have been more resistant to civil rights movements as well as fearful of immigration and what they see as moral and religious decay. The latest conspiracies are, ergo, wider in scope. Porter then recording that the new brand of Republican conspiracism affects the entire party, and not just its presidential leader and not just its congressional leaders, but people much further down the totem pole, bringing us back to that untouchable third rail of the voters themselves. The historian Rick Perlstein, author of Nixonland, and several other chronicles of American conservatism, emphasizes that playing footsie with the conspiracy theories has always been how the establishment has got and kept its power, and has put to writ that scholars trace the most recent rise of conspiratorial thinking to long circulating theories in the South, among them that black people had been content under slavery until outside agitators stirred them up, and that the Soviet Union was running the civil rights movement. Of course, now they're truly running the Republican Party. Take the historic case of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old black boy who was lynched by white men and his body thrown in a Mississippi River after a white woman falsely accused him of flirting with her. A conspiracy theory was at the heart of his killer's defense. Till wasn't truly dead, and someone had thrown a corpse into the river to embarrass the South. It was the type of falsehood that permeated all society, infiltrating the highest ranks of conservative leadership itself, which simply echoed such lies as their own truth, their own alternative truth, based, of course, on alternative facts. Id est on lies. Now, to try and bring this back into some form of balanced history, the conspiratorial forces that would take over the Republican Party, they began to take shape as Senator Joseph McCarthy stoked fears of communism during the Cold War. Until then, populism largely had been a political tool of leaders on the left, who welded emotional appeals for systematic change and demonized the Washington and Wall Street establishment to advance progressive policies. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was so effective at it that alert Republicans could plainly see there was a conspiracy to make himself dictator. Reese Peck, assistant professor at the College of Staten Island under the City University of New York, has chronicled how McCarthy thus refashioned so much of the Republican Party in his own sick image, where it's never diverted from ever since. When we look back on how Reese Peck chronicled how tail gunner Joe McCarthy refashioned the approach for a right-wing audience of the kind of populist demagoguery he had learned from Franklin Delano Roosevelt, our wartime dictator, and thereby capturing conservative reactionaries' imaginations and anxieties with, in his own words, a story of how educated elites had taken over the government and were imposing foreign ideas on ordinary Americans. McCarthy was this new breed of conservative politician that was adopting this new style. And over time, Republican leaders and institutions were able to stymie McCarthy, who had some widespread support. Still, Karen Kedrowski, the directress of the Carrie Chapman Catt Center for Women in Politics at Iowa State University, has warned, but he was a sole actor. Eventually, he was called out for his behavior. Today, by contrast, we're talking about a former president of the United States who still commands the loyalty of a very large portion of the Republican Party. If the Trump forces do not prevail, they are certainly putting up a good fight. In prefiguration, McCarthyite ideas endured with the rise of Republican presidential nominee Barry Goldwater circa 1964, and the growth of the John Birch Society, a political advocacy group founded by Robert Welch that believed an elite group of internationalists, bankers, and politicians were dominating both the Soviet and American governments. They were the first to widely peddle anti-abortion messages and hand out bumper stickers in some of the earliest campaigns advocating for tougher law enforcement. Blue Lives Matter, despite concerns over police abuse against people of color. The leading conservative writer, William F. Buckley, and a circle of Republican establishment leaders pushed Welch from the conservative movement, fearing he was going too far in his conspiratorial views and the radicalization of the Republican Party itself. When Governor George Wallace of Alabama, infamous for his racism and opposition to the civil rights movement, launched a populist third-party campaign for president in 1968, he espoused many of the Birchers' racist and conspiratorial ideas. And when the next wave of populism took hold with the rise of the Tea Party movement after the Great Recession following the crash of 2008, and the subsequent, almost resultant election of Barack Obama as the first black president, some of the most fiery conservative activists to join were those who had kept their John Birch Society subscriptions for decades. Some John Birch Society meetings morphed into early Tea Party meetings. Magazines published by Welch continued to circulate widely at the grassroots level for decades. Thus, A.J. Bauer, an assistant professor at the University of Alabama, said there is a common misconception that the Republican Party was able to eliminate or marginalize its extremist wing, himself likening the party's conspiratorial strain to a duck in water. Calm and cool above the surface, it's got a lot going on underneath. The John Birch Society continued and did not stop after Buckley told them to stop. Negotiations with the conspiratorial arm of the party has been a constant ever since, with establishment leaders often leaning on them to rally the base. And through the years, the content has tended to remain similar, historians all concurring that a despised group, Jews, Catholics, Muslims, or civil rights activists, is targeted as proxies for foreign governments. It has at times spilled into the open, such as with the Oklahoma City bombing and during the Iraq War. But in recent years, they've lost control, opening a Pandora's box, which they will never be able to close. By 2004, when the Republican National Committee was trying to re-elect George W. Bush, it sent out flyers in West Virginia and Arkansas that accused the Democratic Party of trying to outlaw the Bible. The Nixon historian Pearlstein then observed that this wasn't the John Birch Society saying this, this was the Republican National Committee. Trump has been a singular figure in American history because he has exploited the most vitriolic strands of populism, bigotry, and nativist fears. Indeed, conspiracy theories were a key part of his defense strategy during his first impeachment trial. Reining him in and the conspiratorial ideas he has injected into the mainstream will be just about impossible. All historians and scholars concur here. Trump is not a sole actor like McCarthy, and his ascent has commenced as many of the Birchers' ideas have gained new prominence with the rise of conservative talk radio, Fox News, and online right-wing sites such as the Breitbart News Network, which brings you anything but news. Per Sarah Sobiraj, a sociology professoress at Tufts University, these types of venues are going to be, well, they're going to absolutely hold your feet to the fire if you behave in ways that don't appeal to them. Ask Mitt Romney. Even when you would like to try to refute disinformation, it is often much more politically judicious to say as nothing. The next few years will be a major test on Republican establishment leaders and institutions, as conspiracies are now more quickly spread online. Historians concur one of the most powerful theories is that of QAnon, which holds that Trump is saving the nation from, well, he's saving the world from a cabal of Democratic pedophiles, projecting onto our party all that represents their own. But Ethan Porter, an assistant professor at the George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs, has precautioned against conflating its power with its popularity. So saying of QAnon that we shouldn't make a mistake in believing that what we are seeing is completely aberrational or otherwise unprecedented. The elements of conspiracism have been at play on parts of the left and the right for years. QAnon can be very powerful, despite the fact that most Americans and even most Republicans are not aligned with it. What is the case is that a large number of political activists do believe in it, which in turn can shape the behavior of public officials. Yet, top Republican leaders have been adverse to denounce and castigate members who parrot the most dangerous conspiracy theories like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. Those theories culminated with the deadly attack on the Capitol. Indeed, some in the Republican cult parrot far-right talk of a coming civil war. Which brings us down to the crunch time in our last several minutes. I'm not quite sure if I can cover all that needs to be covered, but we can begin on a topic that we can continue on Sunday, or I can go into solicitation. It's a hard decision to make. because obviously, well, this will be ongoing. We might as well get started in such a manner. Let me check the live stream here. Well, it's 11:38. We really don't have that much time left. We can basically, well, I'm tempted to just dive into the subject, and I'll ask anyone for some feedback. My man Jameson has left me abandoned, but Farida Gillon says, much love from the Netherlands, Douglas. Hey, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. Lex Lars says, hola. Thank you so much for your wonderful comment on Mongolian biowarfare, my dear Lex Lars. Deeply appreciate it. And, hello to everyone who is joining us. And we are maintaining the number of viewers. And that in itself is impressive. The fact that I can maintain a steady audience for 12 hours is something I doubt. Well, I'm certain there's very few people in the world that could do what I do. And but that's what makes me special. And we've got 35 upvotes now. God bless you all. Far overwhelming the 3 Cthulhuoid cultists who have given their downvotes. So by all means, give them hell. Thank you so much. And oh my God, we're heading down towards what little time we have. Should I go into solicitation or continue with politics? I really shouldn't ask that to the public. I know what their answer will be because, of course, the solicitation is painful for me. I can't imagine how painful it is for others. But in terms of what we're dealing with, obviously, we are talking about what will eventually become civil war. So I'm tempted to go into that over the next 20 minutes. I'm not quite sure if we have time to cover it, but it definitely needs covering. And we might be able to make it in the period of, time we have left. But, it's still hard to say. I would, let me take a look at the time again, see if I can inspire myself. This is something I really have to wind myself up for. And I'm going to say, I'm not going to stress myself. So let's go into the solicitation again for tonight to bring us out of the, what we're dealing with in terms of all of the reality, the hard reality, and bring ourselves back into the, what we're dealing with on a level of helping myself survive. And that requires your intervention. And so, Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where you must indicate myself as friends and relations in order for a cut not to be taken by that faggot Peter Thiel, because he certainly doesn't need the extra money. And, of course, DouglasDietrich.com, we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline, facebook.com/John.War. And subscribe to our maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled Maggotaur, he being the property manager thereof, who serves as Team Drex, Dietrich's or Dragon's Ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. For word no for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magatur, which be spelled MOGGOTAUR. He is, of course, the man who, aside myself, deserves some fiscal support because he's the man who took it on his own initiative to download most of everything that I produced on YouTube into his own personal hard drives, from where we were able to reconstruct my legacy online and thereby provide myself a context in which to interact with you right now in the cyber matrix of the material world, his acting, therefore, as the bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix, the info system in which I present myself to you. Of course, in that sense, that renders him my creator. Now, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, whether of myself, from the internet, or all life from the face of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cult of the kings of Edom. Take it upon yourself to spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, whom you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while you're there. A footnote on my bio, sire, on the homepage of showsdd.com, in which it be explained the true meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And once you've enlightened yourself with that information, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well, and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage others whom you educate to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself as friends and relations, because we're all friends, or none of you or anyone else would be sponsoring myself. We're all part of this extended electronic family, or both. So friends and relations is an adequate enough category, there being no disambiguation via PayPal. And that will prevent the middleman of PayPal from taking their blood money from your contribution and rendering it, in a sense, poetically invalid by doing so. And people can be encouraged to donate to myself and contribute, because they are themselves forever asking Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Masa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself, for we have the new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com, where if you find it distasteful to indicate myself as friends and relations, you can make a donation online using either thy credit or debit card by simply going to douglasdietrich.com and pressing the red donate button, which enables you to use any means of contribution other than PayPal, while completely avoiding some middleman service taking their fucking cut and evading the necessity via PayPal of indicating myself as anything at all having to do with you. You would still thereafter click the yellow donate button, which would have enabled you to go to PayPal, in order to reward yourself by bringing you to the homepage of showsdd.com, where you can register into our archives and thereafter, at your leisure, review those archives simply by logging in from that point forward into eternity. And with that in mind, just remember to emphasize onto all others who make their contribution that they also have that option of paying without PayPal, using the red donate button on DouglasDietrich.com. And you will encourage them to reward themselves thereafter by using the yellow donate button to bring them where they can reward themselves, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011 year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin Zuchen Takebayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated in the immediately aftermath of the Sanzuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us and enabled us to work magics once again, conjointly with Mother Earth, to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will their membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. And just checking in again on the time we have left for me to continue spouting solicitation. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manager, Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the team, Dietrichs are Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, he being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos to be found when you subscribe to youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, be entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich, which both be factually substantiated per mine own exhibitions. You will, my own expositions. Of course, you might consider them exhibitions, or might consider me an exhibitionist, but mostly expositions. And of course, you will find trailered on the Bizarre HD channel the cinematic documentary currently in production entitled The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, which be subtitled The Third Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. And of course, from there, I do recommend that you provide our man George Knight moral support by clicking your upvotes on all his videos and subscribing to his station. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvies, the son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube, would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, bearing no end of emphasis that you, D, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk. Still at large, your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation while indicating myself friends and relations, which is the only category they have. It cannot be disambiguated, and you must do that to prevent a pound of flesh being taken therefrom by the power that be as personified in the faggot man, Peter Thiel, non-American European who even purchased his way into citizenship of New Zealand, which shows you how foreign he truly is, already escaping the United States like a rat leaving the sinking ship. So understand this. You must recompense myself for the very survival of the human race which be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. So in the few minutes we have remaining, I will, I'll remind all of you,